Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was raised and returned to change everything. Here is short summary. What if Harry was raised by Sirius and Remus, learning magic from a young age? After escaping the Dursleys, Harry returns to Hogwarts with a new perspective and a powerful destiny, ready to change everything for himself and the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Sirius had stayed almost 4 months with Grimes, regaining his strength and putting on some much-needed muscle before he decided it was high time he checked on little Harry and then began his quest to find the miserable little rat responsible for all of their troubles. He knew that Grimes had begun searching for a new home for him. After all, he was healthy enough to go somewhere else now, and Grimes brought home strays to nurse them to health. He didn't keep them all forever. He would be inundated with pets very quickly if he didn't. Using all the skills Sirius had honed through 7 years of being a marauder at Hogwarts and the 3 years of Auror training he had just completed before that fateful Halloween night, he managed to find a fish truck headed to London and shifted back to human form long enough to repack the boxes and make himself a nice hidey hole for the trip. It was rather bumpy in the back of the truck and he never wanted to smell another smelt, but it was much faster than hoofing it. He stopped off long enough in London to make a side trip to his old house at 12 Grimmauld Place, watching it from the backyard long enough to discover it was now totally deserted. His father had died during his 6th year at Hogwarts and he knew his brother had died at Voldemort's own hands, so just his evil, vindictive mother would have been there along with her sanity-challenged house elf. But he could find no signs of occupancy at all. He waited until almost 2 in the morning before letting himself in through the small basement door he had found when he was escaping from punishments and listened intently for signs of life. He had quietly climbed the stairs before he was startled by the sudden appearance of the insane house elf, Kreacher. "It's too late, Mistress is gone. You cannot harms Mistress any more. Kreacher must do Mistress bidding now." With much insane muttering, the foul-smelling creature returned to the dark and depressing kitchen, leaving Sirius to shake his head and continue his climb up the very familiar but still hated stairs. He finally reached his old bedroom on the 3rd floor and pushed open the door, feeling the familiar wash of the wards he had placed there so many years ago. Good, still strong enough to keep that vile thing out of here. Sirius swiftly crossed the large, dusty room and opened the closet. Pulling out a large wooden chest, he opened it quickly, removing several small items which he stuffed into his jacket pockets. He had felt really bad about stealing clothing from the line of laundry he had run across a couple of miles away from old Grimes' cottage, but it couldn't be helped. He found a thick wallet stuffed with Muggle money that he had kept for emergencies and put it in the pocket next to the leather pouch that clinked with galleons. He picked up the collar with "Padfoot" engraved on a brass plaque that James had given him as a joke one Christmas and shrugged. What the heck? It might keep people from trying to claim the stray if they thought he had an owner somewhere. He stuffed the chest back in the closet, and went down a flight of stairs and pushed into his father's old room. His mother's was at the other end of the floor and he wouldn't enter it for all the gold in Gringotts, but his father had at least tried to be decent to him when he was younger. He pulled open the desk drawer, pulling it all the way out and putting it to one side. He leaned over to get his arm in the opening far enough to reach clear back and pull out a slender wooden case. He smiled to himself, thanking his father for being such a paranoid wizard for once. His father had commissioned duplicate wands for everyone in the family, unwilling to risk anyone of his blood being without a willing wand. Sirius ran a finger down the length of his father's 2 wands, nostalgic for a single moment before firmly grasping his own duplicate wand. Sirius had never known how his father had managed to find exact duplicates of both wand cores and blanks, but he had, and his last living son was very thankful the very wealthy wizard had the foresight to do it. After slipping his new wand into a secure pocket and buttoning the flap tight over it, Sirius took a quick look all through the house, before stopping in the kitchen long enough to drag old Kreacher out into the middle of the room and telling him he had just one choice. Either the barely sane elf could vacate the house completely and go to one of his cousin's houses, or Sirius would give the elf clothes and he would be forced out that way. Kreacher sobbed with great gasping shudders before giving Sirius a disgusted look and leaving the noble house of Black with a loud pop, never to set foot in the house again. Sirius set new blocking and preservation spells over the old mansion with his new wand, thrilling at the feel of once again using magic, and pleased at the fit between his magic and the wand. His father had come through again. Smiling sadly at the memory of learning the spell to help his best friend and his family, he cast a perfect Fidelius charm with himself as the secret keeper. Too bad he had cast it for the Potters but had talked them into using that rat Pettigrew as the secret keeper, thinking he would be a good decoy to keep them safe. He wiped a tear from his eye at the memory and the sudden pain in his heart at the rat's betrayal. He turned and set off in dog form, once again, collar clinking softly as he ran, determined to check on Harry and then avenge his dead ghosts. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk and pondered the problem of Arabella Figg and what he was going to do with the old squib. He had placed her in Harry Potter's neighborhood to placate his decidedly unhappy deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, after leaving the 15-month-old orphan with his Muggle relatives. To say that Minerva was unhappy with the arrangements he had made would be a huge understatement. She had complained to everyone who would listen about what she had observed the day she had sat watching as a cat before Hagrid had delivered the sleeping child and he had left him on the Dursleys' doorstep with just a single letter of explanation for Petunia. So he had arranged for the squib to move in and start up a relationship with Petunia, even encouraging her to volunteer to babysit for the woman occasionally. Dumbledore was a very powerful and well-loved wizard, and he intended to stay a powerful and well-respected wizard for as long as he lived. He only half believed the prophecy that Sybil Trelawney had given before Harry was born, but he knew that many others, especially Tom Riddle himself, believed it, so he made his plans accordingly. Oh, he could have let Harry be adopted by a wizarding family. Merlin knows enough of them had shown up within hours of Harry being made an orphan, but then the boy would grow up spoiled, and much too independent and sure of himself. He would surely not turn to his ancient headmaster for guidance and mentoring, and Dumbledore could not allow that to happen. He was sorry the boy was apparently being mistreated, but as long as he didn't investigate Arabella's claims he could honestly vow, even under Veritaserum, that he didn't know the child was being abused. Not that he would ever allow things to progress to that point. It would be a disaster for everyone if he lost his control over the wizarding world to such an extent. So as he beeped on one of his drops, he made plans to keep the boy with the Muggles, even if it meant he had to obliviate Arabella and remove her, hopefully without Minerva finding out. From London, Sirius found a furniture delivery van going to Whinging on a bright spring morning. The ride was just as bumpy as the fish truck, but it sure smelled a lot better. He managed to jump out of the truck while the two movers were busy taking a large sofa into the house and slunk around the house to hide in some bushes until the men left with the van. He waited until after dark to read the maps posted at the nearest bus stop. It wouldn't do to be seen as a map-reading dog, but he really needed to find Lily's sister's house. He knew that she and Lily had never gotten along and that James and Lily's will stated that Harry was never to be placed in their care, but he hoped his godson's aunt would at least know where the boy had been placed. He had helped James make a long list of possible adoptive parents just before the trio went into hiding, but he had no way of knowing exactly which family was caring for Harry now. If I go north about 4 miles on this street, I can turn left at the park, go 3 blocks east, and that's Privet Drive. I remember the address was on Privet Drive. I should be able to pick up Petunia's scent. It will be close enough to Lily's after all. And I have scented her before when I spent that weekend at their parents' house with James. The sleek, black dog took off at a ground-eating lope, intent upon finding his godson. It had been another horrible morning for Petunia. Dudley was getting bigger all the time, and at 3.5, soon to be 4, he was almost too big for her to pick up anymore. It wouldn't be much longer before she would be unable to physically stop his temper tantrums, and she didn't know what she was going to do then. His favorite shirt was dirty, his pants were too tight again, he didn't like his breakfast, and worst of all, that Little had stolen the banana he wanted even if it was too ripe and covered with black. Petunia rubbed her head, hoping she could avoid another migraine as Dudley jumped up and down, dust drifting down from the ceiling as the pictures lining the mantel fell over again. She grabbed the brat from under the cupboard, shoving him towards the door as she soothed her screaming and stomping son. "Let me just drop off the brat at the old lady's, Dudleykins, and then you and Mummy will go to the park and have an ice cream, okay, honey?" Without waiting for her hand, Dudley took off running, intent upon going to the park and making his mother buy him the biggest cone the ice cream cart man sold. Petunia had stopped just long enough to grab a thin jacket for her precious boy when she heard it. A heart-rending screech of brakes, the squeal of metal hitting metal, and then Dudley screaming in pain and agony rent the peaceful air of the quiet neighborhood. Petunia started screaming, a high-pitched ear-splitting noise, as she dropped the jacket and ran out the front door, expecting to find her precious Dudley bleeding and pinned beneath a car. Instead, she found a car on the sidewalk, its front end curved around the light post, and her Dudley, her precious baby boy, being dragged backward by the seat of his pants. A huge black dog had saved her boy. A wonderful, sweet, very large black dog had saved her boy. With barely a glance at her nephew as he sat obediently on the front stoop waiting patiently for her to come out, she rushed across the yard and scooped up her son, patting the dog on its furry head as the driver of the car tried to explain about how he had lost control when a tire blew and he hoped the boy and his dog were okay. Mrs. Number 6 was telling everyone who would listen about how the courageous dog had just flown across her yard, through the hedge, and grabbed Dudley from the jaws of death. By the time the police came and took everyone's statement and arranged for a tow truck for the smashed auto, a newspaper reporter from the local paper had called the London News and a camera crew for the BBC News had shown up to report on the heartwarming story of how the beloved pet had saved the poor child from certain death. After making sure that his wife and son were perfectly all right, Vernon insisted upon going to the nearest pet store and buying everything necessary for the wonderful dog, including the largest bag of the best dog food they had. He even stopped at the local butcher shop where he bought the largest, meatiest steak he could find as a reward for the dog's heroism. That night Sirius Black went to sleep on the rug in Dudley's bedroom, his stomach bloated with steak and sporting a Brand City license tag on the leather collar that James had given him so many years before. As soon as the night sounds of the three Dursleys settled down, he crept down to a small, locked door under the stairs, and using a hairpin filched from Petunia's dressing table, he picked the lock and carefully opened the door. Inside he found his godson, curled up and cold, whispering pleas to his dead mother and father to come and take him away. His heart breaking, he flicked his wand, covering the shivering boy with a thick blanket before he turned back into a dog and snuggled up next to the boy, licking the tears off of his face as he coaxed him into sleep. Pettigrew and revenge could wait. Harry needed him now, and that's where he would stay. The next few days after Padfoot the dog rescued Dudley were very hectic. Dudley soon shortened the name on the dog's collar to Paddy, mostly because the short but very round boy couldn't say the word Padfoot, and his parents both cringed to hear him call it Paft. It really did sound rude, especially as Dudley insisted upon yelling the bizarre name at the top of his lungs and often with his mouth full of food. When Rosamund Morgan and her photographer Hadassah Bailey from the London Times showed up the morning after the miraculous rescue, Petunia primped and posed, her adorable, well to her at least, son perched on her bony legs, his fat thighs spilling over her lap to either side. She explained how little Dudley had been mere inches away from a horrible death when a poor stray dog had appeared, almost as if he had been sent from heaven by her son's guardian angel to save him. She was sure that her Dudley was destined for great things in his life and droned on about how wonderful and precious the child was. Petunia droned on and on about her wonderful child, giving Rosamund a massive headache with her simpering and gratingly whiny voice droning on interminably. She finally shut her notebook with a decided sigh of relief. Hadassah took several pictures of the huge boy hugging the neck of the surprisingly docile but huge black dog, and the two escaped, their relief at being able to leave the Dursley household obvious to everyone but the imbecilic boy and his overly doting but not too bright mother. Two bright green eyes had watched through the slats of the cupboard under the stairs, stifling giggles at the long-suffering glares the dog kept shooting his way and the pained and annoyed expressions on the two strangers that his obviously oblivious aunt and cousin never noticed. Arabella Figg was torn. She had witnessed the huge dog racing across the neighbor's yard to pull Dudley back from the wildly careening car and had been thankful the child had been saved from death or at least tremendous injury. But there was something just too intelligent about that dog. She sighed and chewed on the end of her bic, searching her memory for exactly what she had found disturbing about the supposedly stray dog. Coming to a decision, she decided to wait for now but keep her eyes open for any funny business. She wrote the date and filled in her impressions about Lil Harry and how he had reacted to the incident yesterday before pulling out the old Wheezy Hoover and beginning her daily battle against cat hair once more. Dumbledore smiled as he read the Daily Prophet. The latest headlines were bland and boring, and the unpleasant furor over the investigation into Crouch and the very uncomfortable questions it had raised over Sirius Black had faded back into the realm of things that might never be solved. He smiled, his eyes twinkling as he glanced over at his deputy headmistress, her attention focused entirely upon several of her Gryffindor students who were sporting looks way too innocent to be anything but contrived. As the issue of Sirius Black faded, the memory of little Harry Potter and his placement also faded, and Albus' plans remained safe. He was certain that Arabella greatly exaggerated how Petunia treated her nephew. After all, she had seemed to dote on her own son the one brief time he had observed her. He was certain that she would treat her nephew almost as well. And if the boy suffered a little adversity and was made to do a few simple chores, well, it would keep him from being spoiled and strengthen his character. Albus munched a piece of toast slathered liberally with marmalade and let his mind wander. Yes, the child would look upon him as a savior and be very grateful for his guidance and nurturing. He would just have to make sure that nothing happened to bring the attention of the fickle public upon Harry Potter again. Luckily, the board employees at both the Ministry for Magic and the Daily Prophet, whose jobs consisted of reading and watching the Muggle news for items of importance to the wizarding word, never recognized the name Dursley, and the name of Petunia Dursley's nephew was never mentioned, nor was his picture ever published or seen in any of the repeated and replayed news. So no one except one very disillusioned squib knew of any of the happenings at number 4 Privet Drive, and she certainly wasn't going to tell anyone. Percy Weasley took out his scruffy pet rat, Scabbers, and held him in one small hand while he carefully stroked him with the other. He had been worried several months ago when the rat seemed to be off his feed and had actually lost enough weight that its hair had thinned and it had looked downright ill. Percy smiled happily. His rat now looked plump and healthy once more. He put Scabbers back into his pocket and pulled over his book to begin reading once again. Petunia was exasperated. That dog again. The very first morning the huge black dog had nudged and prodded her nephew until he had climbed out from under the table and actually took a seat at the table, her table. What right did a dog, albeit a dog she was very happy to have seen yesterday, have to insist that the freak be allowed to sit at the table like decent folk? She was sure she had heard a low growl coming from the beast when she had placed a generous plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of Dudley and a second one at her place, but only a piece of unbuttered toast and an overripe banana in front of her nephew. The low growling didn't stop until she had given the boy the small serving of eggs and the 2 slices of bacon that she had held back for the seconds that she knew Dudley would demand. She had kept a wary eye upon the hound after that, but everything appeared to be all right. She had been surprised when the dog had lain down in front of the boy's cupboard when she had tried to lock the boy in after he had taken out the trash, the one chore that he was actually quite good at. She had pushed and prodded the beast, but he was just too heavy for her to move, so she had given up and just thrown an old blanket down on the floor of Dudley's toy room for the freak to have his morning nap on, and had given up. She noticed that the dog had moved when she came back up from the basement with a load of clean clothes for Dudley, but she was pleased to find it sleeping on the rug at the foot of her son's bed, so she had forgotten the strange behavior by the time Vernon got home that night. By Friday, Dudley was totally fuming. He knew that the dog was his. After all, it had saved his life, not the puny runt's. It was supposed to be his, just like everything else in the house was his. But when he had tried to throw a tantrum just 2 days after the incident with the car, that miserable cur had interfered. Before he had even managed to draw in the huge breath he always started his screams with, Patty had pushed him down to the kitchen floor, with its large paws on his chest, knocking the air out of him, and before he could even try to shove off the heavy weight sitting on him, he found his face being licked, wetly and disgustingly, over and over again. His mother had clasped her hands together, ran for the ever-present camera, and actually cooed over how sweet it was that Patty loved her little Diddykins so much. By the time Dudley had managed to roll his fat body out from under the huge dog, his mother had disappeared down the stairs to the basement laundry and would no longer be able to even hear him. And what was the use of wasting energy on a tantrum if he had no audience and thus no hope of getting his own way? He huffed, his fists clenched as he turned to punch that snickering runt in the face to relieve his frustration, only to find Patty right in front of his face, teeth bared and a low growling noise coming from deep within his chest. Dudley was manipulative, not too intelligent, and extremely spoiled. But he wasn't totally stupid, and a large snarling dog just inches from the end of his nose struck fear into his very soul. He backed away slowly, only turning his back when he reached the safety of the stairs. He ran up the stairs and slammed his door shut, heart pounding, thoughts churning as his panic ebbed, and he considered just how he had lost control and what the dog's sudden championing of his runty cousin meant for him. Dudley met his father at the door that night, intent upon making him get rid of the large menace that had very effectively stopped every tantrum attempt he had made that day, and had then stopped him from taking out his frustration at his lack of success in manipulating his mother on the pipsqueak with the merest baring of his huge and very pointy teeth. But his father just brushed aside his expressions of fear with a rumple of his hair and a pat of his meaty hand on his son's back. "He's just bigger than you are for now, but you're a fine strapping lad and soon you'll grow much bigger than he is. He wouldn't hurt you, son, after all he just saved your life, you know. And the neighbors would talk. Mustn't let the newspaper and television people find out you were afraid of such a fine dog. No, wouldn't be good for the image. Don't you agree, Petunia love?" He had turned his attention to his lovely wife, who appeared much less frazzled than normal. And could it be, was there no sign of her usual migraine dimming her beautiful eyes with pain? Vernon started smiling. Yes, things were looking up. Perhaps tonight they could. He let his imagination wander. It had been much too long. Petunia smiled broadly at her husband as she heard the last of his speech to their son. No, our brave little boy would never be afraid of his guardian angel. She dismissed Dudley's rolling eyes and expression of horrified disgust as she reached out a bony hand and pulled Vernon's head toward her for a hello key. For some reason, today had been remarkably pleasant and she had not a twinge of her normal splitting headache. She whispered so that only her husband could hear, "Let's put Dudley to bed early tonight, love." With identical besotted smiles they turned and headed to the kitchen for the wonderful meal that Petunia had prepared. On Sunday the colorful, full-page picture of Dudley Dursley and his wonderful dog, Paddy, made the cover of the Sunday magazine in the London Times. Vernon was so proud he went out and bought every copy the local market had, and then he and Petunia spent a wonderful afternoon calling everyone they could think of to boast about their precious Dudley and how he had made the cover of the prestigious magazine. Petunia carefully clipped out the articles and their accompanying pictures and sent them off to everyone they knew the next morning. She also sent the paper a request for a copy of the negative so that she could order reprints for their Christmas cards. After lunch that Sunday, Vernon took the new leash he had bought and clipped it to Paddy's collar, calling Dudley to come with Daddy to walk the dog to the park. Dudley came down the stairs, dragging his feet until Vernon promised to buy the boy an ice cream. When Paddy grabbed the freak's sleeve in his mouth and literally dragged the child out the door with them, Vernon had merely shrugged his shoulders in resignation and allowed the boy to follow along. Every few feet, the trio had to stop while neighbors came over to pet the wonderful dog and compliment Vernon on his fine boys. Of course Dudley got the lion's share of the attention, but Harry received a fair share of attention and praise too. And Vernon lapped up all of the praise of what a wonderful job he was doing at raising two such fine boys, his own child a shining example for his poor orphaned cousin. Vernon puffed his chest out even further as he soaked up the many extravagant compliments on how wonderful and charitable he and his lovely wife were to do such a fine job with their poor nephew. Why it must be so hard with him being just 6 months younger than their own boy. By the time they had reached the park, Vernon was so pleased at the high praise that he had bought the child ice when the ice cream vendor pointedly looked at the boy after handing Dudley a double chocolate-dipped cone. Vernon smiled to himself. The stupid vendor had believed his muttered explanation about an allergy to milk products too. Dudley was so angry at having to share his father, the spotlight and even the love of his dog with his miserable puny cousin that he almost threw down his ice cream cone in disgust and fury, almost. Vernon enjoyed the repeat performance during their walk to the park on Monday afternoon after he got home from work almost more than he had on Sunday. He might just have to make this a nightly outing, the proud father, his strapping boy with his dog walking to the park, his magnanimous charity visible for everyone to comment on with every sight of his little pitiful nephew following behind. Vernon pushed Harry into the cupboard under the stairs after their walk home from the park, before he went in to find Petunia and Dudley waiting for him in the kitchen to eat. Noticing Paddy over in the corner, quietly eating a rather large bowl of dog food, he sat down and opened his napkin over his large lap. "Anything exciting happened today, dear?" Vernon asked as she leaned over him to speak softly. "Well, Paddy growled at me when I didn't feed the boy this morning. Petunia glanced hesitantly over to the corner where the big dog was still eating. He seemed, I don't know, upset, maybe, she finished hesitantly. Well, we can't have our Dudley's hero upset now, can we, my love? Just make sure the brat has a little something, I'm sure that's all it will take. Vernon was still extremely thankful for the beast that saved his son's life after all, as well as full of the high praise he had received from everyone on their nightly walk. If that was all it took to make the animal happy, well, it wasn't too much, was it? Surely not for saving Dudley's life, and making his family the center of adoring praise and recognition. Petunia nodded at her husband. He always knew what was best in situations like this. As Patty continued to eat, she unlocked the cupboard and led her nephew to the table, putting a small plate in front of him as he looked around in wonder. That night when Sirius opened the cupboard door, two bright eyes glowed in the reflected light that came in through the large picture window. A wondering expression lit up the boy's face as he watched the tall, dark-haired man scoot into the little cupboard and pull a long stick out of his pocket. Harry didn't say a word, not wanting to lose his wonderful fantasy if he was dreaming. Sirius smiled down at the boy and leaned over to key the small head before whispering an incantation and making the cupboard increase in size. A second wave made the small cot transfigure and grow into a large, very soft bed more than big enough for the two of them to cuddle together. Harry snuggled down under the thick and warm duvet. He screwed up his courage and asked, "Are you an angel? Are you my daddy come back to take care of me?" Blinking his suddenly wet eyes to keep the tears from escaping, Sirius hugged the tiny child tied to his chest, clearly feeling the rapid heartbeat through the thin chest. He smiled, his lopsided grin making the child smile back at him. "No, child, I was a very good friend of his though. But you already know me." "No, I don't, I'd remember you." Sirius took a second to change into Padfoot, licked the small boy's face with his long pink tongue and changed back. "Woo, how, you're," Sirius barked a soft laugh. "Yes, Harry, I'm Padfoot. But for now, no one can know except you. Don't mention a word to anyone or they would make me go away." The little eyes grew wide with understanding and hope. "I promise, I won't tell anyone, but how?" "Let me tell you a story, child. Once upon a time, there was an evil wizard," Sirius began. It took him several nights since Harry had a tendency to fall asleep in the middle of the story, but Patty managed to finally complete the story of how Harry had lost his parents and that magic was not only real but that Patty was a wizard and so was Harry. Things changed gradually and almost without the Dursleys even noticing. One morning several weeks later, Petunia had automatically fixed a couple slices of French toast for her nephew when she made almost half a loaf for Dudley. Harry had come in and sat down on his chair without the hesitation he had exhibited every other morning, and his aunt had placed his plate in front of him without comment. She had even forgotten and filled his glass with orange juice instead of water. Petunia shook her head. Surely that hadn't been a look of pleased satisfaction on the dog's face before it had turned to eat its own breakfast. She must be seeing things. Petunia had gradually stopped yelling at the boy since it seemed to upset the big dog and he could look really scary when he opened his mouth just right and all of his gleaming white teeth showed. She just told herself that she really didn't feel like yelling at the boy. She wasn't afraid of their own dog, was she? The next week Petunia quickly completed the morning chores, noticing that Harry silently helped her, never once complaining. She actually smiled at him when he opened the basement door for her to carry the laundry down without being asked to. She had to pry Dudley from in front of the television to go with her to walk the dog, but Harry was standing next to the front door, leash already snapped to Patty's collar as he waited for her to bring a squalling Dudley outside. The boy took the big dog around the path in the park, carefully stopping to let it do its business while Petunia pushed Dudley on the swings, his little legs too fat to manage to swing himself. She actually snapped at Dudley when he tried to throw a temper tantrum when it came time to go home for lunch. Patty had simply walked up to Dudley, grabbed his sleeve in his jaws and pulled the boy along. Petunia had sighed with relief as she felt the familiar tension in the back of her eyes start to melt. It seemed she wouldn't have one of her blinding migraines this afternoon after all. She gave Patty several slices of ham as she made both boys sandwiches. It had been a long walk. She wasn't rewarding the dog for stopping one of Dudley's tantrums, was she? Every night, Patty went to sleep on the rag rug at the foot of Dudley's bed, waiting for the rhythmic breathing to let him know the three Dursleys were all asleep. He would transform noiselessly into Sirius, cast a mild sleeping charm on the three upstairs and go down the stairs to unlock Harry's cupboard, walk through the Notice Me Not charms and the Muggle-repelling charms he had cast and settle down beside Harry to tell the boy wonderful stories about the long and wonderful history of the wizarding world and all about the wonderful days he and Harry's father had spent at a magical school named Hogwarts. When his beloved boy would go to sleep, he would curl up around him, keeping him safe until morning when he would transform back into Paddy and creep up the stairs to once more curl up on the rag rug in Dudley's bedroom, his sleeping charm worn off long ago. Dudley's tantrums came a lot less often after Petunia decided to just leave the screaming child to Paddy. And without his mother as a captive audience, Dudley soon realized that all his screaming did was get him pushed down to the ground with a very large, very heavy dog sitting on his chest, licking his face very, very wetly. And nothing else. The fewer the tantrums, the more pleasant the Dursley household became for everyone who lived there, Harry included. And Vernon had only tried to spank Harry once after Paddy came to live with them. Apparently the big dog's protective instincts kicked in for any child, not just Dudley. And Vernon didn't want a 200-pound dog with very sharp teeth growling at him and threatening to bite him just to spank his useless nephew. And with Dudley throwing fewer tantrums, Petunia became much easier to live with, so Vernon soon had very few reasons to want to spank his nephew. The child remained very quiet, and as he was fed more he seemed able to do more chores, and the circle of change behavior just kept growing. Arabella was worried at first. Petunia was asking her to watch young Harry less and less, but the first time she saw him, she smiled. It seemed as if he finally had a little meat on his skinny bones and he didn't appear to have any bruises, but the biggest improvement she could see was the child finally seemed to know how to play. He and the big dog had been left for the afternoon so that Petunia could take Dudley to the doctor's to get a school physical before starting preschool, and then he was going to have a birthday party at the park with several of his friends and Harry wasn't invited. Arabella put some cookies on a plate, poured 2 glasses of cold milk and pushed the back door open, smiling at the sight that greeted her. "Harry, why don't you and your friend come over here for a drink and a snack? You both look tired from chasing each other." Harry turned at the sound of her voice, a big grin on his face as he stopped running and grabbed Paddy around the neck for a big hug. He walked over to the little table, his small arm slung around the dog that was almost big enough for him to ride. "Sorry about your cats, Mrs. Fig. I told Paddy not to chase them all up the tree, but he wouldn't listen to me. He didn't catch any of them though." Harry sat down and happily munched on the warm chocolate chip cookie she handed him, before taking a big swallow of milk, a white mustache on his upper lip showing how much he had enjoyed the cold drink. Mrs. Fig laughed. "To tell you the truth, Harry, some of my cats can use the exercise. They're getting too fat and sassy for their own good." Mrs. Fig blinked owlishly. Surely the dog hadn't just winked at her? "That's good then, we can exercise them any time you want." Mrs. Fig couldn't ever remember having a conversation this long with the usually silent child before. She reached over to the stack of cans by the back door and opened a can of tuna that she put down for the dog. He ate it neatly, licking every morsel before going over to lay down with his head under the boy's chair. Mrs. Fig smiled a big happy smile. It seemed like Dudley's new dog had been very good for more than one small boy. Sirius opened the cupboard door and stopped, his head just inside as he spotted the tears on the small boy's face. "What's wrong, Harry? Why are you crying?" "Dudley goes to school and he said I'm a retard and too stupid, and that's why I don't go." "I'm not stupid, am I? And what's a retard, anyway?" Sirius scooped the small boy up and cradled him to his chest, using one hand to gently wipe away his tears. "No, you aren't stupid, and retard isn't a very nice name to call someone. The reason you don't go to preschool is because you are 3.5. You have to be 4 to go. Don't you remember? Dudley had a birthday last week. The day we chased Mrs. Fig's cats, remember?" The boy giggled, looking better. "I didn't chase cats, Paddy did. But I ate cookies and had milk, and it was a wonderful day, not like any old stupid birthday party that Dudley had." Sirius nodded, understanding how much it hurt Harry that he hadn't been invited to attend. "Well, when it gets to be your birthday, I'll help you celebrate, and it will be just us and no Dudley, how's that?" He felt small arms throw themselves around his neck and a tiny key on the side of his check. He felt his eyes tear up and he hugged Harry tight. "And what do you say I start teaching you so when you go to preschool with Dudley you'll be the smartest little boy in the class?" "Just the smartest boy. What about the girls?" "Oh, you'll be way smarter than the girls too, Harry, way smarter." Sirius sat down and put Harry down on the bed beside him. He pulled out his wand and conjured a small story book, a pad of lined paper and a self-inking quill. Thus began the first of their nightly lessons. Harry didn't get to go to preschool that year. Petunia and Vernon weren't willing to pay for their nephew to attend, and at any rate it would only be a few short months until he could start kindergarten, and it was free after all. Petunia enjoyed her mornings while Dudley was at preschool very much. Harry still silently helped her with a few small chores each morning, and then the small boy always took a nap. She noticed that Patty tried to fit into the small cupboard with him. He seemed to really miss Dudley while he was gone to school each day. But with Patty sleeping in the hallway every morning it was just so hard to get around him to clean, so she asked Vernon one night, after both boys had gone to sleep of course, what he thought of moving Harry upstairs and into the small bedroom that had been Dudley's toy room. "Well, if you think we should, Petunia, after all it's you that has to clean around Patty each day. I'm sure that if the boy sleeps up there every morning, then the dog will too, and make it much easier for you, precious." That decided, it just took them several days to figure out the best way to tell Dudley that he wasn't going to have a toy room anymore. "But Diddy, now that you are a big boy, you go to school, so you don't need a baby room just for old baby toys anymore, do you?" "But they're my toys, Mummy. I don't want him to have my room." "But sweetie, it's a baby room and you're not a baby anymore, are you?" It took several minutes of hard thought with his piggy face screwed up in concentration before he understood what his mother had said. "No, I'm not a baby. I don't want any old baby room. Let him have it, he's a baby." Petunia let out the breath she had been holding and smiled at her son. Mrs. Fig had been right, it had worked just like a charm. The next morning she had Harry help her clean out all of the old broken toys, and for his help she let him keep a few of the smaller ones that Dudley no longer played with. Arabella scoured the local papers but found nothing. She sighed and called her daughter Anna. "Could you look around for me and find a good set of used bedroom furniture for a small boy? He's just turning 5 and his aunt still has him sleeping on an old crib mattress on the floor." "Sure, Mum. You know how I love to shop. Are you buying this for him? Is his aunt really poor?" Anna was just as curious as one of her mother's cats. "No, she just doesn't want to spend any of their hard-earned money on the boy. I swear sometimes I just want to strangle Albus Dumbledore." "You can't mean Harry Potter, Mum, can you?" Arabella might be a squib, but her daughter was a fully trained witch just like her 2 children. "I know you told me he wasn't treated very well, but that's ridiculous. Can I send you a couple bags of Xander's clothes? Do you know what size he would wear? Xander's just going into 8s for the school year, so I have all of his 6s and most of his 5s still, maybe even some 4s in the attic." Arabella smiled. "I'll ask Petunia if she will let the boy have them. It's his birthday next week and he's very small for his age. I suspect the 4s will fit, but surely you could shrink a few of the better bigger-sized ones for him." "I'll get right on it, Mum. You know there are several witches at work who have younger boys. I'll ask them to help." "Oh, don't worry, Mum. I won't say who it's for." Anna talked to her mother for a full half an hour more before hanging up the phone and making her husband bring down several big boxes from up in the attic. He rolled his eyes at her and asked, "Aren't you a witch? Isn't your levitation spell just as good as mine?" She giggled at him and gave him a key for his help. Petunia had been happy to have some of Mrs. Fig's grandson's outgrown clothes, and was even pleased at the used but still very serviceable bedroom set that she told Petunia her daughter was getting rid of, since her daughter wanted something more girly for her 10th birthday. She would never know that Sebastian, Anna's husband, had permanently transfigured them from some old boards and sheets that were just lying around in the attic. As a powerful Auror, he had more than enough power to make permanent transfigurations from like materials. Mrs. Fig smirked as her son-in-law drove up in a borrowed Muggle truck and delivered the furniture to the Dursleys' house. And since Petunia had to take Patty out to the backyard to keep him from barking too much at Sebastian, Petunia never noticed the furniture and boxes of clothing floating up the stairs all by themselves. Harry was the happiest he could ever remember being. It was his birthday and he was now 5 years old. Sirius had been teaching him every morning while his aunt thought he took a nap and then woke him up every night for several more hours of schooling and storytelling. And now he had a room that was all his own and nice sturdy furniture that had never belonged to Dudley. He bounced on his new bed and decided it was the most comfortable bed ever made in the whole wide world. He smiled at his desk and his own chair and his own dresser for his own clothes and even a sturdy 2-door wardrobe with a mirror on the inside that had never been broken. The 2 big square boxes of clothes on the floor represented another treasure to the small boy who had never had new clothes or even anything that fit him before. He knew he would be starting school in just a little over a month and now he wouldn't be ashamed to be seen. No more baggy, Dudley elephant clothes. And his clothes were way cooler than Dudley's since Dudley was so big he could only get the super husky size and they were made for old fuddy-duddies, not like his new clothes. He kept unloading the big boxes until he got to the bottom. He pulled up the first of several weird garments and wrinkled his nose at them. Who sent him dresses? His eyebrows scrunched together as he pushed them back down into the box, turning to glare at Sirius who was lounging on the end of his bed, laughing. Those are wizard robes, Harry. It seems that old Mrs. Fig's grandson must be a wizard. Well, have to be careful she doesn't find out about me. What should I do with them, Patty? Do I have to wear dresses too when I'm a wizard? Sirius smiled. Child, you are a wizard already. Remember what I taught you about controlling your emotions so that you don't do accidental magic around muggles? Harry nodded his head gravely and bit his lower lip in thought. But do I have to wear dresses? Sirius waved a wand and conjured up a wizarding story book. He opened it and showed Harry the moving pictures. Harry had seen wizarding books many times before, but he had just never noticed that the men and boys in the pictures all wore long coats of some kind. He looked at the offending garment in the box and tilted his head in thought. All right, I guess I can wear them. They don't look too girly when everyone wears them. Sirius put up his hand to muffle his laughter. I'll notify the Daily Prophet to let them know that you approve of the way wizards have dressed for centuries. I'm sure it will make front-page news. As Harry launched himself at the wizard, Sirius transformed into Patty and the two rolled around on the bedroom floor, happy barks interspersed with boyish giggles resounding through the house. Harry was on his feet very early that Monday morning. He was so excited, for today was the day he would actually get to start school. He was up and dressed, his teeth brushed, hair sort of combed, his little backpack that Mrs. Fig gave him all packed with a new pad of paper, his favorite self-inking quill ready and sharpened just like Patty showed him. He sat impatiently, bouncing gently on his bed, waiting for his Aunt Petunia to call him down for breakfast. He heard her slippered feet slapping down the hall to Dudley's room and the sound of her waking up her son to get dressed for school. As she came back down the hall, she banged on his door, yelling, "Breakfast in 10 minutes, boy." "I'm already ready, Aunt Petunia." "Good, come down and you can help," was her response. He picked up his bag, straightened out his blanket as best he could and ran down the stairs, anxious to begin learning. The stories that Patty had told made school seem like such a wonderful, magical experience that he could hardly breathe for his excitement. As he left his room, Patty came bounding out of Dudley's room and stopped just long enough to lick Harry's face. "Yuck, Patty, that's gross." But he slung one skinny arm over the dog's neck and the two of them bounded down the stairs to the kitchen. Harry set the table. His years of practice let him do it without even thinking. Petunia put 4 different kinds of cereal on the table, as well as a bowl of fruit and a jug of milk. Harry poured his bowl full of corn flakes, added several ripe red strawberries and waited without speaking for his aunt to pour the milk into both his glass and his bowl. He knew better than to try himself. The heavy glass bottle was too big for his little hands and she would be very upset if he spilled anything. After Dudley came galloping down the stairs, his feet making enough noise for 5 children, Vernon came in directly after, still straightening his tie. He key-ed Petunia. "Good morning," ruffled Dudley's hair and nodded without speaking to Harry. Harry didn't mind. He could still remember when he would have been yelled at, so this was much better. "Now, you remember, Harry, you stay for free lunch. I've filled the paperwork out for you. Dudley, here is your money to buy a lunch card for the month." Don't lose it. Petunia handed a sealed envelope to her son as Vernon yelled at both boys to get a move on. He would be dropping them off on his way to catch the train into Greater Whinging where his firm, Grunnings, was located. Petunia handed him his briefcase as he followed the two boys out the door. Petunia sat at the table, enjoying a quiet cup of hot tea as she contemplated her first child-free day in years. She had signed both boys up for the new all-day program. Now if they both just passed the test on Friday so that they could stay in it, she sighed. As much as she would hate to admit it, she was positive that Harry would pass, but she wasn't so sure about Dudley. She loved her son more than life itself, but studious he was not. Well, perhaps all those months of preschool had made enough of an impression. She put her empty cup into the sink and pulled out a gardening magazine, anxious to read up before her first neighborhood gardening club meeting that she would be attending just that afternoon. Running into the school, Harry looked up at the tall doors as he passed, looking for room 21. His small legs had a hard time climbing the long flight of stairs up to the second floor, but he made it by gripping the handrail tightly, and luckily the correct door was just beside the top of the long staircase. He pushed the door open to find an older lady setting out squares of carpet into a large circle on one side of the large classroom. Used to helping his aunt, he offered, "May I help you, ma'am?" The lady looked up, a surprised but pleased look upon her face. "And who might you be, child?" Harry liked her. She had a kind face and lots of wrinkles, the kind you get from smiling and laughing. He had been worried that she might be really mean. Patty had explained that not all teachers were nice. "Harry Potter, ma'am. May I help you with something?" Just as he finished, Dudley pushed the door open further, almost knocking Harry off of his feet. "Shove it, runt," was his greeting for his cousin. The lady frowned at Dudley and asked him, "Your name is?" Dudley frowned at her, and curled up one side of his mouth, stupid old woman looking down her nose at him. But he knew he had to answer his teacher, so he muttered, "Dudley Dursley." He walked over to the wall of cubbies and threw Harry's jacket down onto the floor so that he could hang his up on the peg, even though most of the other pegs were still empty. The lady was no longer smiling as she told the boys her name was Mrs. Neely and she would be their teacher. She pointedly told Dudley to go on out the open door and down the stairs to the fenced-in playground while she picked up Harry's jacket off the floor and hung it up carefully while frowning at Dudley. She called Harry over to help place the carpet squares out and then let him put a small packet of crayons on each of the 15 small desks that sat clean and waiting in 3 long rows for the new students. Harry smiled when he found his desk. It had his name printed in large letters on a strip of heavy paper taped across the top and a chair that was just his size tucked under it. He asked Mrs. Neely if he could leave his book bag at his desk as she shooed him out to the playground with the rest of the students. Patty had whined and pawed at the door until Petunia let him out with an exasperated sigh. "Well, go on out if you must, but don't you be getting all dirty and bringing it back into my clean house, Patty." Patty wasted no time and took off down the sidewalk, his long strides eating the 2-kilometer distance to his Harry's school. He flopped down just outside the wire fence that surrounded the kindergarten playground and let his tongue loll, catching his breath as he waited for a glimpse of his boy. Harry decided that circle time wasn't bad. He had sat next to 2 of the smaller boys and they had been friendly enough. Dudley had scowled and grunted at him whenever he thought Mrs. Neely wasn't watching, but Harry was well used to his cousin so he ignored him. Hopefully he could make friends with the other 2 boys during recess. After she introduced herself and had each new student say their name and a little bit about themselves, it was time to find their desks and sit down for their first writing lesson. The new full-day program was directed toward children that already had some skills, so there would be a lot of testing the first week, more than a regular kindergarten class ever would have. Harry had listened as the program was explained to his Aunt Petunia last month and he was truly excited that she had signed him up for it. Mrs. Neely handed out large sheets of faintly lined newsprint and asked each student to print their name at the top of the paper and then draw a picture with their new crayons that told a story about themselves. She told them it could be about their family or something that they liked to do, or somewhere they had traveled. She walked between the desks, stopping to encourage her to help someone write their name if she needed to. She wound up standing beside Dudley for a long time, eventually putting her hand over his and helping him form the letters of his first name in big squiggly letters. Harry's desk was at the back of the room, near the teacher's desk, and so he was the last one she reached. She stopped to watch the small boy, entranced and spellbound with his efforts. His full name was printed neatly across the top of the page, Harry James Potter. Neatly colored directly below his name was a recognizable drawing of Harry throwing a stick to a big, almost laughing black dog. And then Harry was carefully finishing up his third sentence on the lines below. "This is my dog, his name is Paddy. He likes to chase sticks and cats. I love Paddy." But the thing that had her speechless was the way that Harry was writing. He had an old-fashioned feather quill and was printing with the most precise and beautiful calligraphy she had ever seen, let alone from a kindergartner. She forced herself to say, "Very nice, Harry," and continued to her desk to sit down and regain her composure. Harry spent most of recess with one hand stuck through the fence, petting Paddy as he told his dog all about his day and how he liked Mrs. Neely a lot. Patrick and Brian were frightened of the big dog at first, but eventually all three boys were petting Paddy through the fence and talking to each other, eagerly making friends. Dudley had tried to bully Harry, but a low growl from Paddy let him know that he would be punished later if he didn't leave his cousin alone, so after taunting Harry about being a stupid poop head, he gathered his friends from preschool together and they went over and kicked the girls off of the swings. Petunia was waiting for both boys in the family station wagon when school let out. She grabbed Paddy by the collar and forced him into the back door. "Paddy, this is where you ran off to. You have to stay home. You can't come to school with the boys. The dog catcher will pick you up for being a nuisance." Dudley took advantage of the distraction to shut the car door on Harry's fingers, smirking at the look of pain and the tears in his cousin's eyes. "Cry baby, little runty baby," he whispered under his breath, not wanting his mother or the stupid dog to hear him. That night, as Harry told him all about his day and watched fascinated as Sirius used his wand to heal the bruises and scrapes from the car door from Harry's fingers, Sirius thought long and hard about how he could continue to teach Harry now, and wondered if the boy was old enough to begin learning magic. Unfortunately, he came to no good conclusion as he curled up on the end of Harry's bed, dreaming of hexes he could use on Dudley. The teachers' meeting with the principal on Friday after school was very interesting. No one could remember seeing Noelle Neely so excited. Sure, she was always cheerful and pleasant, but now she was downright hyper with excitement. Mr. Cooper called the meeting to order and opened the first order of business to the floor. He smiled at Noelle, letting her go first since she was so exuberant. "So Noelle, how are this year's new students? Did they all test out okay? Any revisions we need to make in placement?" Noelle stood up, a large pile of papers on the table in front of her. She grabbed the top one and passed it around the staff table, refraining from speaking as the startling picture made its rounds. Gasps of astonishment and surprise greeted the picture and the precise calligraphy that told the simple story about Paddy. Without speaking, she passed the second sheet around. Harry had not only written, in his precise inked calligraphy, every number from 1 to 100 as he had been instructed to. He had started writing addition and subtraction problems on the back, clearly done early and bored with the assignment. Noelle spoke finally. "I called him in at noon recess yesterday and gave him a third-grade reading book that I had. He read the first chapter without a flaw. No hesitation or even having to sound out a single word. Then I gave him the first-grade end-of-year addition and subtraction test and he passed it without making an error." She waited for her colleagues to comment and she wasn't disappointed. "This is remarkable. He did this in class. There is no way he had help with any of this." Richard Cooper was now almost as excited as Noelle. Betty Carter, the second-grade teacher, remarked that his math skills were as high as any of her students and higher than most. Robert Marcus, the new sixth-grade teacher, was almost speechless. "I wish my students had handwriting like this. It would sure make grading their papers a lot easier." Excited discussion ensued for the next half hour as everyone had suggestions about what to do with little Harry Potter. Mr. Cooper finally stopped the talking by saying that he would get in touch with the superintendent on Monday to find out what their options for Harry were, since he obviously didn't belong in kindergarten, even if it was the accelerated all-day program. Dudley was horrendous to Harry all weekend, calling him teacher's pet and beep up, poop head, and anything else he could get away with whenever both boys were alone.
Dudley had been strangely silent when his mother asked him each night how his school had been, though he complained loudly about having to go all day since his friends Piers and Dennis didn't have to.
Harry spent most of the weekend in his bedroom with the door closed. Sirius cast silencing spells so that he could sit and talk with Harry.
They had a grand time talking and playing, but Sirius was somewhat distracted as he pondered ways of being able to continue Harry's schooling himself.
He wasn't against Muggles or Muggle schools, he just didn't think they would be able to challenge such a bright child as Harry, and he was worried that between boredom and Dudley's incessant bullying, Harry would cast accidental magic and get in trouble. Most pure-blooded children were exclusively home-schooled so that any outbursts of magic could be contained and controlled by the adults around them. He also had to make sure that Petunia didn't catch him sneaking out of the backyard to follow his boy to school, as she had taken to doing after finding him after school on Monday. Richard Cooper was rather disappointed when he returned from the meeting with the superintendent. She had agreed with Cooper and Neely's assessment. Unfortunately, there really wasn't any place open for the boy.
And with his cousin already showing signs of bullying and jealousy, she wasn't too keen on Harry skipping any grades, especially at just barely 5 years old. Noel Neely had reported that there was no way that Dudley would continue to qualify for the accelerated program, so at least he would no longer be in the same class with his cousin, but they would still share the playground at the same times, and that could prove to be a problem.
Richard had arranged a meeting between Mrs. Neely and Mrs. Dursley for that afternoon so they could discuss Dudley and Harry's continued schooling.
As much as they would hate to lose such a gifted and talented child, it might be best if they could convince Mrs. Dursley to transfer Harry to the local private academy, which was nationally known for their academic achievement and excellence. It was rather expensive, but surely the family would recognize the rare treasure they had in their nephew. Richard had even called the headmaster to inquire about a scholarship for the 5-year-old if necessary.
After school, Petunia walked up the steps to the second-story classroom, worried about what the teachers' meeting was all about.
She hoped that her precious Dudley had passed all of the placement tests, but that Mr. Cooper had said this meeting was about her nephew Harry, as well as her son, so she had no idea what the teacher would say. She was certain that Harry had placed into the class. She had heard him several times over the summer, sitting outside in the shade reading one of Dudley's old storybooks to Padfoot.
"Mrs. Dursley, I'm Noel Neely, your son's and your nephew's teacher. Won't you come in and sit down?" Mrs. Neely's manner put Petunia at ease. Maybe this wouldn't be too bad after all. Maybe both boys had tested out just fine. "Thank you for coming in. The playground monitor will be keeping an eye on the two boys while we speak, if that's all right with you." At Petunia's nod, Mrs. Neely continued.
"I'm afraid, Mrs. Dursley, that your son Dudley isn't ready for an accelerated kindergarten program. His academics just aren't there yet, and he finds it very frustrating. Unfortunately, he is taking his frustrations out on your nephew Harry and is bullying him quite badly at recess and in the halls. Have you noticed an increase in fighting between the boys at home?" Mrs. Neely asked gently, inviting confidence.
"Well, no, but then there wouldn't be, would there?" Petunia admitted. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Mrs. Dursley."
"Well, the boy can't fight with Dudley. My husband wouldn't tolerate it if Harry tried to fight with our son." Petunia was matter-of-fact about her husband's continuing intolerance of any sign that Harry would try to defend himself against their son. He still refused to admit that Dudley was a bully, or that Harry could possibly be innocent or defenseless against the much bigger boy. "Well, that does make things difficult for all of you, doesn't it?" Mrs. Neely was non-committal as she tried to digest what she had just been told. No wonder poor Harry was so polite and non-aggressive even when his cousin was bullying him. Mrs. Neely filed that information away to discuss with the school psychologist later and continued speaking.
"Now, Harry, however, has tested well above what we would have expected for a young 5-year-old. Have you been working with him, teaching him yourself?" No, actually I haven't. Harry does like to read to the dog, and he spends a lot of time just sitting and reading in his room."
"Why, what did his tests show?" Petunia thought she should at least show interest in her nephew's results, though in fact her mind was busily trying to find a way of telling Vernon that his strapping fine son was failing out of the accelerated program. She knew that Dudley would be perfectly happy attending the half-day program with his friends Piers and Dennis, but Vernon would not be happy at all.
Mrs. Neely just reached around behind her to her desk and brought back a file folder with Harry's name printed neatly on it. She handed over the same papers that she had shown to her colleagues and waited for the woman's reaction.
Petunia looked up flabbergasted as she held the first one in her hand. Without saying a word, she looked intently at the rest of the papers in the folder. She carefully straightened the stack and placed it neatly back into the folder before sitting up straight and prim, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. What does this mean for him?
Well, we discussed Harry simply skipping a grade or two, but the superintendent doesn't really want to do that. The best option would be to enroll Harry in the Greenbrier Academy. Our principal, Mr. Cooper, has talked to the headmaster and made tentative arrangements for Harry to be formally tested and placed in a more appropriate grade level at the academy.
I do understand that it might be a little too much for your family finances. After all, Greenbrier tuition is quite expensive, and then there are uniforms, meals and transportation in addition, but it is an opportunity for Harry to really excel and have his truly remarkable intellect challenged. She reached down to pick up the brochure for Greenbrier to hand to Petunia when they were interrupted by a horrifying scream from just outside the partly open door.
The playground monitor had been keeping an eagle eye on Dudley the entire time the two boys were down on the playground. She had already pegged the slightly overweight boy as a bully, and none of his actions over the last week had changed her mind.
Harry, however, was quietly reading a library book while sitting on the steps leading up into the school. She checked her watch and sighed. Mrs. Neely had promised she would only be a half hour, and that time was now up. She had her own responsibilities to complete as well as her own children to pick up from the sitter, so she called to Dudley and sent the two boys up the stairs while she turned to lock and chain the playground door.
Dudley had reached the top of the stairs first. Harry was walking slowly as he continued to read the fascinating story of Narnia. Dudley stopped and listened at the partly open door, wondering what that old prune Mrs. Neely wanted with his mother. He didn't care when she said he didn't pass their stupid old tests. Who wants to be a teacher's pet anyway? And now he could go just half day and play with his friends every afternoon.
But his face turned red and his fists clenched as he heard them talking about that runt, that miserable little git. How dare he get something that Dudley didn't get, and he was sure that the money his parents would be spending for some fancy S.H. Mancy school for wimps would be money they wouldn't be spending on him. He turned, roaring in anger just as Harry put one foot on the top step. Dudley saw red and he channeled all of his anger about that stupid dog liking Harry better than him, and the way he couldn't get whatever he wanted with that stupid cousin and that dratted dog around, and ran the 3 steps to where Harry was quietly climbing. He put both hands onto Harry's chest and shoved with all of his weight and momentum behind it.
His lips curled up in satisfaction as his eyes tightened into beady little black dots. Harry was too startled to scream for the first second, but after that his terrified screams echoed through the empty hallways and out into the school grounds.
Overbalanced, the force and direction of Dudley's shove flipped Harry so that he tumbled and rolled, his head hitting the 3rd step down, then his shoulder on the next one. His leg cracked and twisted on the 6th as he finally turned enough for his sides to absorb most of the impact from the hard cement steps, tumbling over and over down the long staircase. He sprawled at the bottom, with a final sickening crack of breaking bone, deathly quiet as the playground mentor screamed above the bleeding child. Petunia and Noel both rushed from the classroom, horror-stricken at the sight of Dudley standing, his arms folded triumphantly over his round chest, at the top of the stairs, his broken and bleeding cousin lying at the monitor's feet as she stammered, her finger pointing directly at Dudley.
He did it deliberately. I saw him push Harry. He did it on purpose. She was now nearly hysterical as Richard Cooper came running out of his office, the heart-stopping screams having alerted him to trouble in his school.
He yelled back at his secretary, "Call the police and get an ambulance here, now. See if the nurse is still here. If she is, have her bring the first aid kit." He hadn't stopped running as he yelled instructions. Mrs. Neely had a firm grip on Dudley's arm as she marched him down the blood-spattered staircase, Petunia carefully stepping down, her face ashen, her hand gripped so tight to the handrail that her fingers were white. Is he? Petunia couldn't bear to ask the question, but Harry was so still she was sure he was dead. Richard looked up at the white-faced woman as he knelt and covered Harry with his jacket to keep him warm. No, but he's not in very good shape. Petunia sank down onto the bottom step and dropped her head into her hands. What will happen to Dudley now?
She didn't even notice the disgusted looks of the three educators as they noticed her lack of concern for her badly injured nephew. Petunia had chained Sirius securely to a clothesline post that was cemented to one side of the Dursleys' backyard before she left for the conference with Harry and Dudley's teacher. He had waited just long enough to hear her station wagon roar to life and then the sound of her carefully backing up and then traveling down the street at a safe and slow speed. He transformed back, thankful that his neck as a dog was actually larger in circumference than his neck as a human, otherwise he might strangle himself on his own collar. He reached up and undid the chain that was hooked to his dog collar. He smiled as he moved away and changed back to Patty, before he opened the gate latch with his nose and took off down the street, intent upon hearing as much of the conference as he was able to. He loped down the sidewalks, carefully avoiding the children still walking home or those heading off to play in the park on the nice afternoon. He was just a single block away from the school when his canine ears picked up a shrill sound that made his heart flutter in fear. He sped up, running as fast as his 4 swift legs would take him. That scream was Harry's. His claws slipping and sliding on the polished cement floors of the old school, he came crashing to a stop against the legs of the playground monitor that he had seen several times over the last week. With a shriek of shock and fear, she sat down abruptly, landing on the squirming large black dog. Petunia looked up and recognized the dog she had tied up before leaving home. "It's Patty, our dog." Her voice was oddly flat in inflection, the shock of what had happened finally sinking in. One of the policemen helped the woman up off the dog as Patty crawled forward, his belly touching the cold cement as he whined his frustration and fear. He could smell blood, way too much blood, and he recognized it as Harry's. He snuck his way between the 2 paramedics busily working on the small boy and forced his nose into Harry's hand, a low keening noise escaping his throat as there was no response. He snarled as the woman medic turned to the policeman behind her and demanded that he remove the dog so that she could work. Patty allowed the bobby to grab his collar, but he dug in his feet and arched his back, refusing to be moved more than a couple of feet away. The poor man gave up and just stood out of the medic's way as he grasped the collar with both hands, thankful the dog was no longer fighting, as he was quite certain that in a full-out fight, the dog would win. It had taken the paramedics an interminably long time to stabilize the small child. His injuries were extensive and his blood pressure was dropping because of the copious amounts of blood he was losing. But they finally had him stabilized, bandaged and strapped tightly to a backboard. He looked so tiny on the large stretcher when they pushed the gurney out the still open front doors and loaded him up in the ambulance. Noelle gave Petunia a disgusted glare when she made no movement to climb into the ambulance and remained sitting on the bottom step, her fat son sitting beside her. She stopped just long enough to ask Richard to have someone drive her car to the hospital so that she could get home later before climbing in beside her still student, clasping his hand tightly in her own and murmuring encouragement to him as the paramedics strapped his narrow bed down and latched the door securely. The ambulance took off with a squeal of tires and a rhythmic blaring of its siren, the howl of pure agony from the still restrained dog matching the horrific sound before he jerked his collar out of the startled Bobby's hand and took off at a ground-eating lope behind the disappearing ambulance. Patty's heart was pounding with the effort to keep running, his lungs burning with his need for more oxygen. But he would not stop until he reached his child, his Harry, his pup. The ambulance was just turning ahead into a large 4-story white plastered building, its siren winding down after a final high-pitched scream as it passed the "Emergency Entrance" sign. Patty took a single moment to stop, gulp several large lungs full of air before starting to run again. He skidded to a stop and disappeared into the decorative hedge that surrounded the parking lot and took a moment to glance around carefully. Nope, no one in sight, he thought, before changing back into human form. He took another quick moment to flick his wand over his clothes, changing into white shirt, tie and dress slacks. A second flick changed his shoes. He stood up, being careful to escape from the hedge before striding purposefully into the emergency room, following the gurney they had just removed from the ambulance. A flurry of doctors and nurses greeted the arrival of Harry and his entourage, not taking any time. They ran the large stretcher with its small precious cargo through heavy double doors and into a large, well-equipped bay. One paramedic crouched on the side of the gurney, her hands keeping up the rhythmic pushing in and out of the air bag that was keeping air flowing into the badly damaged chest. Sirius ducked into a small linen room and grabbed a long white coat that was stacked in a neat pile, his wand conjuring a name tag to hang on the pocket as he had seen the other medical personnel wear. He layered a "notice me not" charm and a chameleon charm over himself, stepped out and followed the technician pushing a large X-ray machine through the double doors and into Harry's cubicle. The nurse at the receiving desk had halted Mrs. Neely's frantic advance and was asking questions that she had no way of answering.
A second pulse of a siren announced the arrival of Petunia Dursley and two policemen, one in uniform and the other dressed in a nondescript, well-worn brown suit with scuffed brown shoes. The detective had Petunia's upper arm firmly grasped and he was moving the woman to the reception desk at a good clip, the uniformed officer following, a look of utter disgust upon his young face.
Mrs. Neely backed off, letting Petunia continue filling in the forms, but she remained within hearing distance, wanting to know what was happening.
"How is the boy?" the detective asked the receptionist. "We don't know yet. He was not breathing on his own when he arrived, and the paramedics reported multiple fractures, a concussion with a possible skull fracture, and internal bleeding." She read rather heartlessly from a form on an old dog-eared wooden clipboard. Mrs. Neely frowned at the woman's lack of emotion, but then she sighed, realizing the poor woman must deal with this every day. The detective leaned over to the uniformed man and muttered with him for several minutes. Unfortunately, they were too far away for Noel to hear more than disjointed phrases. "Have child services collect the Dursley boy," and "psychiatric evaluation," made her smile slightly evilly as she heard them. Petunia just doggedly filled out form after form, her shock keeping her oblivious to everything around her until with a whoosh of the electric doors, a huge, very bulky man waddled in, and stopping only a moment to evaluate the room, rushed over to Petunia and wrapped his beefy arms around the thin, horse-faced woman.
She buried her face in his well-padded shoulder and started to sob hysterically. "Dudley, he pushed Harry down the stairs, and now, he's been taken, and the doctors won't tell me. Harry might die."
Vernon patted his wife on her bony shoulder, his mustache quivering as he thought over how drastically his life had just changed in a single afternoon, cursing again the day that blasted, useless whelp of a demon had been left on their doorstep.
Sirius hugged the far wall, out of the way but able to watch everything unobstructed.
His face pale, his hands shaking as he watched, impotent and scared, as they poked various needles into Harry's arms, hooking him up to bags of clear potions, a strange machine with a small bellows inside a glass cylinder making a soft whoosh, whoosh, that matched the steady rise and fall of the bruised and battered chest. Harry was still strapped on the board, a wide white bandage across his forehead contrasted with the shocking black hair and the pasty white face below. A high-pitched beeping announced Harry's heartbeat, and a glowing panel with all sorts of squiggly lines and incomprehensible numbers was positioned above Harry's bed so that all could easily see it. Sirius wished he knew what all the numbers and lines meant, but he was helpless and unable to even ask without being exposed. After looking over the black pictures with shadowy white images on them, the three doctors gathered together to discuss their findings, luckily choosing the quiet corner that hid Sirius. "He has swelling on the brain. We might need to relieve that before the night is over, but that will have to wait until we repair his lacerated liver and ruptured spleen, and his left lung is punctured from multiple fractured ribs.
His other internal organs appear to have escaped serious damage, but we'll know more after surgery." Dr. Wong turned to his colleagues to listen to their assessment.
The orthopedist, Dr. McGivney, shook his head. "It looks like his right leg will need reconstructive surgery, and the ribs can be wired and repaired when the original repairs to his lungs are done, but the worst orthopedic injury is his spine. It appears to be fractured between T5 and T6. There is some swelling of the spinal cord, but it doesn't appear to be severed, luckily. We will have to immobilize him while the vertebrae heal, or he could be paralyzed for life."
The neurologist was the final speaker. "I can't tell for certain until the child awakens, of course, but there doesn't appear to be massive brain injury."
"He does of course have a severe concussion with a hairline fracture of his skull, but there hasn't been a brain bleed, just swelling. Hopefully we can manage that with medications. I would prefer not to have to do brain surgery on the boy, especially with his other injuries. The fracture of his skull may just act as a relief valve, allowing his skull to give somewhat to relieve the pressure of the swelling." Dr. Wong spoke up again. "I will go speak with the parents and gain consent for surgery then." Are you wanting to repair his leg while he is anesthetized, Dr. McGivney? Or will you wait?
Dr. Becker, the neurologist, interjected. I would prefer you keep his exposure to anesthesia to a minimum if possible. If his leg requires surgery at this time, it would be best to do it all at once. The strain of a double surgery is bad, but 2 surgeries would be worse.
Dr. McGivney accepted his colleague's recommendation and filled out a surgical consent form for Dr. Wong to have signed at the same time as the one to repair his internal organs. The 3 doctors turned and walked back to their small patient, discussing treatment plans and options as they walked, but Sirius was beyond listening anymore. He had to save his boy, and there was only one way to do it, even if it meant he had to return to Azkaban. It would be worth being Ki-Ed if it made his Harry whole again. Sirius slid around the bulky, beeping and whirring machinery and slipped out the door, silent tears streaming down his cheeks, determined resolve in his every movement. He fled the waiting room, barely sparing a disgusted glance at the Dursleys as they huddled together being questioned quite thoroughly by a plain-clothed detective. Mrs. Neely sat watching the closed double doors, a handkerchief gripped in one clenched fist as she mindlessly wiped the tears from her eyes.
Mrs. Figg entered her fussy and overcrowded sitting room, absent-mindedly turning on the telly for a spot of news as she bustled into the kitchen, her string bag of groceries clanking against her leg as she carefully walked, her multitude of cats weaving in and out of her legs, meowing at the sound of the cans clinking together.
She had one ear out for the news to begin as she opened her cupboard, pulling down the large ceramic bowl she mixed her cat's dinner in. She poured a healthy amount of dry food into the bowl and reached for the can opener to open the 2 cans of wet food she always mixed in when what the announcer was saying became clear.
And in horrifying news this evening, a 5-year-old boy in Little Whinging was injured critically when his cousin, also 5, deliberately pushed him down the stairs at school today. The names of both the victim and his assailant are being withheld because of the extremely young age of both. Doctors at Greater Whinging Hospital have released a statement that the boy is in critical condition. He has several internal injuries, a head injury, and it appears that his spine is fractured.
Doctors don't know yet if the boy will be paralyzed as a result of the fall. The child, who lives with his aunt, uncle and cousin after the tragic death of his own parents at just a year of age, is undergoing surgery as we speak. We'll update you later in the evening as word becomes available. The 5-year-old cousin has been taken to a receiving home and it will be decided later exactly what his punishment will be. The metal can opener hit the floor unnoticed, followed by both cans of cat food. Arabella rushed to the fireplace, grabbed the special red flow powder that allowed a squib to fire call through the flow and struck a match, lighting the fire that would allow her to speak directly with Albus Dumbledore. And speak to him, she would.
Sirius ducked into the hedges once more and reappeared as Paddy.
He took off down the street, his nose in the air as he sought an empty quiet spot where he could apparate out without notice.
His nose led him to a smelly alley, its dustbins overflowing with refuse that would discourage anyone, even a homeless person, from inhabiting.
He switched back to Sirius and focused his mind on his old friend's cottage, pushing the anguish and despair over Harry from his mind to gain the concentration necessary to apparate. He sent a silent prayer to the gods that Moony still lived in the small cottage that his parents had left him after they died, and with a barely audible pop of air displacing he disappeared.
Albus Dumbledore was busy filling in attendance and enrollment forms for the ministry. With just a week of the new term behind them, it was looking like a good year ahead.
Enrollment was still rising after the slump caused by the decline in births Voldemort's first rise to terror had caused. He smiled as he contemplated the enrollment surge they would have in several more years to match the tremendous boom in births just 9 months after the defeat of the Dark Lord. Of course he didn't believe the evil wizard was truly gone, but that hadn't stopped the huge increase in births that followed his disappearance. A shrill haranguing noise behind him made him drop the quill from his fingers as he turned, his glasses slipping down his nose as he stood suddenly. Albus Dumbledore, I told you that boy was being abused and now his thrice-damned cousin has killed him. Where are you, you blasted old fool? Arabella ranted on, not stopping to listen for an answer. Arabella, what's wrong? What's this about Harry being dead? Albus felt his chest constrict, his heart pounding as his thoughts whirled, almost incoherently. But the prophecy, no it can't be, no, dead. He stooped down so that he was face to face with the old woman, her irate face streaked with tears of both pain and rage.
I warned you, over and over about those filthy muggles. The bruises, the scars, but no, he's safe, you must be exaggerating. Well, now that whale Dudley did it.
Please, Arabella, tell me what has happened. The old man's face was as white as his beard and he had aged decades in the last few moments. Please, step on through. He cancelled the warding spell and reached a hand into the fire, helping the old squib into his office. Since her house was only connected to the flow in his office, it was a matter of a single step. He walked Arabella over to a comfortable chair and sat her down, taking the chair directly across from her, their knees almost touching as he leaned forward, his eyes dull, and the pain clearly visible on his face reflecting the agony on hers.
You said, Harry is dead? How? He almost couldn't force the words from his mouth, all of his plans forgotten in a single moment of horror.
No, he's not yet, but the news said the doctors don't know if he'll live. Arabella took a moment to wipe the tears from her face with a delicately embroidered lace handkerchief before blowing her nose loudly on the fabric square. Albus took that moment to call several people to his office, sending the special Patronus alarm that let them know it was an emergency and that they should drop everything and appear as quickly as possible to his office.
Albus reached forward and grabbed one of Arabella's hands between his own two suddenly cold ones and asked her gently to wait just a moment for the others to arrive so that she only had to tell the obviously distressing story once.
She nodded silently, trying vainly to regain her composure as she thought again of the horrific news report. She absently nodded when Minerva McGonagall, Poppy Pomfrey and Severus Snape appeared in rapid succession through the flow and pulled chairs over to sit in a rough semicircle around her. Albus let go of her hand and leaned back. I know that this is painful, but I must ask you to tell us everything you know. Arabella took a deep breath and began her story. I warned Albus that Harry. Severus stood up halfway to his feet and snarled, Potter. What has the blasted boy done? Just like his, Albus pulled Severus down and shushed him before he could work himself up into full tirade mode. Not now, Severus, not now, Albus said softly, motioning for Arabella to continue.
Harry has been neglected, almost starved, and abused ever since Albus left him with those muggles. And I kept telling him to remove the boy before it got too late. It was better after they got the dog, but he's still much too small and too quiet. He doesn't have as many bruises, but they still aren't treating him right. And you knew it all along, Albus. She looked at him accusingly.
Yes, Arabella, but what happened today to bring you here? You said something about doctors, and not knowing if the child will live. He hesitated, reluctant to say the words aloud. Minerva and Poppy let out identical gasps of horror and shock, and even Snape looked slightly green at what he was hearing. There was a news broadcast. I was feeding my cats. Well, that's no matter now. When I heard the man say that a 5-year-old boy had been pushed deliberately down the stairs by his 5-year-old cousin at school. The child, they didn't say his name, was in critical condition and the doctors were operating on him now. Snape twisted his face in a snarl. How do you even know it's the Potter brat? It could be. Arabella cut him off, because they said he was an orphan who lives with his aunt and uncle after his parents died when he was 1. Sound familiar, Snape? She matched his snarl right back at him.
Snape shut up as everyone turned to glare at him. Did they say anything about his injuries? Poppy asked quickly, her mind reviewing potions and spells she might need.
Yes, some. Let me think. A severe concussion, internal bleeding, multiple fractures, and he might be paralyzed because his spine was damaged, but I don't remember if there was anything else. She stopped, her voice cracking as she forced the last few words out around the lump in her throat. Every adult in the room, including the normally bombastic Snape, had turned progressively whiter and whiter as the list continued. Poppy stood up, telling the group over her shoulder, "Give me 10 minutes to gather the necessary potions. Severus the First will need you to fetch some nerve renewal potion and a large flask of swelling reducer if you have any, or start brewing it." She had left the room through the intercastle flow before she even finished speaking. Albus asked hesitantly, "Arabella, can you take us to where they have him?" At her nod, he turned to Snape. "Do you have those potions in stock, Severus?" The tall man stood, nodded once and disappeared with a billowing sweep of black robes into the fireplace, the green flash of his disappearance raising a small cloud of gray dust. Minerva, Albus and Arabella stood waiting impatiently for what seemed like hours before Severus returned with a large cloudy bluish-white potion clearly visible through the large glass flagon and a medium-sized glass bottle with a bright red viscous liquid clutched protectively within his arms. A few long minutes later and Poppy stepped out of the fireplace, a large leather satchel over one shoulder and held close to her chest with a strong arm. Albus swished his long elegant wand around and changed all of their clothing into unobtrusive Muggle gear, well unobtrusive for the late Victorian period. With a roll of her eyes, Minerva pulled her own wand and switched everyone's clothing to something much more modern. A quick flash of flow powder and they all arrived in Arabella's own sitting room. Dudley was throwing a temper tantrum, one he had been saving up all of his energy for and one he was thoroughly enjoying. He screamed, he threw things, he tore his own clothes and pounded his meaty fists on the walls, leaving smudges and even a few very satisfying dents in the plasterboard. His face scrunched up, cheeks flaming with indignation and impotent rage, he finally threw himself down onto the carpeted floor and began banging his head rhythmically up and down.
Outside the one-way glass mirror, several professionals with clipboards took copious notes, making small remarks to each other as they continued to write their observations. Not a single tear, is there? Haven't seen one yet. You think this is totally staged too? No doubt, he's enjoying it, the little bastard. Hyper-aggressive or sociopath? Can't tell yet, maybe both. We'll see what comes up in the next few days as he continues with the testing. The group returned to their observations, totally unimpressed with Dudley's histrionics.
Sirius stumbled. It was a long time since he had apparated and particularly not as far as he had just come. He turned around trying to recognize exactly where he had landed, hopefully not too far from Moony's place. He spotted a familiar large oak tree and changing back to his much faster dog form, he took off at a run, the familiar presence of Moony's fresh scent reassuring the distraught man that his friend still lived near, now if he would just listen to him long enough to help him.
A short 5-minute dash through the woods, leaves showering behind him as he scrambled over logs and through the underbrush, brought him to a cheerful 2-story cottage nestled deep in the forest of Scotland.
A thin stream of smoke escaped the crooked stone chimney, bringing the smell of a hearty stew with it. The roughly hewn old door had been newly painted red and the kitchen window had been enlarged at some point, but it still looked almost exactly as it had 4 long years ago, the last time Sirius had visited before the tragic events of the fateful Halloween night tore the friends apart, seemingly forever. Sirius transformed back, took a single moment to straighten his robes and shake a few leaves out of his neatly trimmed black hair before he gathered up his courage and walked the familiar stone path to the door, raising his fist to knock in his familiar pattern. Moony almost dropped the bowl of stew he had just dished as a sound he hadn't heard in years pounded through his memories. It couldn't be. They had said he was dead, died in Azkaban before they found out he was innocent, and that worm. Moony forced his thoughts back to the present as his heart leapt to hear the familiar knocking pattern repeated. He flung the bowl down, not caring if the gravy slopped on the table, rushed to the door and flung it open, sweeping the surprised man into a rib-cracking hug, a few tears of joy unnoticed as they gathered on his smiling face.
Sirius, they said you were dead. How, when, come in, come in. Remus moved back, his arms not letting his friend go as he ushered him into the warm and inviting room. Sirius was looking rather shell-shocked at his reception. He had expected to have to explain his innocence at one point. After all, he had escaped from Azkaban 3 years ago and was still a fugitive on the run. Remus pulled Sirius by his arm out of the kitchen they had entered and into the sitting room, sitting down and pulling Sirius down beside him onto the long couch. How did you get out of Azkaban and why haven't you gone to the Ministry yet?
I've been reading the Prophet, but they haven't mentioned anything about you since the furor over Crouch and Pettigrew settled down. How are you, and why did you wait so long to come here? I've worried about you, old friend. I was certain that you had died when nothing more was said about you. The tears were still flowing, but Remus took no note of them as he continued to bombard his long-missing friend with questions that he didn't wait to hear the answer to.
Sirius just held up one hand and placed it over Remus' mouth so he could talk to the man. What do you mean about Crouch and Pettigrew? Did they catch that rat?
Well, no, not yet, but they finally did test your wand and they know it wasn't you. The new head of magical law enforcement has declared you innocent of all charges, but they don't know if you died and the Dementors disposed of your body or if you had escaped. Obviously you escaped. I mean you're here. I'm so happy that you are here. Sirius, I've missed you, old buddy."
Sirius sat back on the couch, digesting the new information. If he was clear, he could take guardianship of Harry and Harry. "Just listen. Moony, I need your help. I've been with Harry for the last few years as Paddy.
He knows about me but nobody else does. Today his fat bastard of a cousin pushed him down the stairs. Oh Moony, it was awful, him lying there at the bottom of the stairs, and the blood, and he was so still, and I couldn't do anything." Sirius' shoulders shook as he sobbed, his grief and fear for the boy he loved finally taking hold of his emotions. Moony just grabbed Sirius and held him tightly, his own emotions beginning to churn as the hurt and horror that Sirius was feeling gripped his own heart in a vice. "How is he? What can I do to help, Paddy?" The voice was soft and gentle, but the support and comfort were understood. Sirius sat back up, a small smile of thanks all the two friends needed between them. "They took him to hospital. They are doing surgery as I speak. He broke his back, Moony. They don't know if he'll be paralyzed. We can't leave him to Muggle medicine, Moony, we just can't." Remus stood up and resolutely walked back into the kitchen where a small fire was burning in the fireplace. He opened the small pot sitting on the mantel, and grabbed a pinch of familiar green flow powder. "Coming, Paddy, we must go to Hogwarts. Poppy will fix him up, I'm sure she can." The first small glimmer of hope beginning to settle into his broken heart as he followed his best friend into the fireplace, Sirius Black returned to Hogwarts. Arabella Fig led Albus, Minerva, Poppy and Severus quickly through the swarming mass of cats and out the front door. Mr. Tibbles gave up on his person feeding them tonight and jumped up on the tile counter and buried his large fluffy head into the large bowl of dry food, munching contentedly until the arrival of several other cats knocked the bowl down onto the linoleum floor, causing the bowl to crack into several large pieces and the dry food to scatter across the floor, cats swarming to catch it like children for the candy in a piñata.
The two wizards, 2 witches and 1 squib squeezed into Arabella's old and battered rusty green Ford Anglia.
Severus, face plainly showing his distaste at being squeezed in the middle of the back seat between Minerva and Poppy, her large bag of potions poking him in the ribs with every bump and left turn in the road, and Minerva sliding into him every time Arabella turned the old car right, starting with the turnout of her driveway, the old squib more intent upon reaching the hospital and little Harry as quickly as possible than the comfort of her backseat passengers.
She took a moment to point one arm out the window at number 4, the floppy sag of her upper arm wiggling below the sleeve of her faded flowered dress as she pulled her arm in to continue driving. The 9-kilometer trip to the whinging hospital took less time than Arabella ever remembered it taking before, but it was still much too long for her frazzled nerves to take as she squealed tires and ran up the curb on the corners.
Severus snarled audibly as Poppy's bag bruised his ribs again, and then the Meadowitch followed her bag and slid onto the skinny man, pushing him up and over into Minerva's lap as they made the last, skidding turn into the parking lot without slowing down at all. Cussing as she turned down the long row and not finding a single parking space, Bella started to turn down the next row, when Albus pulled his wand from his sleeve where he sat completely steady and upright. He incanted a spell softly, forcing the cars to jump apart and make another space right in front of the doors for them. Arabella wrenched the key from the ignition and flung open her door, hardly waiting for the others to extricate themselves from the tumble of arms and legs filling the back seat.
The 3 fell out the rear door to follow the swiftly striding squib and the tall, elegant older wizard into the large, imposing and thoroughly Muggle building.
Severus stopped abruptly, his eyes widened in surprise as the double glass doors opened before he could reach for the handle, but he pushed his wonder at how Muggles did that aside, to follow the others in. Albus had cast charms over all 5 of them before they hurried through the crowded waiting room, though Minerva had to grab Poppy by the arm to stop her from going over to the obviously bleeding man sitting calmly in a bizarrely colored plastic chair, waiting for his turn, a bloody towel pressed tightly to his scalp.
Quickly muttering a, "Trust me," spell, Albus stepped up to the reception desk and asked the flustered and too busy receptionist where they might find the boy, Harry Potter.
Without blinking an eye, he informed the woman that he was indeed the child's grandfather, that Minerva was his grandmother, and the others were his 2 aunts and uncle. With the charm in place, The woman directed them without question to the surgical waiting room on the third floor and just pointed vaguely toward a bank of gleaming stainless steel elevators across the teeming room. The four let Arabella lead the way and watched with various expressions of bewilderment as she pushed a small round button. The two doors slid apart and she motioned for them to enter the small metal box. When the doors opened again, they were in a totally different room, an oddly empty long sickly green painted hallway. She led the way, pointing out the series of darker green arrows on the wall that showed the way to their destination. The only other occupant of the room was an older woman with a kind face who was twisting and untwisting a linen handkerchief in her hands that looked up hopefully at the sound of the door opening. Her face fell as she realized it was not a doctor with news on her little Harry, and went back to twisting the poor now slightly frayed material in her sweaty nervous hands.
Albus nodded at the woman, calmness and trust radiating off the old wizard as he gently sat beside her, asking her who she was waiting for.
A student of mine was gravely injured today. His parents are dead, and his aunt and uncle are at police headquarters, so I'm waiting for news. He shouldn't be alone. No child should be alone. Her voice trailed off at the end, losing volume as she spoke, fresh tears making her eyes glisten wetly in the glare of the harsh fluorescent lighting. Ah, Harry, can you tell us exactly what happened today? Albus saw no reason to change the story he had told to the woman at the funny desk downstairs. I am his grandfather. He pointed at Minerva, his grandmother, and he waved at the other three, his aunts and his uncle. He was unprepared for the irate, tongue-lashing the woman unleashed upon him.
Why was he left with those monsters and their bullying little fiend of a son if he had other family? How could you leave a defenseless child to that stifling, appalling and despicable family? Luckily her tirade was cut short just when she was beginning to wind up, as the door opened and a very tired-looking man entered.
He was dressed in odd green cotton pajamas, his feet covered in large pale blue paper bags, an odd white paper mask hanging around his neck, the thin straps still tied behind his head. As he entered the room, looking around to find someone to speak with, he pulled a flat green hat off of his head, revealing short very black hair, that was beginning to streak with gray on the temples. His voice tired with exhaustion, a cultured Oriental accent overlaid his clipped proper English. I'm Dr. Ito Wong. Who is here for Harry Potter? All six in the room stood up and gathered around, hope and fear clearly visible on every face. Minerva beat Albus in answering. We all are. We are his grandparents, his aunts and uncle, and this is his teacher who witnessed the accident. His mouth twisted with distaste as he said the last word.
The doctor nodded at the brief introductions and led them over to a set of couches and armchairs in a corner.
He waited briefly for them all to sit before taking a breath and beginning to speak, his voice cautiously optimistic. He made it through surgery. We were able to repair his ribs, lung and liver. We had to remove his spleen. It was bleeding profusely and just too damaged to repair. Dr. McGivney had to pin his right leg back together. It was almost crushed by the repeated blows from the stairs. His leg will have to remain pinned for several months at least, but it should heal fairly well eventually.
The six were still leaning forward, almost afraid to speak, to disturb the hope the doctor's words were giving them.
Drive Becker, the neurologist, has been able to alleviate some of the brain swelling with medication. He doesn't think he will need to do brain surgery at this time, but he does have a fractured spine. Harry will have to wake up first before we can tell if he is paralyzed. The spinal cord doesn't appear to be severed, but it does evidence some swelling and that will have to reduce before we can even hazard a guess about nerve function. Dr. Wong ran a hand over his short-cropped hair and looked around at the stunned family. God, how I hate this part of the job. And it tore him apart when it was the family of a child, especially when the poor boy's injuries were caused by another member of his own family. He looked around the small group, making eye contact with each one, thinking absently that the boy had some really strange relatives.
Do you have any questions for me? He offered quietly in the silent room. One of the boy's aunts, an older, slightly plump and very officious-sounding woman, perked up and began. When will Harry wake up, and when can we see him?
We will be keeping him in a coma for several days so that we can keep him completely immobile and the swelling in his brain has a chance to decrease. Give us about half an hour and you can each come in to see him. He will be in intensive care just down the hall. The ICU doesn't have any set visiting hours, The nurses will ask you to leave when they need to do something, but other than that he may have visitors almost all the time, but only 2 of you at a time. And I'm afraid the teacher will not be allowed in, family only.
The youngest women looked crestfallen at this news, and the doctor relented a little. He took her hand between his and nodded at her, making a decision. If you don't say anything, I will allow you to see him for a few moments when they transfer him from the recovery room to the ICU. I will have the nurse notify you by phone when they bring him out and down the hall. I'll tell them to stop for a moment and let you see him. I know my words won't mean much until you can actually see him with your own eyes.
He let go of her hands and stood, swaying slightly with tiredness. He looked at the other 5. I suspect we will be seeing a lot of each other in the weeks to come. I am too tired to remember names at this point, so for now, may I call you Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, and Uncle, for a little while. At their nods he crumpled the green hat in his hand and walked out the door, his paper shoes making little swishy noises as he walked. It was a tense and silent group that waited on the uncomfortable, hard vinyl couches in the almost sterile waiting room, each watching the old-fashioned black phone on the empty desk, wishing for it to ring. Sirius followed the disappearing form of Remus as he moved through the crowded public room of the Three Broomsticks, pushing his way through the noisy patrons and out the door into the September twilight. Sirius caught up to his friend as he hurried down the streets of Hogsmeade, the last rays of the sun making long shadows that danced in the torchlights that were being lit for the rapidly coming night. Walking too fast for conversation, the 2 wizards were panting slightly as they finally walked through the tall iron gates of Hogwarts and almost ran across the long green expanse of lawn toward the welcoming yellow lights of the ancient castle.
They finally reached the well-worn white marble steps and climbed between the huge pair of stone gargoyles that protected the huge wooden doors of Hogwarts.
Luckily it was not yet full dark and the doors were not locked tight, so the 2 men pushed in with the last of the students entering from the grounds on their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Traveling sideways across the incoming tide, they fought their way through the swirling mass of students and began the long trek up to the headmaster's office. Sirius wanted to detour to the hospital wing and just abduct Poppy Pomfrey, but Remus insisted that she would be unable to leave the castle without the headmaster's permission, so they should just go to his office first to save time in the long run. Fidgeting at the slow pace they were making, Sirius considered just changing to Padfoot, but since he didn't know the password and would have to wait for Remus to catch up anyway, he resisted, though it was a tough internal battle.
Just as they headed up the last flight of stairs, they met tiny Professor Flitwick coming down the stairs for his own dinner. He stopped and greeted Remus warmly. "Remus Lupin, it's been a very long time since I've seen you.
Can you join me for supper?" The tiny Charms professor almost glowed with happiness at seeing a former student. He turned to look at Remus' companion and dropped the large book he had been carrying to return to Madame Pants. "No, it can't be, they said you were dead. How, Sirius Black?" Sirius nodded, his face still somber, something the head of Ravenclaw House didn't think he'd ever seen on the young wizard ever before.
"What's wrong? Is there anything I can do to help?" His voice squeaked as he looked between the 2. His mood now as somber as the 2 men standing on the steps below him. "Harry Potter has been gravely injured. We need to bring Poppy to him. We were on our way to tell the headmaster." Sirius wasn't interested in idle chit-chat and kept the explanation as short as possible. Flitwick nodded his tiny head, his beard shaking as he spoke. "Yes, Albus informed me that Arabella Figg had notified them of the accident when he left me in charge of the castle. He, Minerva, Poppy and Severus have all gone to the Muggle hospital to see how they can help the poor boy. They left about 3/4 of an hour ago, I believe." Remus looked down at the old wizard. Even though Flitwick was 2 steps up from them, he was still shorter than they were. "As this, Arabella Figg, on the Flow network. Do you think we could use Albus, Flo, to get to her house? We have to get back to Harry as quickly as possible." "Oh, yes, follow me." Flitwick turned and led them up to the stone gargoyle, muttered, "Baby Ruth," and climbed on the moving circular staircase. He removed the flow warding for the 2 and watched them disappear into the green flame, muttering a soft prayer to the gods and hoping the 2 were in time. He rewarded the flow and walked back down to supper, muttering to the universe at large about the injustice of the poor boy's tormented life.
Sirius led the way out the back door of Arabella's, recognizing the old woman's house as Harry's babysitters. He grabbed Remus tightly and apparated the two of them into the small linen closet he had nicked the uniform coat from on his last visit to the hospital. He grabbed another long white coat, repeating his conjuring of the ID badge before leading Moony out and over to the information desk. He asked the woman about the status of the Potter boy in his most officious tone, and she answered without even looking at his face, the uniform granting all the permission she required.
They'll be transferring him from the recovery room to ICU in about 5 minutes.
He came through surgery, but he's still in a coma. She put the clipboard back into its slot and returned to the long line of injured and ill people waiting to check in. Sirius led Moony over to the elevators he had seen before and read the large black board with white letters to find out where they would need to go. "3rd floor for both," he said as he pushed the button marked 3 and waited for the elevator to open, bouncing on his heels in impatience.
The tiny form barely made a bump in the cotton blanket draped over the gurney.
His pasty white face was almost the same color as the sheets underneath him, the blue of the tube down his throat the only color, as his unruly hair had been shaved and then covered completely with a large turban of bandages. A nurse walked beside the moving gurney, a large round bulb that she squeezed rhythmically, forcing air in and out of the tiny chest.
4 large bags, 3 clear and 1 full of blood, hung from tall poles attached to both sides of the bed.
A multitude of wires and tubes were attached to the small boy. A large blue box with bright green squiggles and numbers was lying on the end of the long bed, accentuating exactly how short their patient was. His right leg was propped up on pillows, 6 long pins stabbing through the swollen pink flesh holding the mangled thigh together so that it might heal. His torso was strapped tightly to a metal framework, keeping him completely still and unable to move, even if he hadn't been unconscious. Without the steady beeping of the machine and the slight rhythmic movement of the white chest, they could be taking a corpse to the morgue, instead of a small 5-year-old to the intensive care unit. Glynis Batiste, who would be his primary nurse in the ICU, pushed the bulb, keeping his breathing steady until they could reconnect him to a respirator in the ICU. Uncomfortable thoughts about how this could be her own 6-year-old daughter flitting across her mind as they slowly and carefully walked out the double doors of the recovery room on the way down the long green corridor to the ICU. A large group of people were standing waiting outside the doors to the surgical waiting room. She could see the anguish and pain grow as they could see the poor child clearer with each step they made nearer. They had almost reached the waiting group when the elevators opened and spit out another 2 men, both looking around frantically, stopping abruptly as they caught sight of the 2 orderlies pushing the gurney with her walking steadily beside it. Sirius cried out, "Harry!" as he rushed forward, totally oblivious to the group now rushing quickly forward, the sound of his anguished cry breaking the stunned immobility that had surrounded the 6 at their first glimpse of the gurney and its precious, fragile cargo. Sirius had reached Harry in 4 rapid strides and grabbed a small hand, shuddering at the cold, lifeless feel of the limp little hand gripped so tightly in his own. Unashamed tears trickled down his face, totally unnoticed as he took in the plethora of bandages, tubes and wires that surrounded his little pup. His breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding in his own ears, the world narrowing as he focused tightly on his boy to the exclusion of everyone and everything around him.
Sirius Black. Issued from 5 different throats, in 4 different tones of astonishment and 1 hash voice spitting the name out in disgust.
Remus pulled Albus, Minerva, Arabella and Severus aside and quickly explained in a few short, terse sentences all that he knew about his best friend's sudden reappearance from the dead just that afternoon. Poppy was critically eyeing the small child in the bed with a professional air as Noelle Neely gingerly held the hand not gripped by Sirius and gazed down at the bright child that had been so full of life and love just a few short hours ago. Her cheeks wet with tears, she leaned over and whispered encouragement into the unhearing ear before finding a spot on the side of his forehead that was undamaged. She gave him a soft key before patting his bare shoulder and stepping back so the medical personnel could continue their journey to the intensive care unit that was at the end of the hallway. Poppy quickly took the spot the teacher had reluctantly relinquished, so the orderlies began pushing the gurney again, the tiny form so light it almost seemed as if they pushed an empty bed. Sirius carefully kept ahead of the nurse pushing in and out of the bag, but his hand never let go of Harry's small one, Poppy's strong hand gripping Harry's other one. The Medowitch was assessing her new patient as she walked beside the odd bed, her wand surreptitiously moving resolutely and well practiced under her sleeve as her other hand took notice of the weak pulse and the unnatural chill of the boy. She smiled as she felt the effect of her first few spells take hold, the pulse under her fingers strengthened and steadied. The first bloom of color began to appear in the pasty white cheeks as the warming and stabilizing spells took hold. She nodded at Albus as he rejoined the group, the four now walking beside the bed, even Severus Snape silent, his face white except for the ring of nauseated green around his tightly pursed lips. She glanced at the shocked face of Sirius as he walked in an unknowing daze on the other side of the bed. She surreptitiously evaluated him, realizing she would need to feed the distraught man several potions to calm and soothe him or he would be passing out soon from the shocks of the day. As the Muggle nurse continued with the in and out motion so necessary to support her patient's breathing, she spoke up for the first time to the silent group that surrounded them like ghosts. "You'll have to wait in this room right here," she pointed with a chin, her hands still busy. "Once we have him all hooked up and stable, I'll call on the phone to tell you to come in, but only 2 at a time."
She gave them a small smile of encouragement as the old man helped the slightly shock-wise old woman with an arm around her shoulders into the ICU waiting room. The tall, dark and stiff man, his hands tightly clasped behind his back, followed a tired and worn-looking man into the messy room. She had to repeat her instructions to the stunningly handsome man that held onto Harry's hand like a lifeline. The plump and oddly professionally acting woman finally had to come around the bed and pry their hands apart before leading him into the waiting room, his head swiveled back to watch as they disappeared behind the double doors and into the noisy ward.
Albus Dumbledore stood alone in the corner of the waiting room, staring unseeing out the dirty window overlooking the parking lot, his hands clasped tightly behind his back.
His thoughts churning with the acid churning deep in his gut. How had he been so arrogant to forget that it had been an innocent child he had been so heartlessly using?
His self-doubt growing, he wondered exactly when he had begun to view Harry Potter, just an innocent small child, as nothing more than a tool for his own use in the inevitable battle against Tom Riddle and his Death Eaters. Had his callous regard for a young boy made him just as evil in his own way as Tom was with his disregard for the inherent humanity of all creatures? How egotistical had he been to push aside the repeated warnings of Arabella, to blatantly disregard Lily and James's wishes regarding their newly orphaned son. His heart breaking at the remembered vision of the small broken body that had been subjected to years of mistreatment, denied the basic human right to loving caring guardians in his quest for power and prestige. He stood, a single tear sliding unnoticed into the long white beard, silently trying and condemning himself for multiple horrendous crimes against that small helpless child. He made a vow promising with his very magic to do everything within his power to earn the right to ask the child for his forgiveness, and maybe, if enough time passed, he might even be able to begin to forgive himself. A new sense of resolve sweeping over the tired wizard, he turned back to his colleagues to begin righting his many wrongs. The first thing he must do would be to ask forgiveness from both Arabella and Minerva, then begin the process to secure total freedom for Sirius Black so that Harry would never set foot in that thrice-damned house ever again. At the Greater Whinging Police Station, things were not looking up in the stark white room with the bright overhead lights that beat down on the now sweating head of Vernon Dursley and his cowering wife. Just before Giles Newton, the plain-clothed detective in charge of the Potter Dursley investigation, had entered the interrogation room, the hospital had called with an update on the boy's condition and it didn't sound very good. He had survived surgery, but was in for long months of rehabilitation and painful therapy, and even then he might never recover completely. In fact, the doctors weren't even sure if the child would ever be more than a vegetable. He shook his head in disgust as he contemplated how little he would be able to do to the parents of that inhuman monster. It sickened him to think of the home life that forged and molded an innocent infant into a 5-year-old sociopath. Unfortunately, Dudley Dursley wasn't the first such monster he had come across in his years of police work, but he was definitely the youngest one. Giles was called out to answer the phone. Apparently the caller was the Potter boy's babysitter, and she wished to arrange an appointment in the next few days to discuss her knowledge of the boy's home life with him. As he reached for a notepad, he noticed that somehow a thick, cheap plastic notebook filled with meticulously neat handwriting that detailed a long and sickening pattern of abuse and neglect had appeared totally unnoticed. He had no idea who left it for him or even how it got here, but when he had opened it to find out what it was,
His eyes had widened and an evil smile graced his formerly disgusted face.
He knew that the two miserable excuses for humans in the interrogation room had to be responsible for the behavior of that demon child now detained at the children's ward of Surrey Psychiatric Hospital, but proving it was going to be very difficult if not impossible before the mysterious appearance of the notebook. He turned the pages of the thick black notebook, its much-used pages full of notes and photos. As he reread the first page in more detail, his heart began to beat faster. With each successive page, an evil smile grew until his face almost glowed with happiness. Dates, incidents and documentation of injuries, complete with Polaroid photos going back years, were included. Transcripts of conversations between the unknown informant and little Harry were included, starting from just 2 years of age.
As he hung up the phone, he reached into his coat pocket to find another pen, only to find something else in his pocket that he hadn't noticed before. A strange weight that had just seemed to appear like magic in a pocket he had thought empty except for the ballpoint pens he always carried in it.
He tentatively reached in one hand, almost afraid of what he would find. He pulled out 3 small black cassette tapes and read the labels, Conversations with Harry about the Dursleys. One cassette was dated from January 1982 to March 1982, the next covered from April to December of the same year, and the last cassette covered 1983 to 1985. Several co-workers looked up as Giles Newton threw back his head and laughed a deep belly laugh that echoed through the normally tense police station. Notebook clutched tightly in his hand, he left his desk and strode purposefully and resolutely back into the interrogation room. He smirked as he pulled open the heavy door. He had those bastards.
Albus' eyes twinkled for the first time that afternoon as he re-entered the room from his recent apparitions. Arabella hung up the phone in the waiting room. She nodded to him.
A small smile graced her haggard face as she acknowledged his successful delivery of her much-hated notebook and tapes to the police.
He wrapped a long arm around the squib and the two moved over to join the very technical and often confusing discussion between the Medowitch and the potion's master.
Remus was listening to the two, his head turning back and forth like a spectator at a Quidditch match, his arm around Sirius' shoulder, silently supporting the anguished man who was so deep in his own miserable thoughts that he wouldn't notice an outburst of filibusters at the moment. Poppy had forced a calming draft down his throat followed by a couple general-purpose healing potions, but Sirius was still morose and almost non-responsive. An Ignac nerve potion would reduce the spinal cord swelling adequately. Poppy, with perhaps a Solis potion to repair the cord if it is damaged, preceded by a healing draft laced with crushed bezoars to flush out any toxic, muggle medications within his system.
That would be fine in a normally healthy adult, Severus, but Harry is a very small 5-year-old in critical condition. I do agree we need to begin by flushing his system with a bezoar solution. I even brought one with me. But the spinal cord swelling isn't his only injury and those potions are both much too strong for a child. We will need a series of swelling reducers in increasing strength over several days until we can reach a healing dose, otherwise the shock to his delicate system would kill him.
But we have to heal his multiple fractures first, specifically his vertebrae and ribs. His leg is bad, but even if it heals badly we could remove the femur and then regrow it. It would be very painful, but we could keep him asleep during the worst of it. Unfortunately we can't use Skele-Gro, he's definitely not yet 10.
Well then, how about the basic Dorsum Alpha potion, that would reduce spinal swelling and it is safe even for infants? Severus countered. It might also help some with the brain swelling.
Poppy nodded her head thoughtfully. Yes, that would work, especially in conjuncture with the cerebrum healing spells I have already begun to cast. I could not completely heal his brain. It would be too suspicious to the Muggles, but I did reduce the fluid buildup enough that he is no longer in danger of brain damage.
Albus and Arabella had rejoined the group, entering their privacy shield just in time to hear the end of the conversation. And how is Harry now, Poppy? How soon will he be stable enough to transport to Hogwarts?
Poppy looked up at the large round clock on the wall. It's after 11 now. Depending upon when they grant access so that Severus and I can administer some potions and spells, he should be stable enough by 8 tomorrow morning to portkey to the hospital wing.
Remus looked tiredly up at the old wizard. How are you going to cover his disappearance, Albus?
Albus sat down beside Sirius, looking the younger man up and down with a critical eye. Well, the Muggles are not yet sure that young Harry will survive, so we shall simply make them believe that he did not. I am certain it will be believed with a few modifications of the hospital staff's memories and a few judicious changes to the records. Then his distraught relatives will simply have claimed the body and no one shall be any the wiser."
He reached a hand out and lifted Sirius' chin so the oblivious man had to look him in the face. Albus waited for recognition to reach the oddly soft gray eyes before he spoke again.
"Sirius, we need to get you cleared quickly so that you may take formal guardianship of Harry. It wouldn't do to have the ministry grab custody of the boy." Sirius, already white face, paled even impossibly more as the headmaster's words penetrated the thick fog surrounding his mind. He looked around in astonishment, not recognizing where he was. "Harry, where's Harry? How is he? I need to see him." He started to stand up but was held down by the warm weight of Remus, arm across his shoulder.
Albus patted his knee and turned to raise an eyebrow in question to the two healers. Severus shrugged noncommittally and Poppy answered his unasked question. "I was able to cast several stabilizing spells unnoticed as we walked down the hallway. His heart is beating stronger, his breathing should be growing stronger with each minute. I reduced the swelling on his brain by siphoning off some of the fluid, but I couldn't do too much without the muggles taking note.
Severus and I have the necessary potions to completely stabilize him by morning, but we need to get to him. After we take him to Hogwarts it will be at least a week to 10 days before he will be up and around, and he may need some exercises for a few weeks to regain the strength in his back and leg as well as several months of strengthening and nourishment potions, but I saw nothing that cannot be healed. Though it will be tricky removing all of those things the muggles inserted into his body." She looked rather disgusted at the thought of the surgical repair of the boy's ribs and leg, barbaric muggle medicine. She spit out in anger. Giles sat down opposite the tired and sweaty Dursleys and plopped the thick notebook down on the scarred and dirty wooden table. He opened the first page of the book and looked at the two slugs opposite him. "Your nephew was orphaned on Halloween night, 1981 and came to you the next day, correct?" He glanced at the two as they both nodded, wondering why this question.
"Do you know that there is no record of a Harry Potter ever being born in England? And no death certificates in the system for anyone named Potter anywhere near that date?"
"Who exactly is the boy and where did you get him?" Petunia Dursley slumped down in her chair, the fat arms of her oddly purple-faced husband the only thing catching her before her face slammed into the table in front of her.
Vernon clamped his thick lips tightly shut, only opening them long enough to demand his solicitor immediately.
Giles nodded at the uniformed policeman standing guard at the door and a phone was brought over to the man where he was gently patting his wife's face trying unsuccessfully to rouse her from her faint. After a few moments of unsuccessful patting, Vernon laid Petunia's face down on the dirty table top and reached for the phone, his fat fingers pulling out an overstuffed wallet as he began to search for his solicitor's card.
After a very long and interminable wait, that was actually just another 30 minutes, the phone on the cluttered desk rang and Sirius leapt up to grab it, answering, "Hello?" with a note of hope in his voice. A disembodied voice at the other end informed him that Harry Potter was now stabilized enough that he would be allowed just 2 visitors.
Sirius looked back at the others, knowing that he could not do as much for Harry as Severus and Poppy and yet needing to see his boy. With an unreadable expression Severus Snape ducked his head, giving the hopeful man permission to take his place. Snape stopped Poppy with a hand to her shoulder, "Send Black out if you need me." She patted the hand on her shoulder and acquiesced with a silent nod. Sirius unexpectedly grabbed Snape's hand and shook it in gratitude. "Thank you, Snape, I won't forget all that you are doing, and I'm sorry, for our past, you know." He waited only a moment before turning and rushing to catch up to Poppy as the doors to the ICU swished open at the touch of Poppy's hand on the large square button.
Dudley lay awake staring up at the boring white ceiling over his head.
The tiny room the weird people had put him in after a skimpy tasteless meal had nothing but a single metal bed with a thin mattress and a small dresser on the opposite wall. A nightstand with a single small drawer was the end of the furniture and there were no good toys. None of his own possessions, just a couple of stupid books and a box of dumb plastic blocks in a plastic bin stuffed on the floor under the nightstand. He turned to the wall, pounding his fist rhythmically against the plaster wall. "Dumb people, why didn't they take me home? So what if the stupid poop brat hurt himself? Mum and Dad didn't make such a fuss when I pushed the freak down the stairs before. I want to go home. I want to go home. The mantra soothed Dudley until he fell into a sound sleep, his mind guilt-free and peaceful once again.
Harry didn't look nearly as pasty white as he had in the corridor. When Poppy and Sirius quietly entered the glass-fronted room to find him, Glynis smiled at the two and introduced herself. "I'm Glynis and I will be Harry's primary nurse here."
He's doing much better than anyone expected. His pulse and breathing have stabilized significantly since leaving surgery. The swelling on his brain is decreasing and his feet are warming up, which is a good sign that the swelling in his spine is beginning to ease. The doctors just left him, and they said to tell you that they are cautiously optimistic about Harry's recovery, although he is still in critical condition. She smiled encouragingly at the man and woman who had each grabbed one of Harry's hands. Sirius looked up, the fog that had surrounded his mind clearing as he took in the slightly healthier look of his precious boy. Harry no longer looked dead. "I'm Sirius Black. Harry is my godson. His parents are both dead. He will be living with me as soon as we can legally get him away from the Dursleys." He spat the name with venom, turning his gaze back to the small boy on the big bed.
Poppy reached a hand out to the woman. "My name is Poppy Pomfrey and I am a general practitioner as well as Harry's aunt. I will be assuming Harry's care once he leaves hospital and comes home."
"Can you tell me exactly what has been done?" She had acted as liaison between many injured Muggle-born Hogwarts students during the summer months and Muggle medicine over the years and knew that her title of healer would translate to the Muggle word practitioner or doctor. Many parents wished their children to be taken back to Hogwarts after being injured rather than leaving them in Muggle hospitals, and it was part of her job to make any arrangements for the transfers. Glynis sighed at the woman's professional manner. She was relieved to have someone who would understand her explanations. Most families were either too shocked to listen or just didn't understand enough medical jargon to comprehend that even though their loved one looked terrible, it might not be as bad as it seemed.
She sighed ruefully. Of course, sometimes it was that bad or even worse, but it appeared that Harry would survive, especially with the unexpected lessening of his symptoms in the last half hour. Glynis pulled Poppy over to the side of the room, leaving the man, Sirius, with his godson. She spoke softly but clearly to the doctor.
"The swelling on his brain and spine have both significantly decreased in the last few minutes and the numbers are still going down steadily.
He had 3 ribs that needed to be wired, as well as the 6 pins you can see in his right femur. Blood pressure, oxygen levels, heart rate and brain activity are both stabilizing. If he continues to improve at the current rate, we should be able to wean him from the respirator in the next couple of days, and the doctors were talking about waking him up a day or two after that if he remains stable." Poppy smiled at the bright young nurse and thanked her for her update before firmly dismissing her from the room so that she could visit with her nephew, promising the young woman she would call her if she was needed. As soon as the Muggle left the room, Poppy pulled the curtain on the large windows enough to shield her from view and began casting privacy and notice-me-not charms. Sirius noticed what she was doing and took over the job of warding the room so that Poppy could turn her attention to Harry. She opened her large leather bag on the end of the bed and pulled several large flagons of various colored potions out, as well as several large spoons. She checked Sirius' progress with the spells and called him to help her, satisfied with his efforts. "Sirius, leave off and come help me get these down him. The sooner he takes them, the sooner we can get out of here." With precise wand movements, she magic-ked the breathing tube out of his mouth, having Sirius lift his shoulders as the boy gagged reflexively. Another series of spells had his chest rising and falling with greater strength and the color returning to the pale skin. She nodded in satisfaction and picked up the first flagon, measuring a large spoonful. She had Sirius tip Harry's head back and dribbled the first of many healing potions down his slack throat. It seemed she would never run out of potions, but eventually she replaced the last one in her large satchel, cast several more healing spells, shuddered in disgust at the sight of the large metal pins sticking up through the small thigh and left the room, promising Sirius she would return with everyone else. The nurses at the large busy desk in the center of the open ward never noticed her as she walked out of the double doors and returned shortly, followed by 4 more people. The 5 entered the large room that housed Harry and all of his equipment without anyone even noticing. Remus surged forward,
Smiling at the peaceful look now on the much-improved child, Harry now looked as if he was just sleeping, that is, if you didn't look down at the mangled flesh of his thigh. Severus stared at the boy's leg, the sight of the long pins piercing the flesh and the angry red of the surgical incisions that marred both the leg and the chest and abdomen of the pale child making him green as he remembered old visions of the muggles he had been forced to watch being tortured at Death Eater meetings. He had been able to convince the Dark Lord that murdering, raping and even torturing would taint his magic so that he would be unable to successfully brew even the most simple of healing drafts ever again, and since most Death Eaters needed his healing potions on a semi-regular basis, he had been spared having to actively participate in the barbarities, but he had not been spared having to watch them on way too many occasions. And the sight of the angry red incisions made him flash back to those awful times. As he wrenched his mind forward, he felt a surge of gratitude to the small wizard lying so still on the big bed for having banished the evil that had ended him. He knew that the Dark Lord wasn't dead, his dark mark had faded to almost nothing, but it was still there, and if the wizard that had branded him was actually dead, all of his spells would have disappeared completely. Severus Snape had an epiphany at that moment. He might hate James Potter to his dying day, but his sacrifice and the unexplainable survival of Harry Potter, the seed of his enemy's loins, had freed Severus in a way that he would never be able to repay.
No matter how short or how long it took for the Dark Lord to return, the child lying before him had freed him at a huge cost to himself. Severus silently vowed at that moment to do everything in his power to keep the child safe and to help him in any way that he could, to prepare for the battle that he knew would come sometime in the future. He sighed as he watched Black and Lupin talking to the boy, consciously letting go of his deep-seated anger and hatred at the two for the misery and humiliation they had caused him. If it meant tolerating and even forgiving the two men before him to help the boy recover, he mentally gave a wizard's oath to do so.
With Severus in the room, Sirius stood back a little and watched as the two professionals went quickly about the business of stabilizing and beginning to heal his godson. Albus had stepped out of the room to begin the painstakingly precise process of modifying memories and modifying records.
Remus and Arabella stood to either side of Sirius, offering silent support as they all watched Severus and Poppy casting spells, checking results and whispering conferences in barely understandable English. With a final complicated wand movement, Poppy sagged, her magic and body both exhausted by her efforts. Severus reached into her leather bag and pulled out a replenishment potion designed specifically for those suffering from magical exhaustion and handed it silently to his colleague with an oversized spoon. After she had dosed herself, she stood up a little straighter and handed it to Severus. He looked at it with distaste before tipping the flagon up and swallowing a large amount himself. A little color came back to his almost transparent skin. Everyone turned to look at a very tired Albus Dumbledore as he walked slowly and almost painfully into the crowded room, a soft smile of satisfaction on his face, his tiredness accentuating the true age of the old wizard. "It's done. Poor little Harry succumbed to his injuries just after 2 this morning. His distraught relatives were with him at his passing and have already made arrangements for his body. I shall contact the McMullen and Laurel Funeral Home later today after I manage some sleep, and there will be a public funeral and service for the child in 3 days. There are too many people who know of the accident for him to just disappear. And it would not do for the Dursleys to escape punishment simply because there is no body." His smile was now reflected upon every face in the room, even Snape's. He looked around at the tired group, walking over to grasp Harry's now much warmer hand in his. "Poppy, is he ready to come home to Hogwarts?" She nodded, still too tired to make the effort to speak. Dumbledore grabbed a plastic bedpan and pulled his wand. With a circular motion and a whispered, "Portus," the bedpan glowed softly blue for a moment before the spell faded. Sirius came forward and gingerly picked up Harry, being very careful not to bang the leg with the disgusting pins still horribly present. Remus and Snape encircled him, each holding the two between them so they were protecting the child with their own bodies. Minerva and Poppy made a second circle around the trio holding the child, and then Albus placed the bedpan on Harry's chest, wrapping his long arms around Minerva on one side and Poppy on the other, and simply said, "Home." A flash of light, totally unnoticed by the still slightly muddled nurses, and the ICU room was empty. The rumpled bedding, bloody bandages, used IV poles and tubing,
and the discarded respirator apparatus the only evidence of a small child's frantic battle for life. Glynis pulled the metal chart to her as she finished the all-too-familiar paperwork, a small tear appearing unnoticed at the corner of her eye. She hated it when a child died. It all seemed so pointless, but she knew that she would continue, that for every child they lost they saved a lot more. She knew she would cling to her own 6-year-old, not letting her out of her sight and making sure her daughter knew how much she loved her until, in total frustration, Mary Beth would push her away.
She looked up at the clock, just 2 short hours since little Harry had passed away, his family quietly by his side as his little heart gave out, just too weak to keep beating with all of the boy's injuries.
She looked up at the elevator that she knew had closed just a few moments ago and marked down that the McMullen and Laurel Funeral Home had just taken custody of the body. She had recommended them way too many times to distraught relatives after the wonderful way they had handled her own husband's funeral after he had died fighting in Iraq. She made a note to ask for the afternoon off when Harry Potter was laid to rest. She didn't usually get so emotionally attached to her patients, especially when she had cared for them for such a short time, but something about the boy and his relatives made her want to attend, and perhaps, just perhaps, offer a little comfort to the strikingly handsome man with the soft dove-gray eyes.
The strange group appeared with a flash of light and a whoosh of sound in the middle of the hospital wing, everyone grateful for the support of everyone else as they landed. The outer 3 peeled off of the group, then Severus let go of Remus and Sirius waists and stood back, his familiar mask falling tiredly into place over his face. Remus kept one arm around Sirius' waist and his other arm under Harry's damaged right leg, helping Sirius walk slowly over to the bed that Poppy was quickly preparing for the boy. She conjured several large fluffy pillows for his leg and helped the 2 men position the child before pulling up a warm blanket, flicking a soft warming charm on it as she tucked it up under his chin. She motioned for Sirius to sit on the next bed and walked tiredly, her normal brisk walk reduced to a slow shuffle, over to her potions cabinet, grabbing a general restorative and a calming draft that she forced Sirius to take. As soon as the potions hit his empty stomach, Sirius slumped over with Remus catching his friend and putting him to bed, much as Poppy just had Harry. Albus pulled Remus and Arabella to the side and called a house elf to take them to guest quarters. "You 2 are welcome to stay here until Harry is better, but for now I believe we all need some sleep." He looked at the large clock positioned over the double infirmary doors. He sighed as he realized how few hours he would be able to sleep before he needed to be back at the head table for breakfast duty. "It's almost 4 a.m. now. I will have to be at breakfast at 8, but there is no reason for you to be up. Just call for a house elf when you awaken and I will talk to you after you've eaten. Arabella, I will need your help with the Muggle authorities and you have the meeting with the detective at 2 p.m. Is that correct?" She nodded, her thoughts now centered on getting some sleep now that her Harry was so much better and safely at Hogwarts. She had been so afraid that they would be attending his funeral for real just a few short hours ago. She turned and followed Remus and the little bouncy elf as it led them to quarters only a few doors from the hospital. Remus muttered a sleepy goodnight at his own door, and they separated, exhausted but finally hopeful to sleep. Vernon had finally managed to find his solicitor's card after a long search through the many items stuffed into his fat wallet, but the man had taken an inordinately long time coming down to the station. It was just past 2 in the morning by the time the man showed up, hastily dressed in casual slacks and a turtleneck jumper. He had spent quite a long time with that blasted detective before even entering the room to talk with his clients. "Vernon, I've got the basics from Detective Newton, now I'd like to hear the story from you, and I must insist that you tell me the truth and the whole truth. It is not my job to judge you, but I must know everything or I will be unable to properly represent you and make the best deal that I am able. I am afraid after hearing of the mountain of evidence against both you and your wife, I will not be able to completely vindicate either of you." Vernon and Petunia both looked up at Granville Heater, their momentary looks of hope dying at the man's harsh words. But, Vernon could only splutter at his solicitor, disbelief clearly written upon his porcine face. Granville sat down in the uncomfortable straight-backed chair opposite his clients and began to explain the facts of life to the 2. He had dealt with the bullying man only once before against allegations from his secretary that had claimed verbal against the large man and he had been able to clear him of the charges, but
he strongly suspected, only because of a severe lack of concrete evidence. The case had quickly devolved into a case of he said, she said, and it had been summarily dismissed. Granville hid his disgust at the couple sitting in front of him as he calmly began explaining the ironclad case against the two sitting so stunned. First, there is the fact that the police have a notebook full of precise dates and descriptions going back to a few months after you took possession of your alleged nephew, complete with photographs and taped conversations between the child and his babysitter about how exactly he received each and every bruise and cut.
They begin long before the child knew how to lie about what happened, and by the time he was old enough to understand that you might not want him to talk about them, his sitter had established a pattern of trust and truth so that he continued.
Second, there is the fact that the birth certificate you supplied to enroll the boy in school comes from some fictitious hospital called Street Mungo's. There is only your word that the boy is in fact your nephew, and the fact that there is no record anywhere of a James and Lily Potter having died at any time. There is no record anywhere of a James Potter, and the records of your sister Lily Evans mysteriously ceased to exist after the age of 11, Petunia. Third, your son has repeatedly told the child psychologist and the social worker assigned to his case that you not only didn't discipline him for abusing his cousin, including an early incident when he pushed him down the stairs, but you actually encouraged and even rewarded him for such behavior. Petunia turned whiter and whiter as each fact was stated so matter of fact, while Vernon just turned darker and darker purple until Granville was afraid the obese man opposite him might explode.
Before the Dursleys could recover enough to try to explain their side of the story, the door opened and a very grim-faced Detective Newton entered and stood beside Granville.
He watched the faces of the two opposite him as he told them about the call he had just received. The hospital just called. Your nephew, Harry Potter, died of his injuries at 2:06 this morning. The charges are being upped to child abuse in the first degree as well as criminal neglect, and the prosecutor is adding on kidnapping if you can't come up with better proof that he really was your nephew and that you had legal custody of the child.
He looked at Granville, feeling sorry for the solicitor that was defending the two pieces of human debris that had made the poor little boy's short life a nightmare.
We're searching the databases to find any missing boys of the right age and description. Considering the child's small stature, he might be as much as 6 months younger. I have a meeting this afternoon with the boy's babysitter, and then I'll be contacting the child's teacher after that. He nodded at the solicitor, sorry for the man's impossible task, as he left the squad room, headed home for some much-needed sleep before meeting the sitter. Harry was floating in a white mist, hearing murmurs of people talking all around him but not clearly enough to understand anything being said. He vaguely remembered the terror he had felt when Dudley pushed him down the stairs and then flashes of excruciating pain, but now he just floated. He finally recognized the deep rumble of Padfoot's voice and smiled softly, letting go back into the comfortable warm darkness, knowing he was safe.
Sirius woke up to the agonizingly familiar smell and the bright sunlight of the hospital wing, wondering for a brief moment how in Merlin's name did he get here before the horrendous events of the previous day came crashing down into his consciousness. He sat up suddenly, throwing off the white blankets and swinging his legs around to stand up before his eyes were fully open.
He heard soft chuckles off to the side, vaguely recognizing both Remus and Albus Dumbledore's laughs, but he paid them no attention, intent upon the 2 steps it took to reach his pup's side. He reached a hand down to cup the soft cheek, glad that the barbaric tube was no longer down the small throat and that the cheeks were turning pink with slowly returning health. He smiled as he ran his head up and over the fine fuzz that was all that remained of the trademark messy Potter black hair. Well, that's one way to keep it neat, I suppose. But Lily would have fits to see her boy's hair gone.
Remus had come up beside his friend and lightly touched him on the shoulder, afraid that his friend would disappear and his miraculous return from the dead yesterday would turn out to be only a particularly vivid nightmare.
That she would, Paddy, but James would think it wicked if it gave him 1 more ounce of speed at Quidditch. The two friends both laughed as they realized the truth of the comment. Albus cleared his throat softly, drawing the attention of the 2 wizards that were now minutely inspecting Harry's body for signs of improvement. I am sorry, Sirius, but I have arranged for Madam Bones of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement to bring a couple of Aurors and some Veritaserum to my office in 30 minutes so that you can formally clear your name. I assume you are willing to submit to the potion. It would be the fastest way since they have been unable to verify that Pettigrew lives any other means. Sirius nodded, reluctant to leave Harry's side, even to gain his own freedom. Go Paddy, I'll keep him safe for you. Remember you can't get custody of him from the Dursleys until you are officially cleared. At the reminder from Remus, Sirius turned and walked resolutely out the doors, determined to clear his name and give Harry the real home the boy deserved.
Severus Snape stalked through the corridors of Hogwarts, glaring darkly at any student stupid enough to cross his path, heading resolutely toward the hospital wing. He didn't know why he felt compelled to visit the boy.
He couldn't explain it, even to himself. He couldn't actually care one way or the other if the boy had survived the night, could he? No, it was just professional curiosity, and he needed to know the exact strength of the potions that Poppy would need to administer to the boy for his full recovery. He remembered her discussing it with him in that horribly disgusting Muggle waiting room, late last night as they waited to be able to tend to the child. He gave an involuntary shudder as he remembered the oozing red of the bandages, the smell of warm blood, the almost palpable aura of fear and pain that had permeated the small room, and gave a silent thank you for the banishment of the Dark Lord once again. He had thankfully been too tired to have a nightmare last night, but he knew they would be recurring for quite some time after the experiences of yesterday had dredged up so many of his old repressed memories. He stopped for a moment, one hand on the door to the hospital wing, schooling his features into a blank mask of non-emotion before pushing the door open.
Dudley had been rudely awakened by a loud bell at 2:50 in the morning.
A white-clad orderly had unlocked his door and stood there watching as he dressed and made his bed, something he had never even attempted before. That was the freak's job, not his. He was ordered to bring the miserable, threadbare hospital pajamas he had worn the day before out to a large white linen container and then made to line up with a group of mostly older boys and girls, all of them dressed in the same, washed-out blue pajama things that he had been given to wear. The silent group was marched in their stocking-clad feet down to a large dining hall where they sat, six to a table waiting for breakfast to be served. Each table was called up, given a plastic tray with a plastic fork and spoon on the side. They were allowed to choose a cardboard box of juice, milk or chocolate milk before being escorted back to their table and allowed to eat the tasteless eggs with a single strip of greasy bacon and a plastic bowl of lumpy oatmeal. Dudley put both packets of sugar and the single little square of butter on his tray into his oatmeal and stirred it, wondering once more just how much longer he would have to stay here. He just knew that his father was screaming for his release right now. As he dumped his trash in a large lined barrel and placed the used tray on a tall stack of other trays, he planned his revenge against the miserable little freak that had caused all of this mess. And all through the long day of endless people talking with and to him, he stewed, his anger growing more and more as the day passed endlessly.
Petunia woke up in the female holding cell she had finally been placed in last night after a barely remembered visit to the night judge, who had almost yawned as he listened to the charges against her and then with a bored attitude sent her here to await trial without bail.
She supposed Vernon was in another cell much like hers somewhere in this large depressing building, but she couldn't dredge up enough energy to even care at the moment. Their life had been picture perfect, the ideal, normal, family just yesterday morning, and now she was in a waking hell. Her child was in some mental hospital, her nephew had died alone without anyone with him, and her husband was in his own cell. She sat down on the thin mattress, pulled the flat pillow against her stomach, drew her knees up and rocked, her teeth picking at one short nail as she crooned a tuneless noise without words. Arabella woke to an unwelcome shaft of sunlight hitting her right in the face, lying peacefully in bed before dragging herself up and into the shower. She skipped breakfast, noting it was already 1:03 and wanting to see Harry before she worried about eating anything. She quickly found her way back to the large double doors and pushed them open, her feet making no noise on the worn stone floor of the huge castle. She walked up to where Remus was sitting in a chair beside the head of Harry's bed, softly rubbing the shaved bald head as he talked softly to the sleeping boy, his smooth baritone calming and soothing. She noticed that Severus Snape and Poppy Pomfrey were talking animatedly a short distance away. She could see their lips moving but heard noting, so she assumed they were under a privacy spell of some kind. "How is he this morning? And where's Sirius? I expected him to be hovering right beside Harry. Though it would take a dragon to haul him away from the child's side." She smiled softly down at the boy, pleased to see how much healthier he looked after just a few hours of magical potions and healing. Remus looked up startled. Didn't hear you walk up, Bella. Sirius is upstairs in Albus' office meeting with the ministry to clear his name and file for guardianship of Harry. Otherwise he would be here. I think he was at Harry's side before his eyes were even fully open this morning. He chuckled softly at the memory. Severus and Poppy must have finished their discussion because the two healers now walked over to the bed with their patient.
Luckily the rest of the ward had been empty when Poppy had been called away to tend to Harry. He's much better this morning, and in fact he might wake up for short periods beginning as early as tonight or tomorrow morning. Severus will begin brewing a specialized titrated nerve healing potion as soon as he leaves here today.
We have determined his thigh is too badly crushed to heal properly, so I will be removing the bone and he'll have to regrow it. Unfortunately he's much too young for Skele-Gro, so the regrowth will take several days rather than overnight. I can make sure he is asleep for most of it and adequately dosed with pain potions for when he is awake, but he will be mostly asleep for the next week as his injuries heal anyway, so this is a good time to fix his leg.
Poppy drew a curtain around the bed after banishing both Bella and Remus out of the ward for the next 30 minutes. She wanted no unnecessary witness to what she would have to do next to the poor boy. She motioned to Severus to grasp Harry's ankle and hold his leg up off the pillows as she pulled out her wand from her apron pocket.
When Severus nodded that he had firm hold of the small foot Poppy incanted, femur eximo, and Harry's leg fell limp, the bone from his hip to his knee gone, the 6 pins now hanging lopsided and obscene, blood beginning to ooze out around the bizarre metal staples holding the gaping wound closed. Severus swallowed down the bile that threatened to spew even with his lips clamped tightly shut. Poppy glanced down at him, making sure he was still holding Harry's ankle securely. Hang on, Severus, it won't take but a few moments now. She encouraged him, noticing the decidedly green cast to the man's face. She carefully but firmly grasped the first pin and pulled it hard. A loud slurping noise sounded as she pulled it free from the wound, dropping it to the floor with a bloody clunk as she grabbed her wand and stopped the bleeding. She repeated the same procedure for the remaining 5 pins, the trembling of Harry's leg as Severus held it the only sign that the wizard was being adversely affected by the sights, sounds and smells assaulting him. He said not a single word, or gave another sign that the removal of the pins was affecting him so badly. The last pin hit the floor with a splat of blood and the bleeding of the last hole was quickly stopped before Poppy began removing the multitude of shiny stainless steel staples. Luckily these could be removed with repeated wand flicks and made no further sickening noises, or Poppy was afraid the Severus would have passed out. Poppy pulled the gaping wound apart, filling the space with a sterilizing and healing potion before carefully closing the incision and spelling it closed, a thin red line the only remainder of the horrific wound. She liberally slathered the skin with scar reducer and bound Harry's whole leg in a thick white bandage before motioning for Severus to return Harry's foot to the stack of pillows, thankfully finished with the appalling job. She motioned Severus to a chair beside Harry's bed before pulling up another chair and sitting down beside the obviously shaken potions master. A quick snap of her fingers and an obligingly helpful elf provided them with strong tea and a small plate of hot scones. The two talked softly, each watching the small boy, their inconsequential conversation allowing the two to recover their composure and prepare to continue their work.
Albus led a hesitant Sirius Black up the circular staircase to his office.
It had only been yesterday afternoon, during the mind-numbingly catastrophe of Harry's injury, that Sirius had even heard that he wasn't a wanted fugitive, and he really hadn't had any time to even begin to comprehend that information with everything else that had happened. His face and eyes lost their life as he dreaded the upcoming meeting, firmly convinced he would be returning to Azkaban before the day was done, no matter what everyone else had tried to tell him. His heart in his shoes, he followed Albus into his office with all the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own beheading. He squared his shoulders. It had been worth it, even the key, because he had saved his Harry. He knew when he made his decision to seek out Remus for help, that this was the likely outcome, so he lifted his head and proudly stood still, waiting for his arrest. He refused to show any emotion as Madame Bones walked toward him, but he stared uncomprehendingly as she grabbed his hand and shook it heartily. He was so dazed he didn't understand a word of what the woman was saying to him, but he allowed her to sit him down into a chair and obediently opened his mouth without protest when she asked him to. A young red-clad male Auror stepped forward and carefully dropped 3 drops of the clear liquid on Black's tongue, nodding to his boss when he noticed Black's eyes glaze over and his mouth relax into slack mindlessness. Amelia Bones pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Sirius Black, so that she was face to face with him. She unconsciously ran her hands down either side of her red Auror robes and began the questioning.
Full name: Sirius Orion Black. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No. Who was? Peter Aloysius Pettigrew. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? No. Is Peter Pettigrew alive? Yes, as far as I know. Did you blow up the street and kill all those muggles? No. Who did? Peter Aloysius Pettigrew. How did Pettigrew escape? He is an animagus. His form is a rat. He transformed and fled down the sewer after blowing up the street. How did you escape Azkaban? I turned into my animagus form and squeezed through the bars. You are an unregistered animagus? Yes, a grim-like black dog. Amelia looked up at the others around her and raised an eyebrow, asking if she had missed anything in her questioning. Albus stepped forward and asked softly, "Why did you escape?" I needed to check up on Harry. I had a bad feeling about him. How long have you been protecting Harry, and how? I have been living at the Dursley house since my escape. I make sure they don't hurt him. They think I'm their dog. No one but Harry knows I'm not Patty. The 4 walked a little way away so the Veritaserum could wear off without their conversation making Sirius reveal something unintentional. It only took 10 more minutes before the glazed look left Sirius' eyes and he turned to look at the 4 talking softly over by the fireplace. What now? There was just the briefest spark of hope in the gray eyes. Madam Bones walked over and retook her seat in front of Sirius so she could talk to him without making him look up at her. I have no doubt of your innocence of all charges except escaping Azkaban and being an unregistered animagus. Let's say we drop the fines and charges. The Ministry will pay you 3,000 galleons for each year you were unlawfully imprisoned and expedite your formal guardianship of Harry Potter. I can have the paperwork completed and ready for your signature by this afternoon. Unfortunately, the Muggle press is showing pictures of Harry and telling of his death. It will only be a matter of an hour or 2 before the story is all over the wizarding world. We need to have all the paperwork and documents in order, before anyone starts investigating and finds out that Harry didn't die and he now has no guardian. Not everyone who would file for custody would have his best interests or even his continued survival at heart. She smiled at the gobsmacked expression on the face of the now free man in front of her. Albus looked calculatingly at the head of magical law enforcement. Amelia, I shall be making arrangements for the funeral of Harry Potter later this afternoon, after Arabella returns from her meeting with the Muggle police investigating the Dursleys. Perhaps it would be best if Harry Potter did die and a new child, the child of the missing Sirius Black, takes his place. If Harry is dead, no one will look for him and he would be even safer. What do you think? The atmosphere in Albus' office was so still even the portraits stopped pretending that they were asleep as the headmaster's totally unexpected question shocked and stunned the small group. Sirius started spluttering first. You can't be serious, Albus. I won't take the boy's heritage away from him. He is the son of James and Lily and I will make sure that he knows exactly how much they loved him and how proud they were of him. Amelia looked at the headmaster in shock. Perhaps the rumors of him getting senile had some basis in truth. Albus, you know as well as I do, that the pureblood fanatics would use the death of the boy who lived at the hands of his Muggle relatives as an excuse to begin a bloody purge that would tear both worlds apart. And even many of those in the magical community that are strictly neutral might join in the mob. What are you thinking, old man? Albus sat down and just twinkled. No, just as far as his public persona is concerned. We would be sure to announce in the Daily Prophet that Harry Potter is completely healed, that the story in the Muggle press was greatly exaggerated to explain his disappearance from his Muggle relatives and that he has now returned to begin his schooling in the wizarding world. We would keep his guardianship completely silent, as well as the return and dismissal of all charges against Sirius. So Harry Potter would disappear once more, spirited away to a new, loving home. Then a new identity for both Sirius and his 5-year-old son could be arranged. Very few people would recognize Sirius now. Azkaban has changed your looks greatly, Sirius. We can use Muggle makeup to hide Harry's scar. fit him with Muggle contact lenses to change his eye color. You both have black hair and even similar features, enough to pass as father and son. So you would be free to live and even move about the wizarding world without danger of recognition." Amelia's face had gone from total disbelief to calculating curiosity to growing interest. "You know, Albus, that might work. I have heard of a program in Muggle law enforcement called Witness Protection. That does something like this. We make a full new identity and background for the two. They merge into the normal everyday life and no one notices who they really are, because they aren't looking for them or expect to see them. So they are free to go and do whatever they want without Harry's fame or the danger that hidden Death Eaters might harm him. What do you think, Sirius? It is your decision after all." Sirius sat in thought, working various ideas and questions through his mind. "We would still have access to Gringotts and be able to tell those we trust, correct?" At Amelia's nod he went silent once more. "I think I like it. The last years have been hard, keeping everything secret and hoping that no one noticed anything. I was afraid that Harry and I would have to disappear into the Muggle world once more, but I know that Harry is very powerful magically and I have been having difficulty hiding his accidental magic already. If we could live in anonymity in the wizarding world, I could train him without worry and he could have friends his own age as well as being able to move around without notice. I like it. Let's do it until Harry reaches 11 and then we can reappear from hiding, if that's all right with both of you." Amelia and Albus quickly agreed and began the tedious job of filling out a mountain of paperwork to hide the two in plain sight. They let Sirius leave the office to return to Harry's side, reminding him he needed to decide on names for the two of them as soon as possible. Albus' eyes twinkled merrily as he called to Sirius back, "Unless you would like me to choose them for you?" An amazingly dog-like growl was the only thing he heard in reply as the spiraling staircase turned, the tall dark-haired wizard disappearing from view. Remus was watching Harry sleep, enjoying the peaceful steady, even sound of the boy's breathing, his thoughts wandering to how Paddy had managed to remain hidden in dog form for over 2 years without anyone noticing. He smiled as he thought of his friend having to get shots and flea dipped at the vet. He supposed that the Dursleys had never tried to have him fixed. He was imagining how Paddy would react to that when he heard the hospital doors open behind him and turned to see who had come into the room. "Ah, Severus, more potions." "Yes, this is the first batch of nerve healing potions designed for a young child. They should begin to heal any lasting nerve damage to Potter's spine so that he might walk again." Snape seemed to be missing his usual sneer and snarl at having to say, "Potter." Snape had just walked over, a wooden chest with padded slots to hold a large number of individual dose vials of potions held carefully in his hands. Remus could see the box would hold at least 25 or 30 vials, but only 8 of the slots were filled with the small crystal phials. "Poppy, the first 8 doses of Potter's nerve renewal potion are completed," Snape called softly, the habit of using a soft voice in the hospital wing so deeply ingrained it was unconscious. The Medowitch exited her office, her sensible shoes making a soft whisper of sound on the cold stone floors of the long, almost empty ward. She was wearing her usual soft gray healer's robe with a starched white apron over it, her white hat perched upon her gray hair. Luckily there were no students confined to the infirmary now, so she could devote all of her time to the little boy lying so battered and still in the corner behind the screens. "Ah, good Severus. Did you have any trouble titrating the exact strength for each dose?" Severus scoffed at the fussy woman. "Of course not, you gave me his exact weight and height as well as all other potions he is taking. The last of the Muggle medications have left his blood, so he can safely begin the series this afternoon. I have substituted safer but still efficacious ingredients for the 2 ingredients contraindicated with his bone growth potion." Poppy patted Severus on the shoulder while the dark-haired man rolled his eyes in long-suffering tolerance. She walked over to check on Harry's leg, banishing the old bloody bandages and smiling at the sight of the greatly reduced scar. She poked and prodded the still flaccid limb, twisting his leg at the knee while she nodded in satisfaction at the amount of new bone that had grown back. Sirius pushed open the door just as Snape lifted Harry's shoulders, helping Poppy administer the first nerve potion to the still unconscious boy. She looked up at the sound of his shoes rushing across the stone floor and smiled broadly at the worried man. "Sirius, you're just in time. Severus has completed the nerve replenisher and we are just giving him the first dose. He will need a steadily stronger dose every 8 hours until all the damage to his spine is healed. 4 or perhaps 5 days, I suspect. His leg now has soft cartilage that will eventually solidify into new bone. His liver is completely healed and his new spleen should have grown back completely by tomorrow. He still has a bit of a concussion, but the skull fracture is completely mended. He should be waking up starting tonight, but for just brief periods, as most of the potions work best if he is completely still, and he will need to be asleep for most of the next few days. The tension visibly flowed out of Sirius' shoulders at all of the good news he was hearing. His heart felt lighter than it had in days. He blinked his eyes rapidly to get rid of the excess moisture and sat down heavily in a chair that Remus conjured for him, his legs having lost their strength in relief. Remus turned to his old friend and began talking softly, not wanting to disturb the healer and the potions master as they performed another diagnostic scanning of Harry and began discussing some obscure potions and ingredients that he had never heard of before. "How did things go upstairs, Sirius? I assume you were cleared as you're here and there are no Aurors chasing you. Did you get custody of the pup?" Sirius grinned a big goofy grin that Remus hadn't seen on his friend's face since Sirius had tricked that fourth-year Hufflepuff girl into keying him under the mistletoe when they had both been just little first years an eternity ago. "Everything is wonderful, Moony. I'm cleared. The pup's mine and Albus came up with a way for us to live in peace for a few years. Harry will die in the Muggle world. The Wizarding world will be told it was so Harry Potter could be placed with a magical family to begin training and schooling in magic. He'll be safe in hiding somewhere and no one will know where he is or who his guardians are." Remus looked confused. "But I thought you were getting Harry?" "No, I won't be, because Sirius Black is still missing and presumed dead. But I'll actually be living with my son in plain sight. Amelia is making up whole new identities for the both of us. I just have to change my hairstyle, but since no one else knows I'm alive and well, no one will be looking to see me. We get colored contact lenses for Harry. Put some Muggle makeup on his scar. He had black hair. I have black hair. We both look a little alike. In fact, James and Lily used to tease about doing a paternity test when I would hold Harry as a baby. Remember? So new names, new identities, and we hide in plain sight until Harry turns 11. It's perfect." Sirius beamed with happiness at his old friend's whoop of delight. Remus shrugged his shoulders sheepishly as both Poppy and Severus turned and glared at him for his loud yelp. "Sorry," he mouthed at the two as they turned back to their discussion. "That's fantastic. Who will you be? Where will you live? What will you be doing as a job?" Remus, ever the practical marauder, had already begun working out the details in his mind. Sirius just stifled a snort. Moony hadn't changed at all. "I don't know. Haven't a clue, and who cares? We'll be together and you can be with us too. After all, my son will need a tutor and everyone knows you hire out as a tutor sometimes. No one will think twice about you being with us." The two grabbed each other in a fierce hug as the long and technical discussion appeared to end and Severus swooped out of the infirmary, his robes billowing out menacingly behind him. Giles Newton covered his mouth with his hand as he yawned, his jaw cracking as his mouth twisted. He had not been able to sleep well after the events of the previous evening. He had been a detective for the last 9 years, but Greater Whinging usually was a pretty quiet place. Sure, there were a few drunk drivers, or rowdy teenagers, but child abuse was mostly uncovered quickly and dealt with harshly and swiftly. To think that a poor little boy had suffered with the abuse for 4 long years and no one had suspected what was going on right under their own noses. Why didn't that babysitter report this before? She had certainly documented enough evidence to be taken seriously. He shook his head and grabbed his oversized mug to pour out a steaming cup full of what was laughingly called coffee. The blast of pure hot caffeine would help him wake up before the babysitter arrived in just 15 minutes. Newton was certainly curious to find out what she was like, and he wanted to ask a few questions of the woman about why she hadn't reported it before. He was sitting at his desk making copious notes about the Potter Dursley case when he saw an elderly woman hesitantly enter the large and very busy squad room. She seemed to shrink at the bustling noise, looking around uncertainly for something. Giles took a moment to observe her before going to introduce himself to her. She had stringy gray hair that was starting to turn an unbecoming yellowish white pulled back into an untidy bun with a wrinkled face and pale watery blue eyes that were darting back and forth in confusion. Her faded flowery house dress sloped down her almost non-existent shoulders from a thin neck. She had a fuzzy red shawl wrapped across her shoulders, the ends hanging down between her arms as she clutched an old string shopping bag nervously with both hands. She was wearing scuffed tartan house slippers with no hose and was talking softly to herself under her breath. Giles sighed. He knew now why she hadn't reported the abuse. She would have been turned away from the downstairs desk with a patronizing pat on the arm and a vague promise to look into it. He was thankful the woman had kept such meticulous taped and written records, while he fervently hoped the prosecutor would never have to rely on her as a witness in court. He stood up, unconsciously running his hand down his tie to straighten it, and stepped up to the elderly woman. "Mrs. Figg, I presume? I'm Detective Giles Newton. If you could follow me, I have a quiet room reserved where we can talk in peace." The lieutenant had offered the use of his office since he would be in court on another matter, and Giles gratefully led the old women into the nondescript office. He pulled up one of the chairs for Mrs. Figg and then swung the other chair around so that he was sitting across from her instead of behind the large and messy desk. He reached out and took one of the soft, wrinkled hands in his and looked deeply into her eyes. "I want to thank you for coming in this afternoon, ma'am. Without your evidence and testimony, we wouldn't be able to charge the Dursleys with much of anything." He was surprised to see an iron-willed determination in the pale eyes, something he hadn't expected but was pleased to see. There was much more to this woman than her outward appearance suggested. "First off, I would like to ask you some questions, if I may, before we discuss your notebook and what led you to keeping it. We have found irregularities in the records surrounding young Harry, and in fact have found nothing that proves the boy actually is Harry Potter, or that Vernon and Petunia Dursley are actually his aunt and uncle or had legal custody of the boy. We've found no records of the existence of James Potter, and the records for Lily Evans disappear at the age of 11. In your conversations with Petunia, did she ever say anything about her sister or exactly how the Dursley gained custody of the boy?" Arabella looked properly shocked at the information the detective had shared with her. She wasn't sure how much information she should share with the Muggles. She really needed to speak with Dumbledore and Bones before she made a big mistake. She gathered her confused batty old Catwoman persona around her like a cloak and gave vague, distressed, noncommittal answers to the questioning policeman. "I don't recall. She might have, but it's been a long time since Harry came to live with them. I could check my old journal, if you would like," she asked hopefully, giving herself an out to go and speak with the others before committing one way or the other. Newton looked hopeful. "You have personal journals from that time that you can check?" "Oh yes, I write in my journal each and every night before I go to sleep, have since I was about 8 years old. I can go home and check to see if I wrote down anything from when Harry first arrived." "That would be very helpful, Mrs. Figg, but first I need to go over the information in the notebook that we have. How did you get it here, by the way?" "Oh, you were all so busy and nobody seemed to notice me, so I just left it on your desk. The officer downstairs told me your name and I just found your desk and left it for you. Your jacket was on the back of your chair, so I just slipped the tapes in so they wouldn't get lost. I hope that was all right." She looked a little lost, as if she had done something wrong, so Giles dropped the questioning even though he couldn't remember taking his coat off that night. Oh well, he had been so busy and then so tired, he might have. Arabella shook hands with Detective Newton after a very productive hour of talking and left quickly, in a hurry to get home and flow to Albus Dumbledore's office before he left for the funeral home. Amelia Bones had been very busy all day, but finally the paperwork was completed. All it needed was the names that Sirius had decided upon, his signature and the signatures of the witnesses, and she could stamp it with the proper seals and then seal it up with so many charms it would never come to the light of day again, at least until the subterfuge could be safely admitted to. She told her clerk she would be leaving the Ministry building headed for Hogwarts once more, and instructed the young witch that not only was she not to be contacted for any reason short of an attack, the witch was to tell no one where she had gone. She gathered the thick folder of parchments under her outer robe and entered the private overflow, calling out, "Hogwarts," as she disappeared into the green flames. Arabella's head appeared in the fireplace of Dumbledore's office, getting the attention of the two deep in discussion sitting on a long couch facing the flames. "Ah, Arabella, let me help you step through." He bent down, holding out an elegant long-fingered hand to help the elderly squib through. Arabella only stopped long enough to issue vague greetings to Albus and Amelia before she launched into a long conversation about what she had found out from the Muggle detective. "So, they can't find any records about James and Lily's disappear when she begins at Hogwarts.
They don't believe the birth certificate from St. Mungo's is real. They think the Dursleys just kidnapped a baby for some reason and they are madly trying to find out where Harry came from. The prosecutor wants to charge them with kidnapping as well as child neglect and endangerment. I told Giles I would check my old journals to see if Petunia ever said anything about the baby except what they already told everyone. What do you want me to say to them? Amelia had gotten a very frightening gleam in her piercing deep blue eyes and an almost feral smile graced her thin red lips. I think we can use this. I think this will work. Albus, you told the hospital that you and Minerva were Harry's grandparents and the others were aunts and an uncle, correct? At his bewildered nod, she continued. Well, you only showed up after Harry's picture was broadcast, so we say that you recognized the child from his photo, using some of James' old photos from his school age and claim the baby was stolen and you have been searching for years, hoping the child survived the deaths of his parents. We can provide plenty of authentic-looking documentation for a tragic accident overseas, as well as background documentation for James Potter living in America perhaps. Then Lily's records can show she went to boarding school in America and the two met and married over there. A marriage license, a birth certificate in an American hospital for Harry and then death certificates and perhaps some old newspaper clippings about the child mysteriously disappearing from the accident scene and then you can be the bereaved grandparents who found their beloved grandson only to lose him again. Arabella, you did say the Dursleys always claimed that James and Lily died in a car accident. So we use that information and build on it. I have several friends in the American Ministry for Magic that have close contacts in the Muggle law enforcement, including one who does that witness protection program. That's actually how I know about the program. He claims that the new identity is so thorough that even the Muggles believe it. If I can use your flow, Albus, I can get in touch with him straight away and set everything up so that with a few hints from Arabella, the detective will be able to search in the right area of America and find just what we want him to find. She looked at the two with satisfaction shining in her eyes, waiting for their comments. That's a lot of extra work to go to, isn't it? Arabella was uncertain if the work would be worth the time and effort. I know for a fact that without kidnapping charges, the Dursleys will be lucky to get 2 years in sentencing and then out before that with time off for good behavior. Whereas, kidnapping charges will get them at least 20 years without early parole, and pictures of Albus and Minerva claiming to be the grandparents and then appearing in court can be released to the Daily Prophet to back up our tale of Harry returning to the wizarding world. Everyone will recognize them and find nothing unbelievable about them being the public front for us. We make sure to have you both appear totally Muggle, all documents in order and no one will suspect a thing. You and Minerva are too strong and too well placed at Hogwarts for a rogue Death Eater to try to snatch you for information, so that's covered. Albus clasped Amelia's hand in both of his eyes twinkling madly. It's brilliant, Amelia, a plan worthy of the Marauders in their prime. Amelia's face twisted as she answered, I'm not sure that's really a compliment, Albus. I remember all the tales from their days at Hogwarts all too well. The three laughed as they left the office, headed down to the hospital wing to find Sirius and ask him about the names he had chosen and to begin signing the myriad papers necessary to change his and Harry's identities. Harry could hear a very familiar voice talking softly and reassuringly to him, but he wasn't sure he wanted to wake up. In the nothingness he was floating in there was no pain and he remembered that pain very vividly. As he listened to the meaningless words that washed over him, he began to search out his arms and legs, ready to pull back into the white fog at the first stab of unendurable pain that he fully expected to find. Nothing with either leg, though he did feel uncomfortable tingles running up and down his right leg, like he had been sitting funny and his leg had gone to sleep somehow, but not bad enough that he couldn't ignore it. He continued with his arms, but they felt just fine, a few minor twinges that rapidly vanished as he released the tension of muscles that had laid too long in one position. His back did hurt, but it was a dull, constant pain, uncomfortable but not so bad that he wouldn't wake up. He did realize that his head was throbbing with each heartbeat, but he knew from before that Sirius could get rid of any headache with a little bit of a really nasty tasting potion, so that would be all right too. He forced one eye open, the crusts of dried tears holding his eyelashes together uncomfortably. He groaned as his eyelashes pulled apart in sudden pain. A face appeared almost instantly above his one open eye, and as he recognized the beloved face of his Patty, he forced the other eye open as well, weakly smiling back at the huge grin that greeted him. "Hey, Hup, how are you feeling?" Sirius asked softly, knowing that Harry probably had a pounding headache. He noticed the small flinch of pain on the boy's face as he spoke, so he knew he had guessed right. Sirius leaned over to Remus and whispered urgently in his friend's ear before turning back to his godson. Remus stood quickly and went to fetch Poppy and a headache potion as quietly as he could. "Shish, don't try to talk, your throat's still a bit sore from the tube. Poppy will bring you a headache potion in just a minute and then you'll be feeling much better. Just hang on a few minutes more, pup." Harry nodded weakly and then wished mightily that he hadn't moved his head as a new pain made itself known. Sirius recognized the flash that showed briefly on Harry's face and began to lightly stroke the boy's head, murmuring soothing words as he gently massaged the throbbing temples, easing the pain with his soft touch. An unknown, but kindly-looking woman appeared above Harry and placed a vial of a familiar potion up to Harry's lips as Sirius lifted his shoulders up. His head rested comfortably on his godfather's shoulder as he swallowed down the nasty stuff, his face screwing up in distaste. "Hello Harry, my name is Poppy Pomfrey and I am the Medowitch for Hogwarts School. That's where you are now. We brought you here after your cousin pushed you down the stairs at school. Do you remember what happened?" Harry nodded, looking frightened and uncomfortable. "Yeah, I was so scared and it hurt, and then I couldn't feel my legs at all and then my head split in pain and then it's all black. I remember snatches of people talking and then not being able to breathe and then nothing but floating on a white cloud." He turned to look at Sirius. "I could hear you talking to me so I knew I would be all right. I remember you saying I was safe and that you loved me. Didn't I?" His voice was barely above a whisper, but it relieved the last worries of the three over lasting brain damage. Poppy had run her wand up and down the small body, making satisfied clucking noises every once in a while. She left for a few short moments before returning and giving Sirius several more small potion vials to feed to the child now leaning against his chest. He had refused to leave Harry's bed and was now sitting behind the boy up against the headboard while Harry leaned back comfortably against his chest. Harry almost instantly went back to sleep after the last potion was followed by a small goblet of cool water, the deep rumble of Sirius talking against his back soothing the last of his worries as he fell deeply asleep. Amelia had explained the entire convoluted plan to the two wizards sitting with Harry in the hospital wing, with Albus and Arabella adding information as needed. Sirius had been skeptical of the plan working, but after hearing the entire thing laid out, he was getting more enthusiastic by the sentence. So those monsters will actually have to pay for all they've done, not just get a slap on the wrists. Good, let's go for it. What do we have to do? Well, first you have to tell me the names you've picked out so we can sign formal guardianship papers. Then I'll contact my friend in America and get the ball rolling as he always says. Sirius looked bewildered at the friends gathered around him. In the excitement of Harry waking up and the long discussion of the convoluted deception they were planning, he had forgotten all about new names. He looked desperately at Remus. "What do you think our names should be?" Remus and Sirius were trying to outdo each other with bizarre names for poor Harry, with even more bizarre offerings from Albus being interjected into the discussion until Amelia could take it no more. Holding her sides with laughter, she tried to speak firmly, but it was impossible. "All right, stop it, all of you. This is serious." She glared at Sirius before he could make the old joke at her. "The poor boy is going to be stuck with the name for the next 6 years or so, and I know you are not going to call him Urian, Adelardo, Marmaduke, or Ulton, Remus, even if they are all perfectly acceptable Celtic names." She turned to Sirius and glared at him. "And forgive me, but your family's habit of ancient Greek names isn't much better. Do you really want to damage the boy's psyche by calling him Adrastos, Anatole, Callisto, or Melanchthon? I thought you liked the child." She dropped her monocle as she shut her eyes before she turned to the final miscreant with feigned disgust. His choices were truly bizarre and she didn't know what culture he drew them from. "What are you thinking, Albus? We are trying to hide the child, not make him the object of conjecture. Who exactly names their child Quirk, Scout, Meteor, Fennel, or Comet? For Merlin's sake, man, it sounds like you're naming your pet dog not a small boy. Didn't you get teased enough about Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan enough to want to spare the child? She rattled the stack of parchments on her lap at the three now thoroughly chastised men, drawing their attention back to the solemn task. I need real names for them, and the sooner the better. I know that Albus has a 7 p.m. meeting with the Muggle funeral director, so let's get to work, gentlemen. She smiled at the sheepish look of apology on both Sirius and Remus' faces. Nothing would faze Albus Dumbledore, and she hadn't expected her rant to affect him at all. Okay, Sirius said, finally serious for the moment. I would like for Harry to be able to keep his name of Harry, and while Lily and James named him Harry, it would be acceptable to change his name to Harold, and just have him called Harry as a nickname. And I would like to be Patrick, so that Harry can call me Patty, like he always does. No one would think twice since Patty and Daddy are so close. I know we can't keep Black as a last name, it's too prominent in the wizarding world and too well known that I am the last black male since my brother Regulus died without children. But we could do something like Blackwood, or Blackman, what do you think? He looked around at the others. Blackguard would fit. Remus' comment earned him a soft smack on the back of the head from his best friend in response. Maybe something Latin or Greek that means black or dark, perhaps. Amelia suggested, looking at Albus for his opinion. Fervus, Niger are both Latin. I don't think of anything suitable in Greek offhand, but Schwartz is German or Noir is black in French. Any of those might work, or the compound words that Sirius chose might be more common since they are obviously both British wizards. Albus was running his hand idly though his beard as he thought out loud. I think he might also like Grimson, since you are almost a Grim Animagus and Harry will be your son as it were. Or perhaps just Grim as in the brothers Grimm. Patrick and Harold Grimm could work quite well. Sirius roared with glee. I love it. Now all we have to decide are middle names for the two of us. Any suggestions, Remus? Remus wiped a tear of laughter from his cheek and thought for a moment. How about Jameson for Harry, since he is the son of James's, but I haven't a clue for you. He looked expectantly at his friend, waiting for his verdict on the name. Sirius smiled. Small wrinkles appeared beside his eyes as he nodded his approval at the thoughtful suggestion. I think James would like that, Moony. I don't really care about my middle name, I so seldom use it. My middle name of Orion is only objectionable to me because it gives me the initials of Sob, and I thought that was cruel even for my bastard parents. Amelia joined the conversation again. So we have Harold Jameson Grimm for Harry. How about Patrick Libertas Grimm in honor of your freedom? No one in the wizarding world would think twice about that name for you. And neither one of you have objectionable initials that way. Sirius smiled a crooked smile at the head of magical law enforcement and simply said, that works for me. Let's do it. Amelia sighed in relief and began filling out the reams of paperwork before bidding the men goodbye to go and contact her American counterpart to get the supporting documents fabricated as soon as possible. Inspector Newton was busy filling out paperwork for the Potter Dursley case so that he could go home for the night when he received a phone call from the elderly babysitter that had already supplied the foundation for the whole case against the Dursleys. Hello, Mrs. Figg, how may I assist you? Did you find anything of note in your old journals that might be of use in finding the boy's real family? Why yes, Inspector. I met little Harry's grandparents and his two aunts and uncle when I was sitting in the waiting room at the hospital night before last. It didn't dawn on me that you might not know of them until I returned home and dug out my old journals. I didn't find anything from my journals other than Petunia telling me her nephew's mother and father had died in a car accident and that her sister had attended some prestigious boarding school in the States. Perhaps the hospital has some record of the grandparents. I know I heard them talking about some funeral home and having services for the poor boy in a few days. They did take down my name and number so that they could dial me up with the information. I hope that helps you, Inspector. Giles was eagerly scribbling down notes on a large yellow pad as the old woman spoke. He couldn't keep his excitement at the new lead out of his voice as he thanked the woman and urged her to call him if she remembered anything else. Even if she thought it was trivial and had no bearing on the case. As soon as he hung the phone up, He dialed up information services and told them to start searching for information on Lily Evans and James Potter in the States. He paused only long enough to tell his supervisor that he was leaving for Greater Whinging Hospital to follow up on a good lead, before rushing out of the building to speed away in his red Austin, squealing the tires in his rush. Dudley was livid. He was stuck, locked into the small room with only a few battered plastic blocks that were totally useless when he threw them against the barred window. They merely made a soft squashy whoosh and fell harmlessly down to the floor. And the only other things in the cheap plastic bucket were several picture books that he had promptly torn into shreds before stomping the plastic bin into an unrecognizable flat mass. Now there was nothing left in the room except his well-worn and too frequently washed bed linens, the metal hospital nightstand and the small 3-drawer dresser that held a single change of clothes for the morning. And its steel and formica construction firmly resisted any attempt he made to destroy it. He couldn't even throw the dresser or the nightstand since they were both bolted to the wall with long cement bolts clear through the backs and into the painted cinderblock wall. His morning had been spent talking to an endless parade of white-coated men and women who all wanted to know about his family and his freak of a cousin. They didn't seem to believe him when he talked about how that weird dog made them all treat the weirdo better. In fact, they seemed to think he was lying about almost everything. They never said anything, of course, but he could see it in their faces and their hard cold eyes as they wrote endlessly on their metal clipboards. After a pitiful lunch of a single ham and cheese sandwich and a tiny little bag of stale crisps, the afternoon had been spent working on an endless folder of schoolwork. And when he had just scribbled meaningless doodles all over the pages, he had been told he hadn't earned television points, so he would have to spend the rest of the evening after the lousy supper of noodles and mystery meat with overboiled tinned green beans in his room. He had screamed every foul word he had ever learned at the locked door to no effect, destroyed everything he could reach in his miserably sick, overly white room, and now, there was absolutely nothing to do. He flung himself down on the miserable lumpy bed and pounded his clenched fists over and over into the flat pillow until he exhausted himself, and then he cried himself to sleep. Harry felt snug and warm. He knew the comforting presence beside him was his familiar, Patty, by the touch of his magic on his own, but it felt slightly different, almost stronger somehow, as if Patty had recharged his magic. Patty had explained to him all about how to access his own magical core and the meditation he needed to block out everything that had happened at his relative's house so that he didn't flare with accidental magic and get in trouble. He turned his thoughts outward and realized that there were several other magical people in the room with him. He was excited to be able to read anyone except himself and Patty. He had never felt anyone else, so he forced himself to open his eyes, blinking rapidly to make his eyes adjust to the huge blindingly white room. Stifling a groan, he looked up at Patty, who was talking and didn't even realize that Harry was awake yet. Harry was lying on Patty's lap, curled up with his head on the strong chest as he had slept. His right leg felt less tingly, but it was still propped up on a large fluffy pillow. Harry looked around and noticed a man about Patty's age with faded brown hair and wrinkled old dark brown robes. A tall, straight-backed man with shoulder-length hair had his back to Harry on the other side of the room, talking earnestly to the nice older lady that Harry had met earlier. The man's hands were gesticulating as he talked, but they were too far away to hear anything they were saying, so Harry turned his attention back to the man sitting beside Patty. "Hello, Harry, how are you feeling? A bit better than last time you woke up, I suspect." The man smiled a soft smile that fit with his soft-spoken, quiet tenor voice. Harry felt his magic, but it wasn't quite like the magic he could feel from the other 3 adults in the room. He felt something like Patty when he was a dog, but not quite, just somehow odd and wrong. Harry tried to ask him about it, but all he managed was a dry croak that hurt his throat. The man reached over and held a cold, strange-looking metal cup to his lips and poured a little bit of icy cold water in his mouth for him to swallow. Harry grimaced as his throat muscles complained when he swallowed. Patty recognized the painful expression on Harry's face and called over to the two still conversing in the corner. "Poppy, Harry's awake again and his throat's hurting too much for him to swallow anything." The plump woman, dressed in a starched white apron over a dove-gray dress, stopped at a locked cabinet hanging on the wall before bustling over to hand the small glass bottle to Patty, who pushed Harry's head backward with his chin before pouring the horrible, thick sludge into Harry's open mouth. Harry gagged twice before the potion numbed his mouth and throat completely, causing a small crooked smile to grace the boy's lips. He softly whispered to Patty, "Can I have some water please, Patty?" Without any pain at all. The odd cup was traded for the empty potion bottle and Patty fed him all of the cold water in small sips. "Hello, Harry, my name is Remus Lupin and I am a friend of your godfather Sirius as well as a very good friend to both of your parents before they died. You can call me Remus or Moony, whichever you like." Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Your magic feels different from Patty's but sort of like when he is being a big dog. Are you an animagus too?" The man had startled when Harry mentioned his feel, but then the tall dark man started asking questions before anyone else could say anything. "You can feel the magic in people, Potter. How does each of us feel to you?" There was something there besides curiosity, almost dark about the strange man. Patty ran his free hand through Harry's hair, telling him it was okay to talk to everyone there. "You are in the infirmary at Hogwarts School now, Harry. It's okay to talk openly about magic to anyone you meet here. Everyone here is a wizard or a witch. There are no muggles to worry about overhearing anything we say. If you want to answer Professor Snape's questions you may. I admit I am also curious about you being able to feel a witch or wizard's magic." Harry looked up at the tall wizard standing in such an intimidating manner over him. Up close, he could tell the man's hair was stringy and greasy and he had a large hooked nose that seemed to have been broken several times in the past. Harry shrank back, using his godfather's chest as a welcoming protective presence. He forced himself to look into the staring black eyes rather than at the man's thick black nose hairs and his crooked yellow teeth and stuttered. "Yeah, it feels different from my magic than Patty's and Patty the Grim feels different than when Sirius is a man. But I never had anyone else around to notice until now to know that I can feel all of you too. And the walls and floors, and all the furniture feel magic too, just not alive, somehow." His voice faded off as he turned his concentration inward, analyzing everything he was now noticing about the odd bits of information he was just realizing he could sense. He was so intense on his inner feelings, he didn't notice the surprised glances the others all shared before he turned his attention outward again to those in the room. "Madame Pomfrey feels warm, soothing. She makes people strong and healthy, right?" At her pleased nod he turned to Patty and really looked at his magic. "Patty, you are stronger in magic. I don't know how to say this, about protection against bad people, maybe, does that make any sense? And I can see your dog form almost like a ghost over your magic." Patty had his mouth open in shocked surprise as Harry turned without noticing towards Moony. "You are very strong, but there's something very, I don't know, wild, animal, not quite right. It feels really wrong somehow, like it's something bad. A curse sort of, like Sirius taught me about before. It doesn't belong to you. Someone made you sick, I think." Moony was sitting as silent as a statue as Harry analyzed his innermost being. He looked stricken at Sirius who had met his shocked eyes over Harry's head as the boy turned his attention on the last wizard in the room. Snape looked very apprehensive at what the child would sense about him. He had many deep secrets that he had never admitted to anyone. Not even the headmaster who knew more about him than anyone else alive. Harry turned his head with a quizzical expression on his little face as he really looked, at the third stranger intently. "You are also very strong in protection against bad wizards, but it is hidden almost like you don't want people to know about it. And you're sick, too, a curse, but Moony's is all over and yours is your left arm. The blackness is trying to eat away at your magic and take away the good magic in you. You also have some of Madame Pomfrey's healing, but it's different, more to do with the earth, I don't know, something about plants instead of people." Harry looked up over his shoulder at Sirius to make sure he was still doing something okay. At the unspoken question, Sirius nodded and smiled at Harry to continue if he wanted to. Harry looked back at Professor Snape who was still focused entirely upon the surprising child in front of him. He knew that no one had even told the boy who he was, let alone that he was a potions master with a decided liking for Dada as well as being marked with the dark mark. Harry bit the side of his lower lip as he tried to find the words to explain what he could sense about the apprehensive man in front of him. You have lots of old hurts, like when my uncle and aunt used to yell at me and hurt me, and you don't really like me, but I don't know why. Have we met before, Professor? I don't remember ever meeting you. Snape drew himself up to his full height, looked threateningly to the other three present and swept out of the room, black robes billowing in a non-existent wind as he stalked out, afraid to say anything to the small child who had somehow managed to read clear to the hidden depths of his very soul. Albus had accepted the packet of information that Amelia had flow-ed to him as soon as the American Ministry of Magic had sent it to her. The entire process had been expedited and had even been flashed to her by Phoenix so that it would be ready for his foray into the Muggle world that evening. Arabella had brought something called a mail order catalogue to him and showed him oddly unmoving pictures to show how he should transform their clothes before the evening meeting with the Muggle funeral director. He flow-ed to Arabella's house before transforming their clothing to match the pictures she had provided. He followed her out and got into her strange vehicle, hoping she would drive in a more sedate manner than the last time he had entrusted his very life to her driving. Thankfully, she managed to arrive safely and much slower than their last trip. The funeral parlor was in a large white building with tall columns holding up a porch that completely covered the driveway as it bent in a graceful arc from the street and then back again. She parked in a space marked "Visitors," and led the way to large and ornately carved wooden doors that opened out under the two-story porch. The interior seemed muffled somehow. Sounds were much softer than he expected, a soothing music filling the background as Arabella led the way to a small desk with spindly legs where a somberly dressed middle-aged Muggle sat, an open-day book in front of her. Tasteful Muggle landscapes and various large floral displays lined the walls of the impressive and elegant room. Albus reached up to run his fingers down his long beard, only to find it was neatly trimmed and barely reached under his chin. He looked curiously over at a large mirror hung in an ornate golden frame and almost surprised himself at the image he saw looking back at him. His hair was combed over the top of his head and just reached below his ears. His beard had been neatly shaped so much more of his cheeks showed and his eyebrows were much smaller and neater than they usually were. He smiled at his image, liking how much younger the disguise made him seem. His tasteful three-piece suit was a dark bluish-black with a thin almost invisible lighter pinstripe, a starched white shirt with a modestly patterned light blue tie peeked over the top of his buttoned vest. A folded handkerchief just poked up from his pocket and a gold chain disappeared into his watch pocket. Arabella nudged him gently to remind him of their mission as she told the receptionist that Harry Potter's grandparents had an appointment with a Mr. Burkhart Road at 7 p.m. The receptionist picked up a small black rectangle and spoke softly into it. She had barely put the plastic thing back into its holder when a door opened down the corridor and a quiet, very tall and thin man strode purposefully toward them. He reached out his hand almost before he reached them and shook Albus' hand before turning to Mrs. Figg and speaking. I am so sorry for the loss of your grandson. My name is Burkhart Road and anything I can do to help you through this most trying of times, you just have to ask. Arabella smiled weakly at the man holding her hand in such sympathy she almost blushed. I'm Harry's babysitter and neighbor, not his grandmother. Albus is his grandfather, but his grandmother is too distraught to be here tonight, so I offered to help. My name is Arabella Figg and this is Albus Dumbledore. The man finally let go of her hand and escorted the two down to his office, their feet making no noise as they sank into the thick dark green carpet. Albus and Bella entered the man's office to find a huge, dark mahogany conference table with a scattering of well-padded and comfortable guest chairs placed all around it. They each took an offered seat as Rhodes slipped behind them in a well-practiced move and sat in the chair right next to Albus. A dark heavy paper folder was already waiting for them on the table and Rhodes pulled it over and folded his hands over it, drawing their attention to him, rather than the sorted business papers. Can you tell me something about your grandson, Mr. Dumbledore? As Albus opened his mouth to speak, a soft ringing sounded from an odd black plastic thing sitting on a small table over against the wall. Rhodes excused himself graciously and walked over and picked up the top half of the phone before placing it next to his ear. His eyes widened as he nodded his head in silence, finally speaking. Yes, send him down by all means. Thank you, Gladys. Excuse me, please. There is an Inspector Newton here who wishes to meet with all of us. I'll be back in just a moment. Excuse me please. He stood up gracefully and left the room momentarily to return with a middle-aged man, his dark brown hair shortly cropped and just beginning to show the first signs of gray at the temples. His face was weathered and wrinkled as if he spent too much time out of doors, or worrying, or both. His eyes had the crow's feet of someone who enjoyed laughing and living life, but his muddy hazel eyes looked full of pain and resignation as if he dreaded the conversation he knew was coming. Albus stood up as the two men entered the room, his hand outstretched to shake the hand the inspector thrust out at the same time. I'm Albus Dumbledore and little Harry is my grandson, though we didn't know what had happened to him or where he was until we saw the news on the telly. Giles Newton, Inspector First Class for the Greater Whinging Police. I am in charge of your grandson's case against Dudley Dursley and his parents. I was not aware of your existence or how to get in touch with you until a call this afternoon from. He stopped speaking when he noticed Mrs. Figg sitting at the table looking around the tall figure of Dumbledore at him. Ah, Mrs. Figg, I hadn't expected to find you here. You didn't mention coming this afternoon when I spoke with you. Giles was a little surprised to find her there. Dumbledore smiled at the flustered inspector. I called Mrs. Figg after she had spoken with you and asked her to accompany me since she knew my grandson so well. My wife is too upset to accompany me here and I thought Mrs. Figg might know who we should invite and what little Harry's favorite things were since I haven't seen my grandson since his parents died when he was but 15 months old. Rode gestured at the two men to have seats and waited for the inspector to ask his questions. He knew about the boy. He had been the lead news for the last 2 days after all. First the senseless attack from his cousin and then his death, followed by the mysteries surrounding exactly who the boy really was and how he had come to be at the Dursley house in the first place. He knew the funeral for the boy was likely to be a media circus with television cameras and reporters as well as a huge flock of strangers who felt drawn to the little boy and his bizarre story and untimely death. He had already seen reports of huge amounts of flowers, toys and candles being placed all over the empty Dursley house, and interest wasn't likely to fade away before the memorial service was held. Giles pulled out his ever-present notebook and took out a ballpoint pen, the end deformed with multiple teeth marks, as Giles was well known by his colleagues as a pen biter when he was thinking. Can you tell me the full information about your grandson's parents and where he was born? And do you know how he came to be with the Dursleys? Is Petunia actually his real aunt? He waited, his pen poised to take down the relevant information. Albus reached into a slim, soft-sided briefcase that neither man had even noticed he had sitting at his feet and drew out a thick sheaf of papers. He searched through the stack and pulled out a single sheet which he handed to the inspector. It was a birth certificate for a Harry James Potter, born July 31, 198, from Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. The mother was listed as Lily Evans Potter and the father was listed as James Potter. Giles was busily jotting down information when Rode offered to Xerox anything that he wished. Giles thanked him and went back to questioning the old man, purposefully being gentle since he didn't want to distress the old man if he could avoid it. Can you tell me anything about their history and how Lily came to be in America when she is listed as a British citizen? Giles prompted. Ah, yes. Well, I don't know the whole story as I am James's mother's father, so I didn't meet Lily until they were wed in 1978. The story as best I remember it was that Lily won a scholarship for the Indiana Academy for Science, Mathematics, and Humanities boarding school for gifted children and went to school there from the age of 11 until she graduated at 18. My grandson also attended and then the two of them enrolled in Harvard, which is when they married and little Harry was born. Unfortunately, they were both killed on Halloween night in 1981 in an automobile accident, and the authorities contacted Petunia Dursley since Lily had a letter from her sister in her purse at the time of the accident and the police couldn't find any other family. So they released Harry to Petunia and she brought Harry back her but neglected to file the proper paperwork with him and the police didn't know where to find her. Meanwhile, a friend of my grandson had contacted my wife and me about James and Lily's accident and we went to Boston to arrange the funerals and bring our great-grandson home, but no one seemed to know where he was. We closed up their house and brought everything back to our manor house, but we were unable to find Harry or Lily's sister. Mr. and Mrs. Evans had died some time before, so we had nowhere to even begin looking for Harry. We were watching the news day before yesterday and recognized Harry's picture and went to the hospital right away. He stopped talking and brought out 2 pictures, one of James and Lily together with Harry just before their untimely deaths and the second one of James at about 4 years old that Albus had found in an old album in the Potter family vault at Gringotts. The resemblance, except for the eye color, was startling. No wonder you recognize the boy, he is the spitting image of his father at the same age, isn't he? So Petunia is actually his aunt, but she never really filed for official guardianship or bothered to try to adopt him, correct? Giles was saying goodbye to the kidnapping charges, but he could still manage multiple child abuse and child endangerment, and with the testimony of the psychiatrists about Dudley they might even get neglect charges because his parents apparently not only allowed Dudley to bully Harry, they actually encouraged it. Albus had handed Giles copies of the 2 death certificates for James and Lily and several other supporting documents the Americans had so graciously supplied, including a much-worn copy of an old newspaper article about an unfortunate couple being killed by a drunk driver on a slippery dark road while their infant son somehow survived. Giles took the copies that Rhodes' secretary provided for him, offered his condolences on the loss of the man's family to Albus and left them to finish planning an appropriate memorial for the small boy. Harry spent most of the next 2 days sleeping, but whenever he woke up he was never alone and had come to trust Moony almost as much as Paddy and would accept him the few times he had awoken when Poppy had dosed Paddy, making him sleep since he refused to leave Harry's side otherwise and was almost incoherent in his exhaustion before Moony slipped a dose of dreamless sleep into his hot chocolate. They put Paddy onto the next bed so Harry would still be able to see his godfather even when the man was sound asleep. "Moony, why does your magic look so wrong? It's all black around the edges and looks sick, somehow." Harry asked, innocently unaware of the man's secret. "It looks like it hurts you a lot and it makes you tired and sick all the time." Harry, how about if we wait to talk about that when Paddy is awake so he can help me explain it better?" Moony was trying to distract Harry with a wizarding book about Merlin he had found in the Hogwarts library. "But why doesn't Madame Pomfrey make it all better like she did mine?" Harry was nothing if not perseverant. He was determined not to be distracted, even by the fascinating glimpses of the wizarding pictures in the book Moony was holding. "Madame Pomfrey doesn't know how to make my magic cure again, Harry. Magic can't cure everything and there is not cure to the curse I have had since I was a little boy. Now why don't you lie back and let me read to you? It's almost time for some more potions and then it will be time for you to sleep so your body can heal some more." Moony scooted his chair around so he could read the words while still showing the enticing pictures to the boy. In his best teacher's voice he began reading the story, purposefully keeping his voice soft and his tone low to lull the boy back to sleep. Dudley had finished all of his tests and was moved to a long-term ward in the Surrey Psychiatric Centre. Technically he wasn't quite old enough since he was still only 5.5, but no one wanted him to go to his Aunt Marge and his parents were obviously not available to take custody of him. The long-term children's ward was designed for those children with severe psychiatric problems that required long-term hospitalization from the ages of 6 to 18, but the only alternative was a short-term foster care placement. Because of the severity of Dudley's antisocial behavior, his total lack of guilt or remorse, and the notoriety of his senseless attack that led to the death of his cousin, they had been unable to find any foster parents willing to accept him into their home, even for the few months until the disturbed boy turned 6 in just 5 more months. So 3 days after he was admitted to the evaluation ward, he was given a wrinkled paper sack with his own clothes and escorted up 2 floors to another locked ward. He was assigned into a room with a boy about 9 years old who took one look at the fat and obviously belligerent boy and let him know the rules of survival as the youngest child there just as soon as they were left alone. Jeremiah had no fear of the boy's threats and just spun Dudley around and twisted the fat boy's arm up painfully behind his back when Dudley tried to charge the much older and well-muscled boy. "Listen here, fat boy, you follow the rules and keep your nose clean and we'll get along just fine. I'm due to be released on my birthday when I turn 10 and you aren't going to lose me points or privileges. You will keep our room clean, your bed made at all times or else I will do much worse to you than just twist your fat arm, blubber boy. As roommates, if you misbehave, I lose telly time and freedoms. And let me tell you, I don't let nobody make me lose telly time. The older boy had leaned down and whispered menacingly into the much shorter Dudley's ear, pulling up on his arm to reinforce the message he was giving the newbie. Ow! Ow, let go of me, ow, ow, stop it, please stop it. Tears of pain were streaming down Dudley's fat cheeks as he begged the much taller and stronger boy. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Are you gonna follow the rules, Lardy? Jeremiah yanked his arm once more. Yes, yes, I promise to be good. Dudley grabbed his wrist as Jeremiah released his sore arm. Good, that's your bed over there. Now put away your clothes and it's time to go to lunch and then school. Jeremiah turned his back, hiding the smile on his face as he contemplated how simple it was to teach the new patients the ground rules. On the morning of the funeral for Harry Potter, Harry woke up and found a strange little man standing at the side of his bed, bouncing on his tiny feet and smiling at him. Harry blinked at what he was sensing from the being. Are you a wizard? Harry was curious. The little man's magic felt slightly twisted, pure and good, but not quite like anyone he had felt before. Why yes, Harry, I am Professor Flitwick and I teach charms here at Hogwarts. I suppose I will be teaching you in just a few short years, just as I taught your mother and father when they attended Hogwarts. Has your godfather explained what will be happening today to you? Yeah, I am going to be Harold Grimm, and my new daddy will be Paddy Grimm. Everyone at my old house thinks I'm dead, so nobody will hurt me or my new daddy, and we can do magic and everything. That's right, my boy, that's right. Well, today is the funeral for Harry Potter, and so Albus and Minerva had to go since everyone thinks they are your grandparents. And Sirius is your godfather, so he must attend. And since Poppy, Remus and Severus pretended to be your aunt and uncles, they must attend as well. But no one wanted you to wake up alone, so here I am. Flitwick was so excited he was bouncing on his toes and his smile split his face in two, his rather sharply pointed teeth plainly visible as he bubbled in his excitement. Just when Harry had finally grasped what the tiny man had explained to him, a loud crash sounded as the infirmary doors slammed open, banging against the walls as they crashed. A booming deep voice seemed to make the very bed he was lying on shake with each word spoken he spoke. Hi, yay, blimey Harry, yay look a lot like yay dad, but yay've got mum's eyes. Harry looked up in astonishment and then had to keep looking up and up to finally see the giant's face, though almost all of the man's face was covered with a thick tangled beard and long scruffy hair. His beetle black eyes were twinkling with mirth though, so Harry wasn't as afraid of the huge being as he thought he should have been. The feel of his magic was totally peaceful and full of comforting love for all creatures, children included, so Harry released the muscles that had unconsciously tensed up and relaxed his head back into the soft pillows that were propping his head and shoulders up. Do I know you, sir? Harry managed to squeak out, still craning his neck up to see the hair-covered face. The huge man's beard shook as a hearty laugh sounded from deep within its depths, while the dark eyes crinkled up with mirth, his belly shaking much as the Santas he had seen on the telly. Rubeus Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and groundskeeper hey at Hogwarts, Harry. At ye Savice, laddie. The booming voice matched the enormous size of the man, but his magic radiated peace, so Harry just stuck out his hand in greeting. How do you do, Hagrid? My name is Harry Poe, a Grimm. Pleased to meet you, sir. His felt a momentary flush of pride that his voice was steady without even a slight tremor at meeting the man he thought was simply too big to be allowed. Hagrid took his offered hand in just two of his sausage-like fingers and gently shook his hand, careful not to injure the tiny boy that still looked too pale and sickly against the stark white sheets of the infirmary bed. Yea, Godfather thought yea my lick, company whilst they was all gone. Well, I know Professor Flitwick be here, well Justin there one. Hagrid seemed almost embarrassed to speak and looked down at his huge dirt-covered brown boots. Glad to meet you, Hagrid. I'd like to get to know you too. Harry smiled a wide grin at the two wizards that stood in such stark contrast, thinking what his Aunt Petunia would say about such unnatural freaks if they had showed up in Little Whinging. His shoulders shook as he imagined the horrified look that would twist his aunt's face and how purple his Uncle Vernon would get. Professor Flitwick waved a wand and conjured a really tall upholstered chair for himself and a very wide loveseat for Hagrid before pulling out the familiar storybook about Merlin and offering to read it to the still recovering Harry in between telling the rapt boy tales about his father and mother's time as students. Petunia looked ashen gray as she stood beside her corpulent husband, her pale colorless face looking just as awful in the shapeless orange prison jumpsuit as her husband's deep purple face looked in his matching clothes. His face and neck clashed terribly with the loud orange, his belly hanging out between the skin-tight drawstring pants and the 3 sizes too small top that stretched across his enormous flabby belly in protest. Vernon had been threatened by his own barrister, Granville Heater, that if Vernon so much as opened his mouth during the indictment hearings he would quit and leave the two to the mercies of the public defenders. So Vernon stood, his teeth and his fists clenched so tight both his lips and his knuckles were white with tension. The judge looked down his bulbous nose and over his bifocals at the couple being indicted in his courtroom and sighed inwardly as he read the long and very technical legal brief detailing the charges against the two. God, how I hate child abusers, especially their own flesh and blood, he thought as he read, the horrors of their nephew's treatment clear even through the dry legalese of the documents. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, you stand accused of custodial interference, failure to file the proper papers, failure to provide the proper medical care, multiple counts of child abuse, child neglect, reckless endangerment, depraved indifference, homicide. A level of indifference so depraved that it led to the incidence of your nephew's tragic death, that your failure to take even minimal appropriate actions directly resulted in the death of young Mr. Harry James Potter. You are also being charged with failure to provide necessary treatment for your son, Dudley Dursley, child abuse and aiding and abetting in the delinquency of a minor child, Dudley Dursley. How do you plead? The judge looked first at a very white-faced Petunia who was obviously trying hard not to faint. NN not GG guilty, Your Honor. She managed to stammer out. The judge turned his gaze on the obviously irate Vernon and tapped his pen on his desk in irritation at the man's snide look. Not guilty, Your Honor. The words seemed to leave a foul taste in the man's mouth as if he couldn't even imagine why anyone would care what he had done to his wife's nephew. The judge banged his wooden gavel on a small square of wood that had indentations from being banged thousands of times over the long years and announced. So noted, accused are remanded into custody until trial. Bail is denied as Mr. Dursley is judged a danger to the community and a flight risk. Mrs. Dursley is to undergo psychiatric evaluation before the trial begins, counselors. Dismissed. Without another word, the two Dursleys were summarily escorted back to their dingy cells. Their lives would never be the same again. In a twist of fate, the funeral for young Harry James Potter was being held at the same time as the indictments against the Dursleys were being filed. Since the whole Hogwarts group wouldn't fit in Arabella's small car, Albus had borrowed a stretch limo and liveried driver from the Ministry for Magic. After all, being the supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot did have some privileges to go along with all the bureaucratic nightmares and frequently virulent headaches. The long black car pulled up in front of the imposing brick Guildford Cathedral in a long spot reserved with orange traffic cones for the immediate family. Huge crowds of people trampled the manicured lawns, pushing to crowd into the velvet ropes that protected the wide cement walk and steps that led up the gently sloping extensive grounds to the massive wooden doors of the cathedral, hoping to be allowed into the towering edifice, but there were too many mourners for even the large historic church to hold so many people, so they simply stood. Flowers, stuffed animals and candles in many hands as they watched the strange procession of the small boy's family walk the long sloping sidewalk up to the church. Albus had dressed once again in the outfit that Arabella had shown him from the Muggle catalogue, and Minerva clung to his arm, dressed formally in a sweeping black crepe dress, her head covered primly with a small hat. Its black veil covered her face. Sirius and Remus had real Muggle black suits that Remus had procured for them in London the day before. Poppy had a deep navy blue knee-length dress with a full skirt and a wide white belt that matched her painfully pointed shoes and square handbag, which she had clutched tightly to her chest as she followed the headmaster and deputy headmaster between the long velvet ropes that lined either side of the walkway. Severus Snape looked like everyone's image of a bitter old bachelor uncle. His mouth tightly pursed as he glared at the huge Muggle crowds on either side of them, muttering incoherently under his breath about how if they cared so much for a poor abused child they should have shown that care a long time ago. Hypocrites, He could be heard to mutter several times on the long walk. Many of the waiting crowd instinctively flinched away and backed up from the man's smoldering anger. Arabella had a dark gray two-piece suit with a frilly white cotton blouse that was probably fashionable 15 years ago when she had purchased it, but it was certainly adequate for the occasion and no one remarked upon it. She had even bought a new pair of black flats, leaving her beloved carpet slippers at home for once. The seven were greeted at the entrance by an usher wearing a dark gray suit and formal white suede gloves who led them somberly up to the very front of the overflowing cathedral and guided them onto the very front row. Harry's small white casket stood on a cloth-covered table, the shiny surface almost completely hidden by the sprays of colorful flowers. There were hundreds more arrangements situated across the front railing on either side of the altar, and both sides down the ornate wooden walls. Organ music played softly in the background and a low hum of quiet voices filled the open-beamed room. The music swelled to a crescendo before fading into the background at the arrival of the minister, his black robes covered in a white surplice. A large and jeweled golden cross hung around his neck and halfway down his chest. He stood behind the altar, waiting only a moment for everyone to be still. He opened a very large Bible and began to read, his voice solemn and grave. "I am the resurrection and the life, says the Lord. Those who believe in me, even though they die, will live, and everyone who lives and believes in me will never die." The ceremony was long but somehow uplifting as the massive group sang hymns. The minister gave a short summary of Harry's life and then read several comforting psalms to the unnaturally still congregation. The witches and wizards followed along with the masses when they alternately kneeled for prayer and then stood to sing from well-worn red leather hymnals, but none of them could really say they remembered much of the long service. After the Lord's Prayer was recited by everyone both in the cathedral and the quietly waiting overflow of mourners outside. A black-suited usher helped Albus and Minerva to their feet so that they could walk past the closed coffin and pay their last respects to their great-grandson, his smiling face shining from the enlarged picture of the laughing boy hugging his dog's neck in a gesture of pure joy that Arabella had taken at his birthday just months before, peeking out through a spray of white lilies and baby's breath. Remus helped Sirius. The whole experience was too much for Sirius' frayed nerves. He knew it was an empty coffin, but it could so easily have been filled that the poor man broke down in genuine heartbreaking tears. Severus, Poppy and Arabella followed, heads bowed and somber, and then each row of mourners was invited up to walk past the tiny white coffin and then out a side door. The Hogwarts 7 had been led past the coffin and then into a side room to wait for the mourners to finish giving their last respects before the coffin would be released to them for interment in their family graveyard in their ancestral manner. In actual fact, they would be apparating home after a small obliviate to the funeral van driver. Minerva gratefully accepted a cup of hot tea from the minister as she sat, her back rigidly straight as she waited for the whole miserable ordeal to finish. Glynis had used an entire pocket pack of tissues from her seat halfway back from the poor family, but she was unable to push her way close enough to even say a short word to any of them. She sighed and made her way slowly back toward the bus stop. She had known better than to try to drive to the memorial. Traffic and parking was much worse than a football game. Just as she was walking the last half block in the still quiet crowd, she looked up and spotted a familiar face. She tried to wave at the distraught man being helped into the long black limousine by his ill-looking friend, but she was certain the gray eyes were only seeing images in his own mind. She twisted the last shredded tissue in her sweaty hand and turned away to follow the shuffling crowd, resigned in her failure to offer condolences and comfort to the odd family of the little boy that had so touched her heart. The driver of the limo had stopped once the crowds had disappeared, helping Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall out as the others climbed out the other door. With a quick look around the alley they had pulled into, the 7 disappeared with soft pops, and the driver shook his head, took off his cap, shrunk the limo into a toy-sized model and disapparated himself, back to his job at the ministry. Hagrid had left before the group arrived back at the infirmary, but Phileas was watching over the once again soundly sleeping child, his face softly smiling at the son of one of his favorite students. He wondered fondly if the child would be as remarkable at charms as his mother had been as he turned to watch the tired group enter the large white ward. Poppy pulled her wand and quickly strode professionally over to the lone-occupied bed to check on her small charge. "How did it go, Albus? Will there be any more questions from the Muggles?" Phileas squeaked softly. Albus tiredly waved his wand. conjuring a circle of comfortable chairs which everyone sank gratefully into. A soft clap and a beaming and bowing house elf appeared and promptly disappeared with a loud crack, only to reappear momentarily with a large tray balanced with both hands of the top of his head. He waited just a moment for Minerva to transfigure a small nightstand into a large tea table before setting down his burden and leaving with another loud pop. When everyone had been served with tea and a selection of dainty sandwiches and tasty pastries, Albus took a deep, cleansing breath and looked at his colleagues. Anyone foresee any complications to the events today? Sirius stuffed a whole cucumber sandwich into his mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed. Have you fed the story to the Daily Prophet so there won't be any retaliation against the Muggles? Not that I would mind a little justice for the Dursleys after all, but I don't want open warfare because of what happened to Harry. Yes, must protect our precious baby boy, mustn't we? Severus spoke sarcastically as he shuddered at Sirius' lack of table manners. Remus put a restraining arm across Paddy's chest as Minerva scolded the dark wizard. Really, Severus, even you could show a little compassion for a child who almost died at the hands of his bullying cousin just 4 short days ago. It wouldn't kill you to at least act as if you were human. Her eyes flashed with a little bit of her feline animagus as she practically hissed in anger. Oh, but what's the joy in that? He flicked a well-practiced eyebrow up as he looked down his overly large nose. Even Poppy turned around to glare at him now, but it was Albus who stopped the bickering. Now children, we have much to accomplish and your little spat isn't getting anything done now, is it, Severus? Snape dropped his head slightly, his greasy hair hiding his face as he acquiesced. As you say, Albus. Now, to your question, there will be full coverage of the memorial in tomorrow's Daily Prophet, some tasteful photographs of the ceremonies and the reverence of the Muggles about what has happened, as well as a brief explanation of what is likely to happen to Harry's relatives so there shouldn't be any backlash. There will also be a story about how Harry has been placed in a very safe location with an appropriate wizarding family so that he may recover from his injuries and begin his schooling. If we find that is not sufficient, we might perhaps send them a follow-up story in a few days after Harry has recovered sufficiently for a carefully posed picture or two. The group finished their tea and went their separate ways, Severus descending to the dungeons and grading the massive stack of potions essays that had been shuffled aside to brew the necessary potions for the boys' recovery. Minerva and Albus had similar tasks that had suffered from the hectic panic of the last few days. Arabella was going to shut up her house in Little Whinging and move back to Hogsmeade since there was no reason for her to stay there and she wanted to return to her sister's home once more. In a burst of either brilliance or insanity, no one was taking bets on which one, Albus had decided to have the Hogwarts house elves remodel and refurbish the Shrieking Shack as a small but comfortable house for Sirius, Harry and Remus to live in for the next few years. It was close to the castle and well protected. Harry would stay in the castle on the nights of the full moon and Paddy and Moony would roam the Forbidden Forest or hole up in their house depending upon the weather. So the two men spent the long afternoon talking over the floor plans and furnishings of their new home as they watched the even breathing of Harry as he slept in a deep, healing sleep. Albus and Minerva were sitting at breakfast the next morning peacefully enjoying breakfast as the students chattered and ate at their house tables. Severus was as usual, scowling at every house table but his own when the first wave of post owls swooped down into the great hall. A smattering of personal letters, a fair number of Daily Prophets and a surprisingly large amount of smoking red envelopes were clutched and tied on the huge flock of owls streaming in through the enchanted windows, almost completely blocking the view of the outside sky with their madly flapping wings and churning bodies. Owl after owl dove down, dropping smoking howlers on the staff table, Albus' lap and even on his head and in his beard. After delivery, the owls hooted loudly and took off again in a deafeningly loud noise of wings flapping and screeching beaks. Albus sat in shock, barely visible through the smoking mass as they began to explode in a brilliant eruption of cacophony and blaring howls of outrage and disbelief. Envelopes exploded in massive clouds of red confetti, the multitude of voices blurred and incomprehensible, no single angry missive distinguishable in the overall dissonance that was deafening. Every student, every staff member and even the house ghosts froze in disbelief as the venerable and usually loved headmaster was literally buried in howlers from distraught members of the wizarding community. Snape couldn't help it. He hid his mouth behind a potion-stained hand, his shoulders shaking as he snorted, trying to hold back his laughter at the sight. He choked, snorted several more times before he gave up and threw his head back in the biggest fit of laughter ever seen from the normally acidic man. Every student and staff member was frozen in utter shock at first, the sight of the headmaster being bombarded by howlers, and then the unbelievable and unnatural spectacle of Severus Snape laughing so hard there were tears running down his pale cheeks. It was only moments, though it seemed much longer, before Hagrid and Minerva began to chuckle and then snort with repressed mirth. The rest of the staff was trying to maintain their decorum, but it was a losing battle, and by the time the entire staff table was echoing in laughter, the students had begun to join in, slowly and softly at first, but gaining momentum with each passing second until the entire throng in the Great Hall was laughing uncontrollably, even the still buried headmaster. The morning after Albus had been inundated with howlers from irate members of the wizarding community for his disastrous decision to place Harry Potter with his abusive Muggle relatives, Poppy finally decided that Harry's right leg had healed enough and that the bone was now sturdy enough for him to begin to walk again. She was a little leery about the damage to his spinal cord, but the benefits of bearing weight on the healing bone outweighed her lingering doubts about his spine. So after a hearty breakfast, Paddy was walking in his dog form with Harry on one side, his little arm encircling the furry neck as he stood beside his new dad, waiting for the momentary dizziness to pass before walking down the long ward to awaiting Remus, who was preparing a nice warm bath for the 5-year-old. After all, cleaning spells only made a body hygienic. It didn't really take the place of a nice soaking bath. Poppy stood facing the two. She walked slowly backwards in front of the two wizards, not interfering but available if they needed her as she analyzed the boy's gait after his recovery. "Take your time, Harry, we aren't in a hurry. The bath will stay warm for you," Poppy said as Harry looked over at her, worried his slow pace would make the woman mad at him. Paddy wagged his tail and licked his son's face to reinforce what Poppy was telling the boy. He was having a horrible time not being a mother hen after the horrific events of the last week. He had vowed to never let Harry out of his sight ever again, well, at least not any more than he had to. Harry shuffled his right leg forward, unable to really lift his foot up off of the stone floor very much. He leaned his weight onto his good left foot and then hesitantly leaned forward, reluctantly putting pressure on his right foot. He looked up at Paddy, his face beaming. "It doesn't hurt, Paddy. It's weak and shaky, but it doesn't hurt at all." His face was lit with wonder as he took another small step forward, relishing the feeling of being upright and walking again. Paddy barked with laughter, his tail wagging madly as Poppy smiled at the two. "That's the beauty of magic. Now let's get a move on. Your Uncle Remus is waiting, and so is that bath." Harry managed to make it all the way down the long hall, though he never managed to completely lift his right foot off of the floor. As he languished in the hot tub, watched over by a very cautious Remus, Sirius went to Poppy's office to discuss Harry's progress with the Medi-Witch. "He's limping pretty badly, Poppy. And he can't seem to lift that right foot off of the ground at all. Will that go away?" He looked anxiously at the woman. Poppy nodded while smiling gently at the worried father in front of her. "Yes, he will recover. The limping and his not being able to raise his foot is because of the lingering nerve damage to his spine, but he will be getting a regular dose of nerve regenerative potions for at least a week more. He is just too young and too small for the regular potions and much too small to withstand the normal healing spells. He couldn't handle that much healing magic without overloading his own developing magic. I will give you a list of exercises for him to continue to do and he will be fully recovered in just a few short weeks. You will be able to put this away behind you like a bad nightmare soon, I promise." Sirius. She reached behind her desk and pulled out a small rowan wood staff that was barely waist-high to Sirius. It was carved with a complicated design of magical runes and fanciful magical creatures with a rounded bulb on the top. Let him use this staff for a while to help his balance. I don't know exactly where it came from, but the headmaster sent it down with a house elf for him. Sirius took the beautiful staff. A warm feeling of peace and power surged through him when the bare flesh of his hand encircled the polished wood, a feeling of agelessness and awe sweeping through him at the feeling. "What is this, Poppy? Did you feel that surge of magic when you touch it?" "Yes, I did, and Albus assures me it will help young Harry as he recovers and then grows. He said he is to use it instead of a wand for focusing his magic and that he will talk with you about it in a month or two," but he would like for Harry to keep it with him at all times in the meantime. Sirius turned at a shout from the bathroom and said goodbye to Poppy as he went to help Remus get Harry out of the tub and dressed. He handed the staff to Harry after the small boy was dressed in a warm set of everyday robes and blinked at the sight. Harry had instinctively grabbed the polished wood to his chest with both hands, and he was bathed in a golden bubble of magic that seemed to sink into his skin as the two men watched in stunned silence. Harry grinned, his smile splitting his face in two as he thanked Sirius for the staff. "Wow, Paddy, thanks. It's wonderful and I feel so much better now. It took all of the tiredness away. Can I use it to go for a walk now? I've been in bed too long and the castle is so big. Can I go explore with you? Can we please?" His voice bubbled with happiness and excitement as the two men regained their composure and began chuckling at the eagerness of the boy. Remus ruffled the already messy black hair that remained in the front of Harry's head as he looked over at his friend for his opinion. Seeing Sirius' smiling face, he ran back to grab a pair of small shoes from beside Harry's bed and brought them back so that Harry could put them on. "If we can sneak past Madame Pomfrey without her noticing, we can," Sirius whispered as he tied Harry's shoes on tightly. "I heard that," came a sharp voice from within Pomfrey's office, followed by a knowing chuckle. "But you can go for a while, Harry, as long as one of those two miscreants carries you if you get too tired, and no climbing stairs. Sirius or Remus can carry you up and down for now." The three were laughing as they left the hospital wing, Harry clutching the staff in his right hand as it lent strength to his weak leg, off to explore. The students kept giving the three odd glances as they noticed them walking the halls, but since they were rushed on their way between classes, no one really paid too much attention to the trio who were walking slowly, the child with the chin-high staff plodding determinedly in between the two hovering men. Harry reached up for Paddy's neck as they reached the outside doors, anxious for some fresh air after his enforced week inside the stuffy overly white infirmary. Sirius swept him up in his arms, settling the boy's bottom on his strong arm as he felt Harry's arms clench tightly around his neck, his small head swiveling madly from side to side as he tried to take in all of the sights at once. Remus laughed at the two as they made their way down to an invitingly spread blanket with a large wicker basket set out on it. Albus Dumbledore was leaning languidly back on one long arm, his long legs spread out in front of him as he threw pieces of bread at the bobbing head of the giant squid. Sirius gently sat Harry down on his feet so that he could walk the last couple of feet to the waiting old man. Harry sat down on one corner of the blanket, carefully keeping his beloved Paddy between him and the very old man that looked vaguely familiar to him. Harry reached over and tugged at Paddy's dark blue robe and pulled it, leaning close so he could whisper in his ear when Paddy bent towards him. "Is he Merlin?" was the boy's whispered question. Paddy sat up and chuckled softly while rubbing the back of Harry's head where his hair was growing out and making it feel soft and fuzzy. "No, pup, he's not Merlin, though he's almost that old, I think." Albus leaned around Sirius so that he could see directly into the face of the small boy that was burying his face into the side of his guardian for protection from the unknown and obviously very old man. "Ah, it's good to see you up and about, Harry. I will assume from the expression on your face that you do not remember me from the last week. Let me introduce myself once again. I am Albus Dumbledore and I am the headmaster here at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please, gentlemen, let's eat this lovely picnic that the elves have provided for us and then we can discuss some of our plans later while Harry feeds the swans." The three wizards sat back, idly watching as Harry sat on the edge of the lake, throwing chunks of bread at the rapidly gathering flock of hooting swans that were swimming madly in front of him. "Now, what did you need to speak with us about, Albus?" Remus spoke first since Sirius was still eating a last piece of treacle tart with great relish. "I think it would be wise of you three to move to the Shrieking Shack immediately rather than return young Harry to the infirmary." He raised an age-spotted and gnarled hand to forestall their objections. "Yes, I know, but I will convince Poppy myself of the necessity." The two wizards looked relieved. Poppy in full Medi-Witch mode could frighten anyone. "We have been lucky so far that no one has needed her services for more than a few moments, but that cannot continue and we do not want the rumor mill spreading the identity of Harry any more than it already has. The elves have made the shack habitable for you and it is close enough that Poppy could be immediately available if necessary until Harry's current series of potions is completed. They have even made an exercise room for the boy to regain some of his strength and practice his walking. He turned to look directly at Sirius as he continued. I need you to go this afternoon to Gringotts. I have owled them to prepare a listing of both Potter and Black properties for you to pick up. I need you to choose which property you wish to live at for the next few years. He turned to look back at a giggling Harry who was inundated with the very tame swans as they climbed all over themselves and him to get more bread. I suspect between the two families there is a suitable property, hopefully somewhere rather isolated with some acreage so that Harry is able to go outside, perhaps learn to fly a broom, and just be free to explore as he grows older. When you have chosen, I will cast any new wards needed, so choose your secret keeper. Do you still have house elves? Or do the Potters? I wouldn't trust any Black house elf still living. Creature was the last one at my mother's decrepit old house and he was quite mad and totally evil. I know the ancestral Potter Manor house would work quite well. Lily and James didn't want to live there with just the two of them. And the memories of James's parents and grandparents living there with him as a young boy were still painful to James. And then once Harry was born, they thought the small cottage at Godric's Hollow would be easier to hide, since very few people even knew of its existence. Sirius' voice was tinged with bitterness and betrayal as he thought of his friends and their ultimate betrayal by their friend Peter Pettigrew. He looked around Albus to Remus and spoke hesitantly. Remus, I can think of no one I would trust more. Would you secret keep for us and live with us? I want you to be there for Harry, and the Potter Manor is old enough it still has dungeons that we could set up for your furry little problem, so it would be perfectly safe. I believe the Potter elves would still be keeping up the property. It's only been 4 years since James last checked, but I seem to recall him telling me that he had given them contingency plans in case anything happened to him and Lily. Remus stood up and walked around the blanket so that he could grab Sirius in a warm embrace before pounding him on the back. His eyes were suspiciously wet as he pulled back and choked out. Of course I'll be your secret keeper. His eyes glinted with a feral golden light as he continued. And I give my vow that I will die before betraying you or my cub. Albus stood up with a spry grace that belied his many years, and with a flick of his wand, the remains of the sumptuous picnic flew back into the basket before it disappeared. I shall send an elf down to you in the shack then and inform Madame Pomfrey of your new residence. I suspect you will be receiving regular visits from her, so I have set up a temporary flow connection between the shack and the infirmary. The password is Safe Haven for the infirmary and Patty's Place for the shack. It is not connected to any other flow, so you will have to apparate to Diagon Alley or take the public flow in the Three Broomsticks. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and let me know at your earliest convenience when to go set the wards. With his hands clasped behind his back, the ancient wizard strolled amiably toward the castle, humming an unrecognizable tune as he strolled along. Hey, Hup, are you ready to go and look at your new home? Sirius called to Harry. A new home for us, really, Patty? We don't have to go back to the Dursleys. Where is it? Can we go now? Is Uncle Moony coming too? Harry was so excited he forgot to wait for the answers. Sirius picked up Harry under the arms, swung him around in the air and ducked his head so that when he stood up, Harry was sitting on his shoulders. Remus grabbed the madly swinging staff before someone got hit with it, and the three took off down towards Hogsmeade, laughing and enjoying the fall afternoon. Every day, Patty would get Harry up and dressed while Remus would clean up the small house. He was much better at household charms than Patty was and took only moments to straighten rooms, make beds and clean clothes. The first hour after breakfast Harry would spend in the exercise room, carefully stretching and strengthening his spine and legs, a little bit more every day. Then he would have math, reading and science lessons with Remus while Patty would disappear for a short time. He always told Remus he was checking with the Potter elves on the renovations and choosing new furniture and clothing for when they moved to the manor, but Remus had his suspicions about his old friend and his mysterious disappearances, and he thought they might include a very pretty young nurse and her 6-year-old daughter, but he had no concrete proof. After lunch and a short nap, Harry would listen to the two men tell stories about wizarding history and the ceremonies and rituals that made up so much of wizarding culture, followed by quiet activities that allowed Harry to rest and yet strengthened the deepening bond of trust and love that was growing between the three. And then a week after they had moved into the shack, Albus came to visit with Poppy as she did her daily evaluation of Harry's progress. Sirius was gone on another of his missions, so Albus pulled Remus to the side to talk to him out of Harry's hearing. There have been several mysterious happenings this past week involving Severus and some unusual episodes. Would you, perhaps, know anything about them? What happenings? What's going on, Albus? The confusion on the man's face was genuine and no guile was present, so Albus ruled out Remus' participation in the pranks and settled all of his suspicions on Sirius. Well, first, Severus' robes shrank while he was wearing them in class, so his legs and feet were clearly visible, including a pair of knee-high white socks with quacking ducks swimming upon them that he swears he doesn't even own. Then all of the Bubo-Tuber pus in the students' stores was changed to Mimbulus Mimbletonia pus, which caused every second-year Slytherin and Gryffindor's cauldron to emit clouds of noxious-smelling purple smoke that cannot be banished, leaving the dungeons smelling horrifically of lavender. And then just today, Professor Snape's hair magically arranged itself into long braids with multiple pink bows on it just as he entered the Great Hall for breakfast. And none of the students seemed to know who was doing the pranking, while Severus is getting quite irate and threatening great bodily harm as well as several rather ingenious transfigurations to the perpetrators if he catches them. Remus had lost his battle to keep a straight face and was grinning from ear to ear while trying hard not to snort in the headmaster's face. Ah, well, no, I don't know how that had happened, although I would be very interested in obtaining any photos. No, I don't suppose anyone thought to, but it would be nice. Remus was still trying hard to still his laughter as Albus' eyes twinkled faster and faster. I will, however, speak with Sirius if you like. He has just popped out to check on several very important matters dealing with our upcoming move, you know. And I suspect he is checking up on a certain pretty-haired Muggle nurse, but I have no proof of that yet. Albus merely nodded. He had noticed the nurse watching Sirius and he had seen her searching for them after the funeral. He just hadn't been aware that Sirius had noticed as well. As Poppy finished up, she joined the headmaster and the two of them flowed back to the castle. Remus chuckled to himself over the mental image of Severus Snape decked out in pink bows and braids as he settled a very tired Harry down for his short afternoon nap. He would have to have a very serious talk with his old friend. Somehow they would need to make sure the pranks didn't stop when they moved away, or Snape would believe he had the proof to retaliate against them. Harry had improved with each passing day, his recovery faster and more complete than even Madame Pomfrey had predicted. The Hogwarts elves had done a miraculous job on the interior of the Shrieking Shack. The horrific scars of werewolf occupancy were erased, and the rooms expanded and freshened so that the interior looked like a nicely furnished 3-bedroom 2-story house. Meals and snacks appeared with regularity. The same meals that were being served in the Great Hall were delivered by Twinkles, the elf that Albus had loaned to them for their stay. An exercise room next to the eat-in kitchen had been utilized frequently, much too frequently according to Harry, until he could walk without assistance. He still limped slightly on his right leg, and he tired quickly, but otherwise he was given a clean bill of health from Poppy after just 3 weeks. The outside of the Shrieking Shack had been maintained and all 3 of the occupants enjoyed howling and making strange noises at night to spook the residents of nearby Hogsmeade, strengthening and renewing the rumors that the place was the most haunted building in Great Britain. Of course, they had to remove the silencing charms that Albus had placed around the building for a short while each night to scream and howl. It wouldn't do to haunt a silenced building after all. But now the last detail of their move had been executed. Their plans had been detailed with the precision of a major military undertaking, and Potter Manor had been renovated, repaired and cleaned until it gleamed. There were indeed many Potter House elves that had worked diligently and loyally keeping the ancestral manor house ready for the next Potter heir, and the little beings were literally bouncing with excitement to meet the young master again. And so, the 3 looked around again at the shack, making sure that everything had been packed before leaving through the flow to the infirmary for one final check-up before moving to their new home. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to wonder if you had decided not to move today. They heard as Sirius stood up, releasing his tight hold from around Harry's shoulders as they moved to allow Remus to step through after them. Albus stood quietly waiting in Poppy's office, his neon green robes resplendent with orange, blue and yellow flowers. Remus threw up a hand in front of his eyes to protect himself from the glare while Harry giggled and buried his face against his Patty's side. Merlin's beard, Albus, wherever do you find those things? Was Sirius' comment before Albus chuckled, and with a flick of his wand he was dressed in a more ordinary bright green robe that was decorated with moving dragons around the bottom hem. Better. Poppy entered the room, having been alerted to their arrival by the whoosh of the flow. Ah, come for the final checkup, have you? Well, Harry just come out here and pop up on a bed for me. She stopped just long enough to fetch a small bag and followed the 5-year-old out and over to his favorite bed, the one with the view across the grounds and over the lake with his beloved swans swimming peacefully. She swished her wand in ever more complicated patterns, then touched the tip to a parchment to record her findings before pulling a chocolate frog package from her pocket and handing it to Harry, who opened it with great relish, tearing the paper in his haste to release his favorite wizarding treat. Poppy sniffed. She would miss the happy and bouncy little boy, but he really had recovered enough to leave, so she turned around and handed the shrunken bag to Sirius. Here's a selection of potions you might need. I've written out the directions for him and labeled each flask for you. Don't hesitate to flow me if you need anything. Remus held Harry close to his chest with one strong arm while the other held tight to the portkey that was taking them on their journey to Potter Manor and their new home. Sirius had hold of the mesh bag that held all of their greatly shrunken belongings as Remus felt his feet touch down sharply on the polished marble entranceway. A sharp intake of breath was his only warning before a swarm of house elves engulfed his knees, every being trying to reach their new master first. Harry was trying to climb Remus like a tree. He had gotten used to 1 or 2 house elves, but a wildly milling mass of 20 overly excited and squeaking beings was more than he could handle. Sirius managed to wade through the small beings and plucked Harry from Remus' head where he had managed to perch himself like some odd living hat. His barking laughter finally caught the attention of the creatures and they backed off, pinching ears, twisting noses and banging their heads on the floor in their self-punishments over forgetting proper manners to the new master in their rush to greet the boy they hadn't seen since he was a little baby. "I's sorry, Master Black, Master Potter, we's is so happy to sees you, we's is forgetting ours places. So sorry, Master, so sorry." A small elf took it upon himself to silence the other elves and spoke softly and contritely. "It's all right, it just frightened Harry a little bit, but he'll be fine now." "You are?" Sirius asked the spokes elf. "I's is Blinky, Master, and I is head elf for the Potter family. We's is awaiting yours orders, sir." The knee-high being bowed, his floppy ears dragging across the marble floor as he bent into speaking almost reverently to his new master. The other elves had arranged themselves into a ragged line and were waiting, the excitement of the afternoon evident as they bounced on their little pointed feet, unable to stand completely still and yet wanting to impress their new master as much as they could. "If you could just show us to our rooms so that we might freshen up." Remus' calm baritone helped the little beings to calm down, and with a snap of his fingers, Blinky brought 2 younger elves forward and they led the trio of wizards up the elegant and very formal grand marble and oak staircase to the deeply carpeted 2nd story in their new rooms. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.